Chapter 1. Companion 1. Infinite Regression. A certain genre goes by that name. It's called infinite regression when the protagonist dies, then returns to a state before death to endlessly challenge the hurdles in their path. Naturally, the protagonist somehow overcomes them, no matter how perilous the obstacle. After all, they simply keep trying until they succeed. What once was doomed to be a bad ending is transformed into a happy ending, or the protagonist miraculously saves a side heroine destined to die from an incurable disease, or infinite regression is essentially a cheat key to end all tragedies. However, speaking from experience, the infinite regression depicted in various novels is nothing but despicable propaganda. It's like one of those cram schools that only displays the names of students who got into prestigious universities. Shit. This isn't going to work. I set down my cane sword. The 1183rd regression. The world had ended again. Those who were destined to succeed will succeed, those who weren't, won't. I belonged to the latter. I had to accept the fact that, no matter how desperately I tried, I couldn't prevent the world's destruction. This is not a story of success, but one of failure, the mere afterword of someone who, despite possessing the ability of infinite regression, ultimately couldn't prevent the end of everything. First thing to note is that the human mental state, or rather, mental strength always has an expiration date. No matter how normal someone appears on the outside, repeated regressions will undoubtedly forge an invisible crack in that surface. A prime example of this is the story I'm about to tell concerning Grandfather Schopenhauer. My direct ancestor was a very famous philosopher. 1. Old man Sko often boasted about his lineage. I myself had heard the name Schopenhauer tossed around, but honestly, unlike his esteemed ancestor, Sko was far from a philosopher. Are those muscles of yours for Sko? Do some exercise, man. Despite his clocking in at 60 years old, his body was all muscle. More familiar with an iron body than philosophical ideals, old man Sko always emphasized the importance of exercise. Come on, all that muscle disappears with each regression anyway. Weight training is a habit. Habits don't disappear, old man Sko said sagely. These days, I possess a skill known as resume, which allows me to retain my muscles and internal power even when I go back to the past, but back then, I was just a novice who hadn't even experienced regression 10 times. It was pretty hard to sympathize with old man Sko's philosophy. In terms of nationality, generation, taste, beliefs, and political leanings, old man Sko and I were complete opposites. There wasn't a single centimeter of common ground between us. And yet, there was one reason we always stuck together. TSK. This run is messed up again. So it is. Infinite regression. That's right, old man Sko and I were regressors with the same ability. Somehow, in the world where I lived, there weren't just one, but 2 regressors. Considering that infinite regression was granted to only one person in most creative works, this was quite unusual. Damn, we're screwed. That monster can't be killed. What should we do, then? I'll go ahead, you come later. While I hold it off, you try to escape and struggle till the end. Then maybe in the next run, you might see a way? Fuck. Always leaving the hard parts to me. Hey! Watch your language. Mind your manners, you brat. The one saying the Korean sentiment of mind your manners so fluently was old man Sko, who was actually German, funnily enough. I first met old man Sko on my 6th regression. Back then, he could barely say hello in Korean. However, as soon as he realized there was another infinite regressor like himself, he immersed himself in studying the language. By the 7th and 8th regressions, his Korean improved dramatically. Eventually, by the 10th regression, he was better at Korean than me. The man could even read the analects in Korean instead of German. Old man, your passion is really something else. It's not passion, you fool. It's habit. You don't learn German, so I had to. A person who has mastered memory skills, bah. What in the world are you doing, not studying? It was said, he who learns but does not think is lost. How can you be so lazy about learning when you're much younger than me? TSK, really? He might have learned a bit too well. Anyway, thanks to old man Sko equipping his brain with K-conservativeness along with Korean, our communication drastically improved. There were not 1, but 2 infinite regressors, each a cheat key in their own right. Isn't that something? Sometimes I sacrificed, sometimes Old Man Sko did, and together, we kept making our mark on this world. We did it. We actually did it. When we defeated the monster 10 legs, which no one had overcome in 10 runs, both of us cheered. After blasting away that hateful, mop-like, tentacled head, Old Man Sko tossed his sword aside and rushed at me in a burst. Oh my! Thank you. It's all thanks to you. I couldn't have made it this far alone. Old Man Sko laughed like a child. Truth be told, from the 6th to the 10th regression, we worked together as allies, but somewhere in our hearts, we had always been wary of each other. It was difficult to trust someone else in a world on the brink of destruction, both I and Old Man Sko. We had seen too much to easily trust anyone, but the moment this white-haired German old-timer embraced me with a bright smile, I felt the last vestiges of that mutual suspicion between us completely melt away. I looked into Old Man Sko's gray eyes. It was clear he felt the same. Yes, we were pilots who had crash-landed at the end of the century, but while we couldn't say we were born from the same land, we were comrades who had jumped with our delicate parachutes towards the same landing spot. From that day forward, many things became unimportant between us. Nationality, generation, tastes, beliefs, political inclinations, all lost their natural pull on us. In an atmosphere where gravity had faded, we felt significantly lighter. Actually, this regression thing is really hard to get used to. Old Man Sko opened up to me about his human side, the part called weakness in a world that had met its end. We would fill a thermos with coffee in the morning or grab a bottle of soju and head to an empty cafe, many of which had been abandoned as the baristas had fled the ruined world, to chat over trivial matters. Why? We wake up on June 17th when we regress, right? But a minute after we regress, my wife dies. Excuse me? Old Man Sko explained, June 17th, 1359. That marks the point when our regression begins. But just around 1400 hours on June 17th, a gate opens in Seoul, South Korea, and everything south of the Han River vanishes. That day, unlike the two of us who were in Busan and escaped the catastrophe, Old Man Sko's wife was attending a conference in Seoul. Just 1 minute. Only a minute. Old Man Sko downed his soju. My wife was in the auditorium, conducting an event with several famous scientists. Even if you warn her the gate is opening, she wouldn't be able to escape. That's right. It was a disaster that turned Seoul into a wasteland. Even if Old Man Sko called immediately after regressing to tell her to evacuate, it was physically impossible to avoid the tragedy. Calling her is no use, she won't pick up immediately. She sets her phone to silent during important events. I have to call 3 times in a row for her to answer. Then there's no time. I just managed to say I love you, then there's a thump from the sky and the call cuts off. Just 10 seconds. That's all the time I get to hear my wife's voice. Any other family? None. I only have my wife, Old Man Sko muttered. His real name, Emmett Schopenhauer. His alias, Swordmaster. I began to understand why he was so obsessed with gaining immense power. With each regression, Old Man Sko's drinking increased. By the 9th regression, he'd say the soju wasn't real alcohol before drinking, but by the 19th, he'd down 3 bottles on the spot. Even if I drink myself to death, as long as I regress, my liver resets. It's a win, isn't it? He said that, but Old Man Sko's complexion was not bright. By then, he had endured approximately 120 years if we combined all the regress time. However, the time he had spent talking with his wife amounted to just about 120 seconds. The journey of an old man crossing a desert just to sip water was becoming ever more grueling. There has to be someone with teleportation abilities out there. At some point, Old Man Sko's goal began to change. What? A teleporter. If I can just find them, then as soon as we regress, I could rush to my wife. But, old man, even if a teleporter exists somewhere in the world, can you really meet up with that person within a minute? It takes us 30 minutes just to meet up after regressing. Old Man Sko fell silent. I could tell that it was not a silence of affirmation. Over a century, my companion who had tried to prevent destruction with me was slowly consumed by increasingly bizarre thoughts. He muttered incessantly, maybe if I find resurrection magic, I could bring dead people back to life. If I could copy someone else's abilities, get teleportation and telepathy, I could surely solve any problem within a minute. It can be done. Surely it can be done. It was like a sandcastle collapsing. The pinnacle of the collapse was the 23rd regression. I started the regression as usual, following the same route. After dealing with the dungeonized area in under 30 minutes, I moved to a prearranged meeting place. It was a hideout we had set up in an earlier cycle. Huh. Old man? Old man, are you there? No one was in the underground training center. I couldn't find any signs of someone entering or leaving. A sense of ominous foreboding seized me, prompting me to move immediately. My starting point was Busan Station. Old Man Sko's was the old beach hospital building. I passed by an elementary school that had been torn down to half its size due to a monster's rampage, then entered the old hospital building. Everyone had already evacuated, so it was deserted. Old Man Sko was dead on the rooftop. It was not murder. From the beginning of the starting point, there was no one capable of killing Old Man Sko, be it monster or human. Even I couldn't have. The only one who could have killed him was himself. Old Man Sko's body was headless, but the rest of his torso was intact. He was tightly clutching a smartphone in his left hand. Madness. Footnotes. 1. Arthur Schopenhauer was a German philosopher. He is known for his 1818 work The World as Will and Representation, which characterizes the phenomenal world as the manifestation of a blind and irrational noumenal will. Chapter 2. Companion. The same phenomenon repeated itself on the 24th and 25th runs. I had to experience the timeline where Old Man Sko died a total of 3 times. The only factor separating these runs from the others was whether a single comrade was with me, yet the perceived difficulty had increased 5 or 6-fold. It was then that I realized how much I had been relying on Old Man Sko all this time. It finally happened in the 26th run. I'm sorry. Old Man Sko handed me a coffee as soon as he saw my face. There was a cafe in the old beach hospital building. He must have predicted that I would come rushing over and was using the empty cafe to brew coffee at his leisure. The café au lait Old Man Sko prepared was truly delicious. It was back in the 11th run, I think. It must have been thanks to the barista's skills he acquired then. Show your face, old man, I called out in German. By the 26th run, I too could recite poetry in foreign languages. Is this you forgiving me? 7, 7, 7. Do you know what those numbers mean? A casino slot machine jackpot? No. They're the runs I endured without you. Together, they add up to 21 years. Damn, after not seeing you for over 20 years, I'm about to forget what you even look like. Let's talk face to face. Old Man Sko didn't respond, seemingly cowed into silence. I sat opposite him and gulped down my coffee. By now, I could waltz into whatever cafe I so pleased and loot a quick cup, but I hadn't been able to drink the real deal for 5 long years. As someone who had just lived through a run of 7 years before dying, indulging in genuine café au lait and not some assembly line imitation was a luxury I couldn't afford. Regression wasn't all bad. Coffee. Draft beer. Cigarettes. Not yet deceased comrades. Experiencing them all again was tremendously important to me. 21 years, huh? Remarkable. From my perspective, I last saw you less than an hour ago. It seemed not for Old Man Sko. More precisely, the most precious thing on his list of memories to keep fresh in mind was still just out of reach. But I understand. I haven't seen my wife's face for over 100 years myself. I know what it feels like. I can see her face in photos. I can watch videos I've saved to hear her voice. But still, there's a dry well inside me that remains unfilled. My foreboding feeling was not misplaced. If this had been like any other regression story, Old Man Sko would have kept his mental fortitude, I would have found some miraculous solution within the restrictions, and the elderly couple might have reunited after overcoming a century of separation. I want to see my wife in person. But as I said, my story is not a tale of success but an afterward chronicling a series of failures. Old Man Sko's spirit had broken. In less than 30 seconds, he had taken his own life 3 times just so he could talk to his wife. There was no way for me to save him. Do you not understand me? You are the one person who should understand. Use your abilities to help me. That's not possible, I flatly refused. Just as Old Man Sko had a natural talent for swordsmanship, I too had various abilities besides regression. Opportunities to discuss my powers will come in due time, but for the purposes of this discussion here, the ability Old Man Sko was referring to was Time Seal. And I had no intention of using it on a comrade I could see with my own two eyes. You know, old man. Once time is sealed, it's over. It never comes undone, no amount of regressions can break it. Maybe, but I could still talk to her in my dreams. You would just be repeating the same day forever. How is that any different from our current situation? This time, I was the one left without an answer. Still, I said after a moment's hesitation, it's not possible. We can't afford to lose our strongest ally like this. So be it. Had he anticipated my reaction? As soon as Plan A was rejected, Old Man Sko immediately proposed Plan B. You keep trying until you find a solution. Keep regressing until you can save people and soul within a minute of starting. Or, until you admit it's impossible and give up like I did. What about you? I'm tired. Really? I've grown weary. So I will just rest a while until you come to a conclusion. That night, Old Man Sko took his own life. That was the rest he had talked about. My God. Fitting for a swordsman who had reached realms lofty enough to be titled a sword star, Old Man Sko could wield an explosive aura powerful enough to blow one's head off. It would have been a painless death. The 27th, 28th, and 29th runs brought no changes. Old Man Sko was found dead on the rooftop of the cafe building that once housed the hospital. Whenever I went to the cafe after clearing the dungeon at Busan Station, there would always be a cup of cafe au lait on the table, greeting me with a warm puff of air. Underneath the coffee cup, there was a note. Shouldn't you think about giving up, my friend? I smiled wryly. I guess I've stumbled across a regular cafe to visit every decade. Once, I imagined the life of my comrade. For Old Man Sko, life had been reduced to calls with his wife lasting about 10 to 20 seconds and then spending 10 minutes preparing a cafe au lait for an old comrade who might visit him. This repetition had not changed, from the 29th to the 1183rd regression. A body on the rooftop. A cup of cafe au lait on the table. Who was crazier, the regressor who had not once taken his own life in over 1,000 cycles, or the one who had incessantly done so over 1,000 times? I couldn't tell. However, with each new run, a gradual change began to make itself known in the content of the calls between Old Man Sko and his wife. God! You finally picked up the phone. Emit? What's wrong? I'm at a conference right now. I love you, Adele. I love you. I will always love you. Old Man Sko always recorded his conversations with his wife, perhaps to replay the calls before ending his short life. Thanks to that, I could overhear what the elderly couple talked about every time. I love you, Adele. I love you. During the first 10 or so regressions, there was no significant change. Old Man Sko was simply trying desperately to convey his love to his wife. But after the 30th cycle, the content of the calls began to subtly change. Adele, actually I'm repeating my life. The world is going to end, but I still love you. Oh my God. Have you been drinking? Why are you acting like a child? Wait a minute, Emit. There's something strange in the sky. Regression. Do you remember? 20 years ago in Turin. I went under the bridge and picked a yellow flower for you. What was the name of that flower? What? You're calling me now to ask that? Please answer me, Adele. I'll die if you don't. Regression. Sorry, what was your brother's name again? Maximilian, but why? Ah. Yes, Maximilian. Ha, I had forgotten. Thanks. Ha, hopeless. Wait. There's some noise coming from the sky. It was curious. As the regressions continued, the calls Old Man Sko had with his wife shifted from being merely one-sided transmissions to something resembling a real conversation. They were brief, lasting only about 20 seconds before cutting off, but when pieced together, they almost seemed to form a proper exchange of dialogue. I've never liked that guy Maximilian. Huh. Suddenly? He doesn't think family is important at all. The guy's got his priorities all mixed up. He just pretends to listen in front of you. Emit? Wait. Something strange is happening in the sky. Honey, remember Christmas? When your brother brought someone he said was his girlfriend. Honestly, is Maximilian gay? Huh? Suddenly? Why are you asking this over the phone? Wait, Emit. It's weird. I hear something in the sky. Exactly. My intuition is never wrong. Adele. Your brother is absolutely gay. God. Emit, what are you talking about all of a sudden? No, I have nothing against it. It's just that you and your brother assumed I wouldn't accept it and have kept it a secret all this time, and that feels disappointing. I'm going crazy. What the? Wait, let's save this conversation for when we meet in person. There's a strange noise coming from the sky. Adele. We need to be more open-minded with each other. I'm not a closed-minded old man like your father. If one ignored the fact that the elderly couple's lives were paused, their exchange appeared to be a fully two-way conversation, so the old man's words had some merit. Eventually, I had to admit it. What old man Sko called rest was indeed just that. With each passing cycle, as the calls became longer, the life returned to old man Sko's voice, and memories of the past, once long forgotten, were revived. Over time, he seemed to care less and less about this word coming to an end. Even so, old man Sko did not stop taking his own life. Or rather, to put it in his words, he did not stop making calls to his wife. By the 500th cycle, I had stopped eavesdropping on old man Sko's calls. The content had gradually become too intimate for outsiders to eavesdrop on. I never had any desire to know even the slightest detail regarding his sexual preferences. Perhaps he couldn't even imagine that I'd been eavesdropping on his phone conversations all along. However, every time a new run began, I would be sure to stop by the building and have a cup of café au lait. Emit Schopenhauer, my former colleague from the distant past whose memory was now shrouded in obscurity. His choice of café au lait felt like a ritual, a way to fortify ourselves for the challenges ahead. This was no different during my 1183rd regression. Beneath the coffee cup, the note lay there like always. Are you still not giving up, my friend? Well, to be honest, I had given up, but I didn't want to admit it to this young man. By now, my age far surpassed his. Perhaps someday, I'll confess, but for now, a little mischief wouldn't hurt. After all, I've spent thousands of years alone. I've earned it. Come to think of it, I wonder what Sko is talking about with her. Suddenly, curiosity struck. It had been a long time since I retrieved Sko's old smartphone to listen to his recorded calls. When I pressed the play button, Sko's distinctive, lively voice burst forth. Honey. I've told you 1,000 times, drink only 0-calorie soda. Sugar isn't good for your health. What? I sipped my café au lait inside the cafe, the argument playing out like coffee shop background music. The coffee was delicious. Footnotes. Chapter 3. Observer I. The cafe where I often met old man Sko. No, let me correct that. The cafe where I often met the corpse of old man Sko is dotted with small fish tanks here and there, probably to cater to a barista's preference. Though there's nothing particularly rare about the species living there, their tails possess a magical calming quality. All you had to do was look at them. Perhaps because the flow of time seems to slow around those fins. Or maybe it's simply because the blank stare of the fish's eyes looks downright foolish. As I sip on old man Sko's café au lait and watch a blue tropical fish perform its intricate, underwater ballet that ripples through time, one person invariably comes to mind. The Saintess. Today, I think I'll talk about her. When the Gate crisis erupted worldwide, Korea fared relatively well, surprisingly enough. It wasn't thanks to the government, though. From the outset, half of Seoul was devastated, including the National Assembly building in Uido. Over 100 politicians were vaporized that day. Whether it was a mark of good or bad fortune was a matter of personal opinion, but at least in the early days, it temporarily paralyzed Korea's political leadership. Nevertheless, the reason the Awakeners in Korea managed to navigate this crisis was something else entirely, in the form of a translucent, almost holographic message that appeared before their eyes. The Saintess of National Salvation shows interest in your heroic deeds. That, for instance, was the sort of message displayed for me when I took a leading role in subduing the gate at Busan Station. And I was not the only one who experienced this phenomenon. Huh? What's this? The Chancellor of the Red Cape? He's interested in me? Awakeners began to make themselves known nationwide, and inevitably, these messages found them. The sender varied from person to person, but every one of them had one thing in common: they all noticed someone was paying attention to their actions. It's the constellations. Someone named this phenomenon the constellations. It seemed all too familiar to Awakeners who were fans of web novels. On the other hand, for the uninitiated like me, the concept was baffling. Eventually, I approached someone who seemed all too eager to explain as they puffed out a palpable "I know what this is. I've seen it, energy." "Excuse me, sir. Sorry to bother you when we haven't met before, but what are constellations?" "Oh, you don't know about constellation stories." The Awakener was eager to explain. "It's a way for transcendent beings like them to watch us Awakeners, expressing their interest and even sponsoring us. You know, like online streaming? We're the streamers and the constellations are the viewers dropping donations." Wow, the constellations are incredibly powerful too. Some are terrifying entities like Cthulhu, while others are deities who are friendly with humans. Anyway, it's a good thing. Always try to look good for the constellations. Ah, which constellation should I choose? Is the option of choose none still the trend? The Awakener continued to ramble on for a while. At the time, I just in vague affirmation. With monsters roaming around through the gates, it wouldn't be all that surprising if there were also transcendent beings who munched on popcorn while watching the human world. The Conqueror of the Alps admires your valor. The Chancellor of the Red Cape respects your strategy. As the cycles repeated, I grew accustomed to the existence of the constellations. They seemed to follow my every move, praising me or offering encouragement whenever I did something unique or unexpected. The Saintess of National Salvation praises your accomplishments. I was particularly proud that the Saintess, known for favoring benevolent Awakeners, seemed to cherish me the most. Had it not been for the constellations, my life as an Awakener would surely have felt bleak in a way. While the identity of the constellations remained a mystery, most of the Awakeners, myself included, developed a fondness for them. This is odd. Old Man Sko had a different take on it. Back around the 10th cycle, before he took his long vacation, Old Man Sko had grown suspicious of the constellation's presence. Huh? What's odd? I recently got in contact with some friends overseas. Most are dead, but a few survived. And the ones that did, they say they've never seen anything like this back home. Anything like what? Bah, come on. The messages from the constellations, the messages. My friends in Germany have neither seen nor heard of them. Old Man Sko frowned, scrunching his nose with the force of it. Just in case, I asked some of my friends in other countries, and they also said they've never gotten the messages before. Then that means this bizarre phenomenon is unique to Korea. Surely you see how strange that is. Why would the constellations only operate here if they are transcendent beings? What reason would they have to favor Korea? Ah, maybe they like K-pop? Bullshit, Doc. A moment later, messages flooded in. The Saintess of National Salvation is disheartened by your conversation. The Conqueror of the Alps asks you to withhold your doubts. The Chancellor of the Red Cape scoffs at your shallow understanding. It was like they had been waiting. By that point, Old Man Sko and I had already garnered significant attention from the constellations. It was no wonder, since Old Man Sko was undoubtedly the greatest swordmaster, and I was, well, an irreplaceable resource of sorts. I glanced casually to the side. Old Man Sko was furrowing his brow, seeming to see something in front of him as well. You too, old man? Yeah. These things are watching every little thing we do, Old Man Sko grumbled, swatting the air with his hand as if to shoo away an annoying fly. Anyway, there are too many fishy things here. They never sent me messages before I started picking up Korean. But once I spoke even the tiniest bit, they magically started sending messages. If what you said isn't true, and they're not high on K-hype, I can't explain it. Doc, don't trust these constellation things too much. Regrettably, Old Man Sko never unraveled the secret of the constellations. By the 26th cycle, the old man had gone on a long vacation with his wife, leaving him with no time to explore the mystery further. But not me. Being an infinite regressor is like being the Bill Gates of time. It was no exaggeration to say that all I have is time. Why do the constellations only appear in Korea? I stroked my chin. It had remained a mystery intriguing enough throughout my swathe of regressions to warrant an entire run's investigation. First of all, Old Man Sko's observation was correct. It wasn't just the foreign awakeners, even those in Korea who had not learned the language never received these messages. Thanks to them, the quality, or should I say, the consciousness, of the awakeners in Korea is relatively sound. In other countries, the awakeners caused terror attacks, massacred civilians, and ran rampant, committing crimes on the daily. Korea alone saw a lower crime rate among its awakeners. Why was this phenomenon occurring? I had two theories. First, the constellations were truly addicted to K-pop culture and only cared about Korean awakeners. And second, do the constellations only speak Korean? If this was true, it would have massive implications. Just think about it. Even the stubborn Old Man Sko mastered foreign languages in just a few cycles. But these so-called constellations only spoke Korean? What kind of transcendence could they possibly be? In other words, the constellations aren't transcendence. A hypothesis formed in my mind. But monitoring every awakener in Korea and sending them personalized messages would be difficult if they weren't transcendence. Surely, there must be some underlying secret to it. From the 35th run onward, I officially began my constellation investigation. I was determined to finally get to the bottom of what sort of beings had admired and balked at my actions thus far. First, I need to attract the attention of the constellations. Attracting their attention was simple. Constellations had a habit of taking an interest in exceptional awakeners. As soon as I began the 35th run, I pushed myself to use all my abilities to clear the gate that erupted at Busan Station within 20 minutes. The first cycle ended with my death because I couldn't close the gate. By the third cycle, I managed it after a week. Now, I had cleared it in less than 20 minutes, and none of the 399 humans summoned to the Busan Station concourse lost their lives except one. The only items I farmed were silver bells from the souvenir shop too, so there was no time wasted. It was a literal speedrun, a record bound to astonish the constellations. The Saintess of National Salvation is astonished by your feat. The Monarch of the Crimson Horse feels a sense of rivalry at your strength. The Conqueror of the Alps takes note of your course. The Chancellor of the Red Cape is wary of your abilities. Sure enough, the constellations took the bait immediately. Messages from 4, then 7, then 11 constellations poured in, stacking up one by one. I ignored the messages for the time being. Only after I left Busan Station and reached an empty parking lot did I speak. Ladies and gentlemen of the constellations, I know you are Korean. Poof! The messages that had been flying in non-stop like Hogwarts acceptance letters suddenly halted all at once. I watched the sky clear as the messages that had cluttered my vision disappeared, then turned my gaze skyward. I also know that you are not transcendence. I could reveal this fact to all the awakeners. But I am more curious about your true nature. Please tell me who you really are. There was no response. To be honest, I was quite nervous at the time. Although the possibility was slim, what if the constellations were genuinely transcendents who dined on kimchi and seaweed, listened to K-pop during tea time, and watched K-pop TV in the evenings? What if they were simply acting on a mysterious, nationalistic favoritism towards Korean-speaking awakeners? My brazen proposal might provoke the constellations to attack all at once. I took a combat stance. My awakening ability wasn't geared toward combat, but after spending time with Old Man Sko, the greatest swordmaster, my combat abilities had grown considerably. If necessary, I was ready to die right then and there and move on to the next cycle. The Saintess of National Salvation invites you. That was when the message appeared. Fortunately, no scenario of constellations appearing to punish an impudent mortal unfolded. Instead, dozens of constellations remained silent, and only one communicated its intention to me. That constellation was, coincidentally, the first to express interest in me, the Saintess of National Salvation. An invitation? I asked cautiously. What kind of invitation? After a moment, a message returned. The Saintess of National Salvation invites you to the Jamsu Bridge in Han River, Seoul, the hell on earth where Old Man Sko had lost his wife and numerous politicians were buried. Ah! It hit me then that the constellations had never once spoken in any regional dialect. I've mentioned several times that Gangnam was reduced to rubble when a gate erupted there. However, areas not touched by the gate's influence remained surprisingly intact. Jamsa Bridge still looked exactly as it did before the world turned upside down. The place where the Saintess of National Salvation had agreed to meet me was a sky-blue convenience store near Jamsa Bridge, an unexpectedly public-friendly location for a rendezvous with a constellation. Under the convenience store's parasol sat a woman with her hair tied back. Though for her aqua-colored hair was unusual, it's not uncommon for an awakener's hair color to change upon realizing their powers, and her appearance was otherwise ordinary. She didn't give off the feeling of a being beyond human limitations. Good day. Are you the Saintess of National Salvation? She studied me silently, her gaze swiftly scanning me from head to toe. Her eyes resembled those of a fish, seemingly submerged rather than lost in thought. The Busan station gate? Yes, that's correct. I never expected you to make it from Busan to here in less than a day. With half of Seoul gone, most of the transportation networks leading to the capital had been crippled. Roads and railways, nearly everything was destroyed. Conversely, that meant there were still a few usable routes left. Old Man Sko had wanted to get to Seoul before his wife disappeared, hence the extensive research that had been conducted on the fastest way to get to Seoul from Busan. No matter how fast, arriving within a minute was impossible, rendering the research futile. But thanks to that, I was able to meet the Saintess of National Salvation quickly. My codename is Undertaker. Nice to meet you. Ah, yes. But, Undertaker? 1. It's a nickname with a story. Feel free to call me Doctor. After shaking hands with her, I sat opposite her. Far in the distance, Seoul's skyscraper, also known as Sauron's Tower, loomed like a shadow. Before anything else, I'd like to ask you something. Are you the Saintess of National Salvation, or are you a representative? What are constellations exactly? Are they truly transcendents? She was silent. Numerous, fleeting thoughts seemed to flicker across her eyes. After a moment, she bit her lip and clenched her fist. Then, she sighed softly. Yes. I am the Saintess of National Salvation. Bingo! Just as I was about to nod in acknowledgement, she looked me straight in the eye. And you are a regressor, right? Footnotes. 1. Undertaker, an individual whose business is to prepare the dead for burial and to arrange and manage funerals, also known as a mortician. Chapter 4. Observer 2. Right? I didn't respond immediately. Honestly, I was a bit surprised, yet at the same time, admittedly, caught by intrigue. While I had occasionally revealed that I was a regressor, it was rare for someone else to recognize this on their own. So far, the only person who had was Old Man Sko. Why do you think that? I hedged. I figured if you were a regressor, you would eventually come looking for me. Besides, you are slaying monsters at an unbelievable rate. But judging by how you ask, I'm guessing this is our first cycle together? I leaned forward a bit more. The green plastic chair of the convenience store creaked as it scraped the ground. Initially, I was merely curious about the existence of the constellations. But now, my interest had shifted more towards the human before me. That's correct. Although I've been curious about the identities of the constellations, this is the first cycle I've really started to delve into it. If you truly are a regressor, Mr. Undertaker, I believe we must absolutely establish a cooperative relationship. A cooperative relationship? Yes. But right now, I can't be sure whether you are a regressor or not. Not with what I can see. The woman spoke cautiously, and though her expression was tense, her tone was steady. She at least has some backbone there. My eyes narrowed. How interesting. Why can't you be sure I'm a regressor? Because this same situation could arise if you had the ability of prophecy or even the mind-reading skill of clairvoyance. So? She bowed her head. I'm sorry you had to come all the way to Seoul. I can't fully disclose what the constellations are, how much I know about them, or what my abilities are yet. proper manners and mindful discretion. Seems like a lottery ticket worth scratching. All right, I agreed. If you could be certain that I am a regressor, would you be able to answer all my questions then? Yes. Then there's a simple solution. She looked up. I turned on my smartphone. We'll set up a password. A password? Give me words or phrases that only a regressor would know. Even specific actions would do. It was a method old man Sko and I had previously used, and one that had been proven to work during the 7th cycle. Anyway, you set those conditions, and I will carry them out exactly in the next cycle. But she immediately understood. Ah, that's a great idea. Then in the next cycle, please come here and lay a red t-shirt out on the table. Just sit quietly for about 15 minutes. Then write moral law on the t-shirt in big letters. If you do that, I will contact you first. It was a neat and tidy method. Understood, Saintess of National Salvation. Ah. I'm sorry, but that nickname is a bit. Everyone's code name among the Awakeners is just as childish. I let it slide and ended up with Undertaker as my alias. Saintess is dignified in comparison. How did Undertaker even? Whoops. I quickly got up from the table. Again, I have an extreme dislike for my alias. How I ended up with such a nickname is a story for another time, ideally in the far future, or better yet, never. I'll be going now, Saintess. Until next time. Oh, of course. I'll see you next time. It was nice meeting you, Mr. Regressor. The next I spoke of and the next she thought of were a whole world apart. We parted easily, like streams that meet then go their separate ways, and after that day, I no longer received any messages from the constellations. To be honest, I found myself a bit disappointed. Someone who had been reacting to my every action was now gone. I felt the absence more keenly than expected. Of course, my goal wasn't to flatter the constellations, but to prevent the world's destruction. I quickly pulled myself together and threw myself into the 35th run, and I failed spectacularly. If I had succeeded, there would be no need for the 1183rd run, after all. Did she say a red t-shirt? The 36th world, my 36th life, began. I immediately fulfilled the promise I made in the previous world. First, I cleared the gate at Busan Station. The Saintess of National Salvation is astonished by your feat. The monarch of the Crimson Horse feels their competitive spirit stir at your strength. The Conqueror of the Alps takes note of your course. The Chancellor of the Red Cape is wary of your abilities. As before, messages from the constellations poured in. While it was nice to receive them again, I ignored them for now. I followed the route developed by Old Man Sko as quickly as possible, heading north to Seoul. Along the way, I didn't forget to stop at a clothing store that hadn't been shut down yet and bought a shirt. The Saintess of National Salvation questions your actions. The constellations kept talking to me as I traveled. When I arrived at a convenience store near Jamsa Bridge, I sat down at a parasol table, spread out the shirt, then wrote moral law on it in marker. The previously noisy constellations fell silent all at once. I leaned back in the chair and drank convenience store coffee. The place had not been looted yet, so the products were intact. It wasn't long before someone approached the convenience store. It was a woman with a hiking backpack on her back. Judging by the length of cycles, I had met her 20 years prior. She was the Saintess of National Salvation. The joy of reunion didn't surge anew. To live long as a regressor, one must get accustomed to farewells and reunions. Only this time, I was the one waiting to greet her. Excuse me, but by any chance? She very cautiously observed my expression. I nodded. Yes. I am the Regressor, Saintess of National Salvation. The Saintess gasped. She stood frozen, clenching her fists. What she was pondering, I couldn't tell, but after a while, the Saintess finally spoke. Please follow me. Finally, it was time for the truth of the constellations to be revealed. The Saintess's dwelling was located in Yongsan. With Uido and the Gangnam area having evaporated overnight, Yongsan was now essentially the front line against a gate and one of the most dangerous places in Korea. Please, come in. She lived in an old row house in Dongbigodong. I looked around, taking in the shabby exterior that belied a tidy interior. Or more precisely, the space went beyond tidy into being eerily spotless. In the dim living room, 4 computer monitors emitted a bluish glow. The light faintly outlined the cardboard boxes scattered around, boxes of canned food, jugs of water. With all of them bathed in the monitor's blue light, they almost appeared to be submerged in water. Along the walls were large steel bookshelves. However, only a few books dotted the shelves, which were instead filled with 15 and 20 cube aquariums. Dozens of these water-filled glass tanks packed the space in dense formations. Aquarium after aquarium. The room was surrounded on all sides by walls of water, making it look like an underwater temple. You seem to have been preparing for this situation for a long time. Yeah. The Saintess seated me on a sofa, then pulled up a computer chair for herself. Should I call you Regressor? Call me whatever is comfortable for you. My alias is Undertaker. All right, Mr. Undertaker. How many times have we met? This is the second time. The second time, the Saintess muttered softly. So, this is practically our first meeting. I wouldn't have explained anything during the previous cycle, right? That's correct. There seems to be a lot I need to clarify. Where should I start? I'd like to ask about the constellations first. What exactly are the constellations? Are they truly transcendental beings? Are you an agent of the constellations? The Saintess licked her lips, not from hesitation but as if she were choosing her words carefully. Finally, she spoke. The constellations do not exist. They don't exist? Yes. The Saintess of National Salvation, the Conqueror of the Alps, they are all characters I created myself. This was somewhat surprising. I had considered the hypothesis that the constellations might be fictitious entities. However, I hadn't anticipated that the person before me was single-handedly staging them all. I would have thought it'd require a team of at least 5 or 6. Why would you do such a thing? The blue light of the monitors diffused hazily around the living room. Fish fluttered in the small aquariums. I awakened about 20 days ago. Since then, my hair changed color, and I began having nightmares about monsters, dreams vivid enough that they couldn't be dismissed as mere fantasies. I nodded. That was a common experience among many who awakened just before the gates burst open across the world, a kind of precognitive dream. For some reason, I was convinced that these events would actually happen. So I pondered what I could do, beyond buying canned food and collecting water bottles, something that only I could do. The Saintess looked directly at me. Mr. Undertaker, will Awakeners really maintain social order after they gain their powers? What? Awakeners possess incredible abilities. Even I have gained 3 abilities that defy common sense. Can people who receive such powers really unite, act virtuously, and at the very least, restrain themselves from committing crimes? Shadows of fish flowed across the living room floor. Her voice seeped into the shadows. For a moment, I was caught in a feeling similar to those careless dives during childhood baths. Her gaze seemed to lower the depth of this place. I decided not. If a powerful person appeared and could unite the Awakeners, that would be one thing, but that involves countless trials and time. Until then, Awakeners would form disparate factions, and civilians would be caught in the crossfire and sacrificed without a second thought. Naturally, as humans divide, their ability to handle the gates would diminish. That was a valid assumption. Indeed, most nations had followed that process and perished. Korea was a rare case of prolonged survival. Wait. At that moment, a certain hypothesis flashed through my mind. I stared into the Saintess's deep black eyes. Pupils that seemed not to blink even if submerged in water. Could it be? She nodded slightly. Mr. Undertaker. When do people hesitate to commit evil acts? It's when they think someone is watching. The constellations. Yes. I was stunned. The Saintess continued. People easily violate order if they are confident they can hide or mitigate their crimes. However, if they believe a transcendental being is always watching them, even someone who has awakened would hesitate to commit evil acts. My goodness. That's why I created the constellations. It felt like receiving a series of mental punches. It was surprising enough that the Saintess of National Salvation who had watched me all this time was a fabrication, but that all of it was born from one person's meticulous planning was utterly shocking. But how did you even create the constellations? It's thanks to my abilities. I can use clairvoyance and telepathy. She outlined her abilities. 1. Clairvoyance. Observe any awakeners within a radius of 1,000 kilometers at will. Observation may include listening to their voices. 2. Telepathy or text transmission. can transmit one's voice to any perceived target. Texting is also possible but limited to 140 characters. Both abilities had endless applications. I looked at the human before me with new eyes. If conditions were right, she could lead a guild like Samcheon or Baekwa, becoming one of Korea's top leaders. Remarkable. With abilities like that, you could have taken a more prominent role in organizing the Awakeners. I thought about that. But I'm really clumsy when it comes to leading people in person. I believe what I did was the best I could do. I'm not sure what will happen in the future. I'll continue as long as I can, as long as I live. Her words brought back memories from past runs. Even as the world was on the brink of ending, the constellations had not stopped sending messages to the Awakeners in Korea. Whether it was 4, 7, or 10 years in any run, the constellations remained active. I thought about the hardships the Awakeners before me must have faced to maintain that facade. Many challenges, no doubt. Clairvoyance and telepathy were great abilities, but they weren't directly helpful in combat. What's more, Yongsan was a frontline area facing a super-large gate. Many forces would vie for control here in the future. How about it, Mr. Regressor? This Awakener, who had overcome countless adversities and survived to the very end, now looked at me with eyes swimming with unease and anxiety. Did I fulfill my role to the end? I clenched my fist involuntarily, as various thoughts waved over me. After a brief silence, I answered, yes. Perfectly. Even I, a regressor, was completely deceived. Thanks to you, the crime rate among Awakeners in this country was exceptionally low. It was relatively easy for Awakeners to cooperate and respond to the gates. Your efforts were not in vain. Although it hadn't prevented the world's ultimate destruction, then and now, I never mentioned to the Saintess the hundreds of ways our world could end. At least with the Saintess around, there was no rampant Awakener supremacy, and cults like the New Buddha cult or the Resurrection Church were relatively rare. The Saintess took in my answer silently, then finally, she said, thank goodness. With a small sigh of relief, she sank back into her chair. For some reason, that sigh sounded to my ears like a goldfish that had spent a very long time in the depths suddenly coming up to the surface to blow bubbles. Afterwards, we discussed in detail how we would work together. I think our relationship was essentially established at that point. From the 36th to the 1183th cycle, the Saintess was almost always a reliable ally who had my back. What should I call you? If I call you Regressor, your identity might be revealed, Mr. Undertaker. The Saintess propped her chin in her hand. Hero? I immediately waved my hands. No, Hero is a bit. Just call me Undertaker. The title Hero was not just embarrassing but related to a certain psychological disorder, which I preferred to avoid. I'll talk about this strange mental illness later. Sure, I'll call you Mr. Undertaker, then. Good, I'm glad that works. Just one thing. As we were about to part, I asked, isn't it impossible to act as the constellations with just clairvoyance and telepathy? You'd need to observe multiple people simultaneously and send messages. Don't you have another ability? Well, the Saintess hesitated, then smiled faintly. That is a secret. I'll tell you later. Unfortunately, the later the Saintess mentioned did not mean within the timeline of the 36th cycle. I still needed many more cycles before I could uncover her last secret. This story has an epilogue. Starting from my 36th run, forming an alliance with the Saintess immediately upon regression became a standard tech tree, akin to an opening move in Go. Except for the early stages of a new regression, it had become practically unheard of for the constellations to send me their innumerable requests for a bad move as they used to. It was during such a day, when I felt slightly regretful about this fact, that a message window popped up before my eyes for the first time in a long while. The administrator of the cosmic metagame announces the occurrence of a new event. I blinked. The name of the constellation was entirely unfamiliar to me. A cosmic game? Does it mean the one who oversees the gameplay of all things? The Saintess must have been bored and played a prank. Thinking it was quite a rare event, I nonchalantly dismissed the message. After all, the message only appeared once and then disappeared. A few days later, when I met the Saintess, I brought it up. I wasn't particularly curious, just using it as an icebreaker during a strategy meeting. Oh, by the way, why did you suddenly impersonate a strange constellation a few days ago? Pardon? A week ago. You sent a message under the name the administrator of the cosmic metagame. I was a bit surprised to see you make a mistake. Did you perhaps send a message meant for another awakener to me by accident? The Saintess tilted her head. I never sent such a message. What? I've never created a constellation called the administrator of the cosmic metagame in the first place. A chilling current ran down my spine. Whether she knew my state or not, the Saintess's face remained indifferent. She certainly didn't appear to be lying. For some reason, I felt a drop in the surrounding temperature, though it might have been an illusion. Are you sure you didn't just misread it, Undertaker? Suddenly, it felt as if a deep sea had opened beneath my feet, and a gigantic shadow had just brushed past. It seemed there were still many unknown mysteries in this world that I had yet to uncover. Footnotes. 1. Samchin literally means 3,000 in Bekwa 100 flowers, though they work in Korean, they don't in English for guild names, so I'm leaving these as romanizations as it feels appropriate knowing they're both Korean guilds in context. Chapter 5. The Hero. There are many mysteries in this world that remain unknown to me, but some I have deliberately left unsolved. Today, I'd like to touch upon one such chapter. Although it might seem abrupt, I want to start with this question: do you like the fantasy genre? I do. And while some may disagree, I personally think that if a fantasy story features a saintess, then the hero profession should also appear. The two are like chocolate and mint, only when observed together at the same time, in the same place, do they make a complete dish. But what if the proportions of these two ingredients are off? What if the ratio of chocolate to mint collapses from 1 to 1 to 1 to 3, or even accelerates to 1 hour 81 minutes, or 1 to 7:29? Then it's no longer mint chocolate, but merely mint. And though I'm somewhat fond of mint chocolate, I detest mint. In that sense, the world I live in is a kind of failed dish. What I mean is, there are too many heroes in this world. Excuse me? Can you hear me? If you were walking down the street and saw people collapsed everywhere, and instead of stealing their wallets and maybe even their Adam's apples you feel an urge to help them, and if you still have enough goodness left in you to lightly tap them on the shoulder and tell them to wake up, especially if the place had been struck by a gate incident more than 13 years ago in the middle of a city on the Korean peninsula, then you might have about a 6% gotcha chance of encountering this kind of reaction. Where am I? Are you awake? Oh dear. Sir, you shouldn't be lying on the cold ground like this. This place. No way, is this Earth? Because I've seen it. Just moments ago, the passerby who had been lying unconscious, completely dead to the world, suddenly sat up and looked around. It was miraculous, the sort of thing you'd see at the end of a subway line, or rather, the plaza outside it. Yes, sir, do you happen to know what year it is? I answered, and then, it can't be. 20 years have passed, and yet it's only been a year in reality. His face lost all expression, and his eyes darted wildly, refusing to settle. In the man's hand was a smartphone. Now, if you were a normal person, you'd naturally get the sense that something was very wrong here and run away. Even if you've never encountered a madman in your life, a madman is like cow dung. You see one once, and you automatically go, that's cow dung. Unfortunately, having lived as a regressor for too long, my senses were slightly dulled. Instead of inputting "run away now" into my brain, I mistakenly typed "feel curious." Will you tell me what's going on? I was just in a place called the Sintra continent, where magic and aura are real. Those were some of the services newly implemented on the Earth server after the gate incident, but I didn't make a big deal of that. Are you saying you experienced dimensional travel? Yes, exactly. I was summoned there, received the title of hero, and set out on a campaign to defeat the Demon King with my truly precious comrades. The nostalgia and bitterness swirling around his stubble were too profound to dismiss as mere tall tales. Did you defeat the Demon King? Yes. Eventually. We had to sacrifice so much along the way, but somehow, we managed to subdue it. If the person had indeed fallen into another dimension, fought on the battlefields for 20 years, and even coordinated attacks with his party members against formidable enemies, then he was the very definition of a veteran. And I, the Undertaker, desperately needed such awakener veterans. But when they saw that I was about to die from a fatal injury, one of my team members, a priest and our mage, said, "You mustn't die here, hero." He sobbed. Before I took my last breath, they sent me back to my original world. Tears welled up in the man's eyes. I wanted to die with my comrades. How am I supposed to live on in a world without them? His affection for his comrades was palpable. I felt a faint glimmer of hope in my heart. Perhaps, by some fluke, I had stumbled upon a candidate for an epic warrior. I'm sorry to hear that. If it's not too much to ask, could you demonstrate some aura or magic while you're here? What? Oh, yes, of course. I'm a swordsman. Ugh. Suddenly, the man clutched his forehead, and the smartphone he'd been clutching tightly in his left hand tumbled to the ground. Ah, wait a minute. What's wrong? What happened? My mind. My memories. I can't remember. The 20 years I spent on the continent of Sintra, the journeys I shared with my comrades, my love, it's all fading. No. For the record, I never mix in hyperbole when telling a story. So when the man with the stubble suddenly grabbed his head with both hands and dramatically reenacted Munch's The Scream in 3D right in front of me, it was all part of an emotionally charged documentary. Sir? Hello? I waved my hand in front of him, but the man stood there, dazed for a long while. I picked up the smartphone that had fallen to the ground. The smartphone was still powered on, and it happened to be logged into a community website exclusively for Awakeners. We'll talk about this community later. What's important now is the content of the post displayed on the man's smartphone screen. Anonymous, system, clicking this post will transport you to another world. Hero. If you are reading this post, you must have safely returned home. We, our world, knew that you would have painful memories, yet you sacrificed yourself to protect us. Seeing you suffer after losing your comrades in the final battle with the Demon King, we decided to erase your memories and send you back to your original world. You may curse us for being selfish, but we didn't want to see you in pain. Goodbye. P.S. Sorry, hero. Our magic was imperfect, so you might feel as though you have lost some memories. I felt like a college student who had accidentally left the fridge door open earlier that day and only realized it when I went to microwave some frozen pizza late at night. At that moment, murmuring came from beside me. The man. Why am I crying? Despite his efforts to mask it with laughter, his lips twisted oddly as he cried. Why are these tears? I hate it. It's like I've lost something precious. Quietly, I handed him the smartphone and walked away silently, not looking back, with the skilled steps of an experienced regressor. And thus, I safely distanced myself from the madman, but unfortunately, the madmen did not wish to distance themselves from me. This place is. I'm not Kim Junyoung from Anyang. I am Namgung Munchin, the foremost disciple of the Namgung clan. Please take me back to that world again. Why am I crying? Shit. This was the first time I witnessed such a phenomenon, in the 118th run. Since then, whether it was regression, possession, or reincarnation, I often encountered returnees in various cycles, always showing the same reaction. This so-called returnee syndrome was a disastrous party short for reincarnation and regression. I, the Undertaker, have seen a lot over the years, but this was a uniquely flavorful scene. Goodness. After dozens of cycles, as in, once enough data had accumulated, I finally realized that this was not just a hidden camera prank by one or two madmen, but a serious societal phenomenon. It was a hero syndrome, a type of monster that interferes with the mind. A monster? Thus, in the 161st run, I immediately set about devising a strategy. After hearing about the hero syndrome, the Saintess, who had always been my consultant, asked, "Can a monster exist without a physical body, Mr. Undertaker?" "It's possible, yes." I nodded the affirmative. Those not bound by physical laws or material form are even more dangerous. That's why it's more appropriate to call them strange phenomena rather than monsters. Indeed. A hero syndrome. A monster, no, a strange phenomenon that exists in the form of a mental illness. A drop of disquiet bled into her emotionless voice. By the way, this person had strong shut-in tendencies and stayed inside all day. The sound of bubbling water from the living room aquariums had long since flowed into the ambience of the Saintess's house. It was a regular, forgettable part of the decor for me now. Alright, then how should we subdue this strange phenomenon? If it doesn't have a physical body, we can't kill it. Well, in such cases, we cannot use orthodox methods and instead must turn to the unorthodox. In short, we game the system. I wasn't even sure if it needed to be subdued, honestly. The Saintess tilted her head. We game what? I unlocked the smartphone. Do you see this post? Yes? Ah, it says clicking on this will, aha. All the patients with hero syndrome we've found so far had collapsed and had this post open. It seems the phenomenon spreads its infection through this viral post. An infection that's gone viral? My goodness. Jokes from the COVID era have become reality. The Saintess paused, lost in thought again, then suddenly raised her head. Does that mean I'm infected now? No, this post is just nonsense I posted anonymously on the community. It's merely an imitation of the real one, rest assured. Ah. Seeing the Saintess's relief, I smiled faintly. However, this nonsense post actually contains a shortcut to combat the mental type of strange phenomenon. From that day on, posts began popping up incessantly on the Awakener-only community board. Anonymous, system, clicking this post will transport you to another world. Views, 56. Anonymous, system, clicking this post will transport you to another world. Views, 17. Anonymous, system, clicking this post will transport you to another world. Views, 34. Anonymous, system, clicking this post will transport you to another world. Views, 11. The same nonsensical, incessant posts with the same title kept appearing on loop. Such was the power of macros. Members of the online community were, of course, baffled. Anonymous, what's this? Sanction, officer, what's going on? Anonymous, damn, what's with this concept? Initially, members clicked on the posts to see what the fuss was about, which is why some posts got over 50 views. But the steady stream of posts, each with content that never changed, quickly became something to avoid. Literary girl, seriously, this is so boring. Who keeps posting this crap? It's neither fun nor moving. Bekwa, 6th grader, who loudly crying face. Dollhouse, childish. Anonymous, what are the constellations doing? Why don't they delete these posts? Sanction, witch judge, maybe the constellations don't see it as worth deleting. It happens often. Anonymous, sigh. 0_sugar, why don't you just set up a keyword block for yourselves? I blocked it and now I see nothing, it's really nice, happy face. Anonymous, blocked. The views dropped to 10, then to 6, and eventually to 3. Finally, the views on the flood of posts fell to 0. Occasionally, one of the view counts would show a 1, but with the macros continuously posting, eventually, all community members set another world as a blocked word. Anonymous, system, clicking this post will transport you to another world. Views, 0. Anonymous, system, clicking this post will transport you to another world. Views, 0. A beautiful array of zeros. The Saintess, who was observing the community with me, remarked upon the achievement with reluctant admiration. Of course. You didn't even need to exterminate the strange phenomenon itself, simply eliminating exposure to it achieves the same effect as a subjugation net. Correct. A physical-type strange phenomenon can approach us at will, but one without a body loses its power simply because there are no people aware of it. Certainly an effective method. It's simple yet skilled handling, befitting of a regressor. Thank you. Originally, only Awakeners could post in this community. However, we had to consider the possibility that the strange phenomenon could weasel their way into the community and interfere there using some cunning tricks. But now, no matter how the phenomenon tries to post, it won't affect the members at all. Well, perhaps a member might unblock it for fun and coincidentally click on one of the hundreds of constant posts, and maybe, just maybe, that post might contain the real hero syndrome virus, breaking through the 1 to 100 odds. Even if a victim did emerge, though, it would be no different than a tragic plane crash. No matter how many times I regress, I can't control all probabilities. After all, even if infected, it wouldn't cause widespread harm. Thus, I, the Undertaker, had safely sealed another strange phenomenon. But Mr. Undertaker. What if it's not a mental illness, but real? What if those who have seen the post really did move to another dimension, face life-threatening situations, and were then returned to the real world thanks to their comrades? The probability of that is low. Low, I would say. Practically close to 0%, really. Why is that? It's just a simple deduction. All those people claim they only spent about 20 years journeying, caught the Demon King, saved the world, and all that. I know from experience that saving the world takes far more than 20 years. Besides, even if by the rarest of rare chances another dimension exists, it's not my concern. Shouldn't we focus all our efforts on managing our own world? The Saintess seemed convinced by my logic and nodded calmly. Certainly. You're right. I sipped my café au lait and turned my attention back to the board. Anonymous, system, clicking this post will transport you to another world. Views, 0. Even without running macros, the newly generated post displayed 0 views. And probably would forever. Footnotes. 1. Chapter 6. Admin 1. How long I survive during a particular run varies wildly. Sometimes, I enjoy a mayfly life, dying just a day after regressing, and at other times, I struggle for over 20 years only to freeze to death. There are times when I get stabbed by a walloping alien's tentacle in my 9th year, and there are also times when, in my 7th year, I get to experience what it's like to be a dinosaur by dying to a meteor falling to Earth. Even I, someone gifted with the privileges of regression, have such experiences. How much worse must it be for others? Most people who had awakened don't even last 10, 5, even 2 years, let alone 20. Some die because they have power, others because they lack it. In a world barreling towards destruction, cause of death was a matter of how one wanted to dress it up. The reality of the situation was that every day of life was essentially a cause of death. And yet, there was one person who died faster than any other awakeners. He went by the name of SG-Man. Well, SG-Man wasn't his real name, of course. It was simply a shorter way of saying such a fucking garbage man, a nickname I had privately given him. I learned his real name during my 50th cycle, the fastest to die in the world. That was the image I had of SG-Man. To introduce his story, I must first describe the scene I encounter immediately after regressing. What? What is this place? Busan Station? But I was just in the park a second ago. Sir, where are you? Every time I regress, I wake up in the main concourse of Busan Station. Apart from myself, 398 ordinary people had been forcibly summoned here. There were even some Japanese people dragged here from as far away as Fukuoka, far away. As hundreds of people began to panic at the sudden turn of events, something appeared in the air with a pop. Hello there, everyone. It was the so-called tutorial fairy, a character that looked like it had just leapt out of a 2D world and into reality, caricaturized form and all. Oh ho! The numbers seem a bit low. Anyway, you must have been quite surprised to be summoned here so out of the blue, right? But don't worry. I'm here to be your trusty guide, here from the very start of your journey. I felt sorry for the fairy, but I couldn't help but be worried. After all, she sounded like a dunce. A person's character was like a printer's ink. If the ink came out in a chaotic mess, one could reasonably assume that something was seriously wrong with the printer itself. More important than that, though, was that the fairy was floating in midair without any device to support her. As a result, screams of Kaya erupted across the length of the hall. It's okay. There. I'm going to explain these things to you. You all got that I'm the homeroom teacher of Busan Station's main concourse, right? I hope you'll all be good and follow my instructions. I will treat you all kindly too. So, from now on. You fucking asshole. Everyone froze. A majestic roar rang out. What the fuck is this bullshit? He must have been in his early 20s. The man with a tattoo sleeve on his forearm was pointing accusingly at the fairy while showing off his triceps. Yes, he was none other than SG-Man, such a fucking garbage man. Yes? You fucking asshole. If you're going to drag people here out of nowhere, you should start with an apology. Where do you get off, blabbering like that? SG Man had a very resonant voice. The citizens around him involuntarily took a step back because of his incredibly hearty rebuke. The fairy stammered, "No, HAA. It's not my doing, I'm just merely in charge of." "You fucking asshole." The fairy flinched. By now, it should be clear why I started calling him SG Man. He was the type of man who couldn't utter a word without first decorating it with fucking. It was the sort of seasoned diction you'd only hear from someone experienced in the field. "Anyway, you just said you're in charge." "Huh? Aren't you going to apologize?" "No. I've heard from my seniors that people like this one are rare these days. Humans have become cunning in their own way and never get provoked." The fairy looked crestfallen. Suddenly, a notebook appeared in her hand. "What did they say about how to respond in a situation like this?" the fairy muttered as she flipped through it. "Ah, here it is. You fucking asshole. Are you mocking me? Hoi." The fairy gave a casual wave of her wand, which had also appeared out of nowhere, and SG Man's head exploded with a bang. "Are we all good now? Come on. Everyone, please follow my lead." The fairy smiled broadly, as if expecting her prank to have worked perfectly. What the fairy hadn't considered was the average sensibility of the people gathered there, also known as morals or ethics. Heek! The owner of this amusing scream was Simarayan. I know the names of all the survivors at Busan Station. Unfortunately for her, she was right next to SG Man and thus became the main character covered in bright red blood. People have died. People have. Heek, he just died. She was the quickest to run out of all the people here, bolting as soon as she was drenched in a bucket's worth of blood and then herself spattering blood and intestines all around. The grotesque scene made people realize the reality of the situation. Kaiowea. It's murder. It's murder. Ruyuan. The nearly 400 people followed Simarayan in a mad dash to escape. The fairy tried to toss out there, that way, wait, but her gesture only incited more fear. In just a few seconds, only about 10 people, including me, remained in the main concourse hall. The fairy looked downcast. The guidelines were rubbish. It said that if I just removed one person as an example, everyone would calm down. The body of SG Man, whose head had been erased, lay alone on the floor of the hall. After that, it was my turn to enter the souvenir shop alone and farm my exclusive item, the silver bell. Now you all understand why I didn't know SG Man's real name. He was the stereotypical extra who rebels against the tutorial fairy and gets executed. That was the identity of SG Man. Honestly, I never felt any emotion towards SG Man. In every cycle, SG Man would collide with the fairy. As my regresses continued, though the roots of my life became more varied, the original event of SG Man dies to the fairy always occurred. What would happen if I saved that man? It's no wonder, then, that I suddenly felt curious. Yeah, let's save him. Who knows? Maybe once revived, he'll turn out to be the teleporter that old man Sko so desperately longed for. For the record, I was the type to indulge my curiosity and had been for a long time. I wasn't always like this, but regression had changed my personality. During the 50th run, I decided to satisfy said curiosity. Hello there, everyone. Oh ho? The numbers seem a bit low. Anyway, you must have been quite surprised to be summoned here so out of the blue, right? But the one who was really surprised was the fairy. The reason was simple. I had leapt from the ground and positioned myself right in front of the fairy in an instant. Ho! My shadow loomed over the fairy's stunned face. I wasn't particularly sorry. Before the fairy could even fully close her eyelids, my brutish palm had grasped her head. I circulated my inner energy through my hand, and with a playful, little bang, the fairy's tiny head burst. Since it was always the head of another human that exploded due to the fairy, perhaps this was an ironically fitting end for her. What just happened? People began to murmur as they looked at me while I landed back on the ground after what was literally a split second of conflict. At this early stage right into a regression, it was doubtful that anyone had managed to visually follow the fight between the fairy and me. Oh, and by the way, it wasn't just her head. I had shredded the rest of her body too. So the people here probably only perceived it as something appeared in the air then suddenly disappeared. SG Man, who had just been about to burst out in a roar, was now just spewing out gibberish with his mouth agape. I approached him and greeted him politely. Hello. Huh. Oh, yes. Hello? For the first time, I heard something other than hey, you fucking asshole from SG-Man. It was a momentous occasion in its own right. Indeed, SG-Man was a manly man. Who might this guy be? He addressed me as this guy. The determination to cling to his pride and guts while not losing his polite tone was palpable. However, when he saw me slice through a monster at Busan Station with one strike, this guy changed to hey you, and when the necks of the monsters I had cut exceeded 50, it changed to, when we finally cleared the gate, his address took on a more dramatic form. Hyung? 1. Yeah. SG-Man hesitantly examined my expression. Seeing how you handled those monsters, you seem like you are a remarkable person, so why did you bother to save someone like me? There are two answers. One is true but unbelievable, and the other is false but believable. Which one would you like to hear? Huh? Oh, the truth, of course. I am a regressor, currently repeating my 50th cycle. Each time, you have died in this hall. I was curious about what kind of person you might be, so this time I decided to save you and work with you for a while. SG-Man's face crumpled with a mix of admiration and fear. It must be how what the fuck is that, you nerd? Looks when expressed with facial muscles. I felt somewhat disheartened. The 35th cycle, when I met the Saintess, was a kind of turning point, and since then, I occasionally confided the fact that I was a regressor. Yet, apart from the Saintess, no one had ever believed my story. Why could that be? Actually, I am a member of Team 5 of the National Intelligence Service, prepared in advance for such situations. I ask for your cooperation. I see. I'm late in introducing myself. My codename is Undertaker. What is your name? Seogyu Hyung. Please, feel free to call me by my first name. Is that so? Seogyu. That was SG-Man's real name. I had realized how important comrades were in the journey to prevent the end of the world. Thus, I actively scouted and assembled prospects who would later grow into A-class awakeners. The 50th cycle was no exception. As I traveled with Seogyu, I recruited more and more members to our party. How to use their abilities most effectively was something I had already learned through numerous cycles, and as such, my party members grew stronger every day. It looks like I have no talent, Hyung. Seogyu was unable to enjoy the privileges of regression. It was inevitable, really. This was the first time Seogyu had survived the tutorial and formed a party with me, and I didn't even know what ability he might awaken to. I wasn't in a position to offer him one-on-one tutoring. Shit. Why is it only me that doesn't grow when the others do? From Seogyu's perspective, he must have felt like a tremendously untalented underachiever compared to his peers, who were all A-class prospects and monstrous geniuses. But I knew exactly how to handle such situations. Saintess. Yes? Please send a message to Seogyu, the Saintess of National Salvation. It was time for my legendary Pokemon to take the field. The Saintess occasionally sent messages to the party members at my request, sometimes chiding them, sometimes encouraging them. The monarch of the Crimson Horse assures you that your talent is real. The conqueror of the Alps dispels your doubts. Of course, I had gathered enough information about my party members to know them inside and out, family background, educational history, past traumas, and more. All this information was then passed to the Saintess. She provided psychological counseling based on their confidential profiles. Legally, it should be considered a breach of privacy and punishable, but after civilization had collapsed, the effectiveness of such laws had diminished. Even before the collapse, such laws were not exactly well enforced. The Saintess's ability of clairvoyance already made her an S-class awakener. With my information leak added, the party members believed without a doubt that the Saintess was an omnipresent being who watched their every move. And if the constellations themselves vouched for your talents, I will train hard to awaken my abilities. Seogyu had no choice but to ignite his determination. My and the Saintess's two-pronged strategy was perfect. To any accusations of brainwashing or gaslighting, I would exercise my right to remain silent. Eventually, one late night, Seogyu came to find me, with a very serious expression. Hyung, what's the matter? I think I might have awakened last night. Finally, I felt a swell of anticipation. The tutorial sacrifice. The man who, across 50 cycles, always exited the stage first. What could his ability be? Was he a jackpot or a dud? Either way, I was confident I wouldn't be greatly disappointed, as my curiosity would be satisfied. I shook hands with Seogyu. Congratulations. I knew you'd make it someday. Thank you. It's all thanks to you, Hyung. So what is the ability? Shit, how do I explain this? The hand I was holding fell limp, and his expression shuddered. Despite having achieved the awakening he so desperately desired, he didn't seem very happy. Is it a dud after all? Seeing his face, I also tamped down a layer of expectation in my heart. After all, high-tier abilities weren't that easy to come by. What is it? I prompted. Don't be shy, just spit it out. No, it's not that, it's just a bit awkward to explain with words. Hyung, do you carry a cell phone? Could you please look at it? A cell phone? Yes. I looked at him with a dubious expression but obediently pulled out my smartphone. The phone was dead. Half a year had passed since the gate incident, and most communication devices had broken down. Phones, the internet, radios, radars, they had been contaminated by aberrations of all kinds. Could you turn on your wireless and try accessing the address I give you? And then I witnessed something astonishing. The device had connected to the internet, which should have been inaccessible. I felt a rare moment of surprise as I manipulated my smartphone. The internet was still displayed as out of service, and other apps didn't work. But somehow, the site Seogyu directed me to worked perfectly. It was a website in the style of a forum, designed as crudely as the early days of PC communications. Seogyu, blushing as if showing a childhood drawing to someone, said, this is the ability I've awakened. Website management. Footnotes. 1. Hyung is the way Koreans address big brothers. Chapter 7. Admin. Website management. Yes, it was a power I had never heard of before. Given that Seogyu's mere survival was unprecedented, it was not surprising, but I had never even heard of a similar ability. What exactly is the ability? It's limited to a single domain name, allowing anyone to connect to it. My eyes widened. What? Anyone? From anywhere? Yes. In contrast to me, Seogyu's voice grew fainter. A downtrodden emotion smeared his tone. It was clear he had no idea of the value his awakened ability held. Yesterday, I tried making a website as a test, but the design can only be upgraded as my power improves. Right now, it's like those old websites the elderly used. It's embarrassing to even brag about to my colleagues. It's utterly useless in combat. What? Do you need your permission for someone to register on this site? Oh, yes. It only appears to be a website, but it's really something like a building made by my ability. My will is reflected in real time. If I were to create a registration system, probably no one could enter without my permission. Impressive. I inadvertently placed my hand on his shoulder. Seogyu lifted his head back up, and our eyes met. Seogyu. Remember when I first met you, I told you I was an agent from the National Intelligence Service? Yes, that was a lie. What? I lied to make it easier for you to understand. Of course, I gave you the opportunity to select the truth yourself. Let me say it again, I am actually a regressor. What? Seogyu, why do you think all our party members are geniuses and you're the only late bloomer? It's simple. Because I've regressed about 50 times and only recruited proven geniuses. But you're a first. An unscratched lottery ticket. Somehow, you never managed to survive in the waiting room at Busan Station in all those regressions. What? From now on, your ability will be called ubiquitous. Ubiquitous. A word derived from Latin, meaning to exist everywhere. It's commonly used to express that God exists everywhere, but the important thing now was the origin of the term. Latin has the magical power to make anything sound cool. Originally, the power is mostly about the name. Site operation. Community manager. Moving network. You're just ubiquitous. Ubiquitous. Sure enough, Seogyu's expression began to look intrigued. I grinned broadly. Seogyu. Let's work on something together. We immediately moved to Yongsan. The saintess greeted us in what seemed like an aquarium-themed underwater temple, leaving it ambiguous whether it was a place for people or fish. She listened to my story without a word and then spoke. That's incredible, right? Typical Saintess. She immediately recognized the value of Seogyu's ability. Meanwhile, Seogyu himself seemed bewildered by what he had been hearing and kept staring blankly at the Saintess until she finally averted her gaze. What's so great about my power? Seogyu. Just imagine if Awakeners signed up on your site. If they had to enter their personal details, all their information would be fed directly into it. We could know everything they post on the site too. But, Hyung, why would those clever people bother to sign up on my site? Especially with their personal details. I nodded. They definitely will. It had been less than a year since the Gate crisis began. So Seogyu, other Awakeners, and even ordinary people were still somewhat optimistic or indifferent. Life wasn't ruined just by participating. This world is going to become more chaotic. But after the second year, everything would deteriorate rapidly. Initially, Korea remained relatively calm thanks to the Saintess constellation games, but signs of warlordism were already evident in other countries. Seogyu, humans begin to lose their sanity the moment they're cut off from external communication. But your site is not just a platform, it's sustained by your awakened ability, ubiquitous. As long as you're alive, it's a public square accessible to anyone at any time. Large guilds will be the first to recognize the value of this site. It becomes a way to stay connected even after entering a gate. That's true, Seogyu grimaced as he nodded. To me, it was a bitter but inevitable response. In my view, the rank of an awakened being's power is determined by how well it overcomes temporal and spatial constraints. In that sense, Seogyu had awakened an S-class ability. It was ironic, holding a rare treasure sword and yet not realizing its value. Not just me, but the Saintess too looked on incredulously. Ubiquitous. I corrected myself. The Saintess wasn't looking at Seogyu but at me. What's the matter? No, nothing. I just thought the naming sounded quaintly old-fashioned. It's your taste in names, I see. Yes? Isn't it a wonderful name? Indeed. An odd response. Anyway, the main point now was Seogyu's power. I got to the heart of the matter. They say seeing is believing. Now, let's discuss with the Saintess here how to develop this site. Well, I hope for your kind cooperation. Yes. We hope for your cooperation. Seogyu awkwardly shook hands with the Saintess. Fortunately, the awkward atmosphere didn't last long. Not only had I revealed that I was a regressor, but the truth that the Saintess was actually the embodiment of the constellations also came to light. A scream echoed through the aquarium living room. Ack! So, the constellations were all fakes? Seogyu seemed shocked. Understandably, discovering that the pen pals who had secretly supported him during tough times were all virtual beings would certainly be disorienting. No, my God. What exactly are you and the Saintess planning? Are you seriously aiming for something big? Come now, don't speak as if it's someone else's concern. You're part of our party now. First, Saintess, please disguise this site as if it's under the authority of the constellations. Okay. Seogyu, you act like an administrator who has taken over the site management from the constellations. Yes, Hyung. The plan was meticulously executed. We even pushed through the work while sipping on precious coffee. The three of us huddled in front of computers, transforming the mystical underwater temple into what seemed like an actual PC cafe. PC cafe. Fish cafe. Indeed. The Saintess turned to look at me upon hearing my murmur. Her gaze was intense, prompting me to quickly change the subject. Saintess, what do you think we should name the site? Are you talking about the name? The change of subject was successful. How about Apocalypse Gallery? It's a fine name, but the word gallery might remind people too much of a specific type of site. We're planning to operate more like an old membership-based site or cafe, so it doesn't quite fit. What about you, Seogyu? How about Viva? The Doomed World. It's a cool name, but remember, the site is supposedly set up by a constellation. It sounds too cheerful. Might modern people fighting against calamities find it a bit infuriating? It's tricky. At that moment, a great idea popped into my head. Finally, after 15 days, we launched the site to the masses. Constellations Playground. the only safe internet community. Welcome to SGNet. The site was named SGNet. This name carried multiple meanings. First, SG was a nickname I used for Seogyu before I knew his real name. Coincidentally, Seogyu could also be abbreviated as SG. Lastly, as it was a site managed by the constellations, stars ground shortened to SG again. A naming sense aiming not just for a double but a triple entendre. Perhaps I had a hidden talent for naming as well as ubiquitous. How could one person be so multifaceted? Sometimes, I scared even myself. For some reason, the Saintess looked like she had much to say but chose to remain silent. I ignored her. Beside her, Seogyu wore a gloomy expression. Hyung, no one else has logged in yet. He just stared aimlessly at the monitor. In those 15 days, Seogyu had become quite familiar with his power, making the site slightly prettier. Still, it barely reached the level of an early high-tel PC communication design. If no one appreciated it, even a good design would be meaningless, but we had a marketing tool that was almost free. Saintess, please blastin'. The ad agency's known as Constellations. Got it. The Saintess clasped her hands together. At that moment, every Awakener active in Korea received the same messages. An unknown and nameless constellation manifests its power. An unknown and nameless constellation invites you. The site address was also sent as part of the message. Seogyu silently watched the monitor with a tense face. Soon, the number of users displayed on the site skyrocketed. 10, 90, T200, 500. Wow, how many Awakeners are there in Korea? Seogyu muttered. But his astonishment was nothing compared to the other Awakeners who logged into SGNet. Even through the monitor, it was palpable how baffled they were by the sudden appearance of this community. Anonymous, why does this connect so well? Is it a bizarre site? 2. Anonymous, came here at the summons of a constellation. 0. Anonymous, does anyone know who this unknown and nameless constellation is? 15. Anonymous, oh, so I wasn't the only one who got the message. 1. Since the site was known to be created by a constellation, the users' tones were generally mild. While the Awakeners were confused, they continued to post and comment, observing the situation. 2, 15, indicated the number of comments. However, they were still acting as anonymous non-members for the time being. Seogyu, now's the time. Ah, yes, Hyung. I'll post it. Seogyu, under the member nickname Administrator, posted an announcement. The gist of the announcement was simple. 1. This site can be accessed anytime, anywhere. 2. An unnamed constellation whimsically established SGNet. The poster is their representative. 3. The more active the members are, the more SGNet will develop. Members are akin to disciples, and community activity is simple to understand. The stronger your faith, the more powerful the descended constellation becomes on Earth. 4. Non-members can use SGNet for only 1 hour a day, whereas members can use it unlimitedly. Non-believers are non-members, and members are believers, so please understand this distinction. 5. The unknown and nameless constellation desires nothing from you beyond community activity. 6. Your personal information is strictly protected. Naturally, aside from point 1, it was all lies. As soon as the announcement went up, the non-members stirred. Suddenly, the announcement received dozens, hundreds of comments. Anonymous, is the representative of the constellation for real? Cooking Queen, Mr. Administrator, how can one become an apostle of the constellation? Anonymous, smart move. Old Man Goryo, why does everyone here talk like assholes? Anonymous, how can we believe this is real? This might be a trick by a specter too. Several Awakeners had already completed their registration. Cooking Queen and Old Man Goryo were among the first to register as members, and others followed suit upon seeing this. Is this really happening? Seogyu marveled, dumbfounded. All the while, his fingers were busy recording the personal information of the members into a text file. Occasionally, some non-members expressed skepticism about the authenticity of the announcement, but they were met with messages from the Saintess. The Chancellor of the Red Cape feels displeased but confirms the truth of these constellations' words. The Saintess of National Salvation advises several Awakeners that prolonged internet use is detrimental to real life. Thus, other constellations' renown was leveraged to endorse the legitimacy of SGNet. Even the most doubtful of Awakeners had to relent somewhat under such assertions. Initially dominated by non-members, the ratio soon started shifting towards members. As the information of countless awakeners poured in, Seogyu could not contain his excitement. "Wow, we're done here, Hyung. Good job." I patted Seogyu's shoulder. "But it's not over, it's just the beginning." Seogyu seemed not to grasp the meaning of my words. After all, how could he predict how I intended to use SGNet from here on? "I'm counting on you moving forward, Seogyu." "What?" "Oh, Hyung, I'm the one who should be saying that." Clueless but earnestly following along, my younger brother smiled brightly. Regrettably, even the 50th cycle couldn't escape destruction. However, the usefulness of SGNet was proven. That alone made this cycle significantly meaningful. Me, the Saintess, Seogyu. We three as the site's founders and managers experienced a wide range of incidents. The stories intertwined here are too numerous and varied to mention, but I'll likely bring them up whenever I have the chance. The immediate significance of the 50th cycle was this: from this point on, the actions I took at the start of each new cycle changed slightly. "Ah, hello there, everyone." "Oh ho? The numbers seem a bit low. Anyway, you must be quite startled to be summoned here all of a sudden, right? But don't worry. I'll be your friendly guide from the start." In the past, when I woke up in Busan Station's waiting room, all I thought about was how to quickly get to the old man's cafe. But not anymore. There was now one more person I had to save. From now on. "You fucking asshole. What the hell are you talking about?" A booming roar echoed. I smiled at the familiar voice. It was like my personal alarm sound, reminding me that life had started over once again. As I started to move, eager for this cycle, I fondly listened to the swearing that I had missed. "You fucking asshole." Footnotes. Chapter 8. Determinist 1. When you think of the trio of protagonists in web novels, namely, regressors, possessors, and reincarnators, who do you think is their greatest nemesis? A powerful monster? The protagonist will win anyway. Stress? Trauma? Obsessive-compulsive disorder? These are not wrong answers. However, it's hard to say these are unique to regressors. After all, stress is a common weakness of Homo sapiens, from your average 35-year-old unemployed person to the 60-year-old President of the United States. Baldness? How could you say something so harsh? The correct answer that is both somewhat surprising yet entirely unsurprising: the butterfly effect itself. Can a butterfly flapping its wings in Beijing cause a tornado on the other side of the Earth? The butterfly effect. A theory that states that small difference in initial conditions lead to increasingly drastic changes over time. I can confidently say that this very butterfly effect is indeed the villain among villains for regressors, an unavoidable archenemy on a single log bridge, and the sworn enemy of the universe. Oh, the sheer audacity. How many regressors have perished due to this butterfly effect in their creations? I am a reader well-versed in all kinds of web novels, and in the current world I've entered, no one can match my expertise. By working first to save a maid who was absurdly killed early on, I then, according to my interpret ion, prevent the first button of tragedy from being set off. Huh. Why does saving the maid lead to a demon king invading? Beneath the palace walls, I was kind to a starving child, and 10 years later, the prince proposes to me? I just wanted to live a peaceful life, but what should I do now? Why, after I've completed all the quests the original protagonist was supposed to solve and even recruited allies meant for the protagonist's party, taking all the items and opportunities meant for the protagonist, has the protagonist become so weak? Oh dear, do I have to step in? In the latter case, it's more a matter of conscience and intelligence than the butterfly effect. For the trio of regression, possession, and reincarnation, no situation is as terrifying as the butterfly effect, regardless of whether the backdrop is fantasy, modern fantasy, romance fantasy, or alternate history. So today, as a highly skilled regressor, I, the Undertaker, will tell the story of slaying the butterfly effect. The first time I sensed something was off was around the 30th run. It was just a slight sense of discomfort at first. Was this cafe ever open? After the tutorial ended, I went to the building that was once Beach Hospital, where the body of old man Sko had been turned into an interior decoration. I often reminisce about this place and spend time here. But why was a man running a business in a cafe that should have had a sign up declaring the shop closed? I couldn't hide my confusion at this first in Regressor's lifetime experience. Excuse me. Yes, sir. Welcome. The man smiled. He was the type to invest 80% of his fashion and styling efforts into his beard. Is it really okay for you to be operating like this? The world just went to hell. Ah. Right. I was planning to flee to Japan, but just the other day a huge typhoon blew through the South Sea, and all the evacuation ships sank. The man sighed. For me, who had just come down from Seoul to Busan, this was completely new. A typhoon blew through? Yes. I don't know if you've heard yourself, but thousands must have died. It's mayhem down at Busan port right now. I was considering paying a handsome sum to board a ship, but the ship owner told me he's setting sail in a week, and if I don't like it, I should leave. Well, what can I do? I have nothing else to do, so I might as well operate for this week. It's meaningless now, though, ha, the manager laughed. I couldn't. I don't remember a typhoon at this time. I had complete memory, which was the ability to retain all past memories. In fact, it was thanks to acquiring this skill during my 5th run that I could spin these tales for you all. I can recall every event and thought I had at the time. Therefore, I could assert this with 100% certainty. This is an anomaly. Again, it was at the point 6 months after the tutorial ended that I arrived at the cafe during the 30th run. This was what you would call the very early stages of the very beginning. My actions in the very early stages were always similar. I had barely changed a thing about them compared to the 29th or even 28th run. It couldn't be my actions. Yet despite this, in the world of that run, a typhoon had blown through the South Sea. What's going on? What's causing this? Everything has a cause. For someone like me, who strictly rejected esoteric concepts like the Copenhagen interpretation of quantum mechanics and adhered solely to causal determinism, this was an utterly baffling situation. Excuse me, sir. Yes? I'm really sorry to say this, but if you're not going to order anything... Oh. Sorry. I got lost in thought for a moment. Could I have a café au lait, please? Of course. That'll be $59,501 start. Asterisk about $43. The café au lait, hit hard by apocalypse-induced inflation, was terribly tasteless. But the event that drove me even crazier occurred in the next run, the 31st. We are temporarily closed due to personal reasons. When I went to the cafe again around the same time, the closed sign was just hanging there as usual. Good grief. What now? It was too early to panic, as apart from whether the cafe was operating or not, numerous variables occurred independently in various runs. Saintus, did you move? In previous runs, you always lived in your home in Yongsan. It's been a bit hard to gather food for the fish. There's someone in the nearby guild who also has a hobby aquarium. So I moved closer. The address where the Saintus lived had subtly changed by the 47th run. Ladies and gentlemen, I hereby declare the new capital of the Republic of Korea is now Busan Metropolitan City. Wow! Normal nation. Normal nation. During the 71st run, the mayor of Busan had taken control of the peninsula's political scene. I was stunned. That mayor, originally, was supposed to flee to Fukuoka, Japan, to form a second temporary government. He even took meticulous care of his second family during the escape. Other instances included a mid-boss level monster that should have crossed into North Korea suddenly falling in love with democracy and defecting again, or a meteor shower that should have fallen in Gyeongsangnam-do landing in Jeonnam-do instead, among a parade of other bizarre events. No, I was feeling rather perplexed. This makes predicting the future problematic, doesn't it? Although in the majority of runs, the causality proceeded normally without any anomalies, occasionally, and quite abruptly, chaos would erupt. Well, occasionally experiencing pineapple on pizza might not be a big deal. However, as a classical determinist, it was imperative that I uncover the cause of these anomalous phenomena. Mr. Undertaker. And so, on the 82nd run, a clue finally presented itself. A typhoon has been observed off the coast of Incheon. It's a massive tornado. What? A tornado in the Yellow Sea? But that area is too shallow for that to be feasible. But it's really happening. I am sharing the view of an awakener at Incheon port at this very moment. Please be careful, as we don't know where the tornado will head. Goodness, there are a lot of refugees in Incheon already. Don't worry. I've already sent a message in the name of the constellations to the other awakeners. Evacuation is underway. I quickly logged onto SGNet. Sure enough, the board was in an uproar. Anonymous, breaking news, tornado sighting in the West Sea LOL. Witch judge, I'd like to help, but it's too far away. Old man Goryeo, come on, let's take the old folks to the coffin. Dollhouse, dangerous. Anonymous, not joking, it looks serious from the photos. If it's that big on the horizon, it's at least 3 kilometers across. Not sure about the strength of it, but definitely don't go near it. Any bad luck, and you might get struck by lightning and die. In the midst of the chaos, someone uploaded photos and videos of a huge tornado. I had never seen anything like it before. Then, a lightning strike of insight struck me. Yes. It was the typhoon. What? The typhoon? No, I mean the tornado. Now that I think about it, didn't the cafe owner also mention it? Just the other day, a huge typhoon blew through the South Sea, and all the evacuation ships sank. I stated with conviction. Every run where a tornado wreaked havoc, the course of events turned out strangely warped. It's definitely the typhoon. It's the one causing these anomalies. I'm sorry, Mr. Undertaker. I'm not quite sure what you mean. I'll explain later. Saintus, could you possibly track the path of the typhoon off the coast of Incheon and trace its origin as closely as possible? It might be a bit difficult, but I'll give it a try. I'll check the areas that have been affected by the typhoon. Just a moment, whispered the Saintess, likely pulling up a map. Soon after, she had scanned the cities adjacent to the Yellow Sea and reported back. The range is too broad to be certain, Mr. Undertaker. Please bear in mind that this is merely a conjecture. That's fine. Where is it? China. Beijing. China. Beijing. Tornado. At that moment, I somehow felt I knew the identity of this tornado. Can a butterfly in Beijing flap its wings and cause a tornado on the other side of the earth? A phrase succinctly describing the butterfly effect. The original phrase did not mention Beijing but instead Brazil. Interestingly, the original itself was merely a slogan that was invented after the fact. When a meteorologist first presented the butterfly effect at a conference, it wasn't a butterfly but a seagull that was mentioned. Naturally, there was no mention of Brazil or typhoons either. This alone should clearly illustrate how much these anomalies, these grotesqueries, disregard human history. They possess a humanities-esque sensibility that doesn't concern itself with factual precision. Of course, someone like me who viewed the world from a strict scientific causal deterministic perspective might in turn ask this. Why did the butterfly effect originate in Beijing instead of Brazil? The butterfly effect theory initially posits that small initial changes lead to vastly different outcomes over time, so why does it immediately send wind blasts in all directions? I don't know. Really, I don't. Anomalies fundamentally have zero interest in our human curiosity and counterarguments. To the sensibility of anomalies, such questions are simply not sexy. Having lived as a regressor for a long time, let me share an insight of mine. These bastards are essentially no different from AI-generated images. To anomalies, our long human history and common pool of knowledge are nothing more than prompt inputs. Just as AI might consider any number of human legs, whether 2 or 3, to be normal for Homo sapiens, these anomalies make no racial distinction between Chinese and Brazilians. The concept of the butterfly effect, which belonged to past human scholarship, has been aggressively reinterpreted by the end of the century. An entity that indiscriminately creates storms without being fixed to the flow of causality. If I had to describe it, it would be akin to a tornado launcher. As a result, the butterfly effect took on an identity similar to North Korea's missiles. We could be certain that it would launch missiles whenever it got bored, but where the missiles would land was always a matter of whim. In the 30th cycle, it turned southwards towards Japan, sinking ships meant for evacuation. In the 82nd cycle, it likewise baptized the refugees with a deluge off the coast of Incheon. Was that all? From the 83rd to the 85th cycles, it drifted elsewhere, toward Mongolia, India, and Siberia. If Major League Scouts had seen it, they would have been head over heels, ready to chuck it a contract for its diverse change-ups. Ultimately, it's rare for tornadoes to strike the mainland Korean peninsula, which made it hard for me, a born and 100% bred Korean, to notice the thing in the first place. This is indeed a dangerous existence. Crunch. The Saintess crushed a potato chip. Surprisingly, the Saintess was eating chips not from a bag but from a lock-and-lock plastic lunchbox. Even her snacks were stored in a vault, confirming that she was not in her right mind. Furthermore, she picked up the chips with chopsticks, not fingers. Was she truly human at all? The shut-in, germophobic Saintess said, "It's called the butterfly effect, but in reality, it's an unpredictable variable, a random number." Doesn't that overshadow what should be its greatest advantage? You are correct. A bigger problem is that it's difficult to pinpoint the location of this anomaly. What? Think about it, Saintess. If the direction of the tornado varies with each cycle, it means its point of origin could also change. Anyway, we're certain it's Beijing, but is Beijing not vast in and of itself? Ah. The Saintess finally nodded in understanding. I can see why it's difficult. Yeah. Unless the anomaly is as large as Cthulhu, it's not surprising that it hasn't been caught in my information network. We have to find this anomaly within Beijing each cycle, which is as hard as finding a scale in the sea. You're right. That makes sense. It does. It's nearly impossible for me to handle alone unless there's someone who can share the vision of all the Awakeners. I'll accompany you. To Beijing. Oh my. There's no need for you to go to such lengths. Phew, but if the Saintess helps, it would indeed be like gaining an army. Shut-in Saintess's heart-pounding overseas mission, confirmed. Footnotes. Chapter 9. Determinist. I had visited China numerous times in past cycles. It was close by and featured an inspirational locale for the martial arts-obsessed old man Sko, who had once taken me to Mount Hua. The destination for this trip was Beijing, a city just outside my usual stomping grounds. But who was I, really? To an infinite regressor, few things were truly impossible. After a thorough, on-site investigation spanning the 82nd through the 85th cycles, I finally completed the Hitchhiker's Guide to Beijing. First, we acquire a boat in Incheon and head to Tianjin port. Mr. Undertaker, it's my first time on a boat, so I feel a bit, oh, that's dangerous, First things first, I turned on the sound of the refreshing waves of the sea off Incheon as ASMR, with some additional background noise for ambience, and we crossed the Yellow Sea just like that. Next, we shouldn't move above ground. There are too many anomalies. We could break through, but that would draw too much attention, so it's better to move underground. Wait a minute. Underground. Yes. The Awakeners in China have set up a base in the Beijing subway system. What are you doing? Why not come this way? Actually, I'm a bit claustrophobic, Mr. Undertaker. Oh, danger. The Awakeners who hadn't yet escaped the anomaly-ravaged Beijing had formed what's called the Beijing Liberation Assault Team. Among the stations they controlled, the one I took special note of was Tsitsu Station. The station master there, who also served as the 17th commander of the assault team, was a character with whom I got along well. They were considerably fond of a foreigner who could speak the Beijing dialect with such proficiency. By this point, I had already been upgraded from this bastard to you. And once an anomaly that had been troubling him was sliced into several pieces like serving a rolled omelette by the stroke of my sword, my title was promoted to Doc. Finally, when I presented a top-grade pu'er tea as a gift, the station master finally remembered that we were brothers of faith, who had once served the way of Gongming together in ancient times. Brother Undertaker. Bro. The identification card issued to me by the 17th commander was as good as a free pass. We immediately entered Beijing. Isn't that just a bribe? Oh my. A bribe? Who would call a gift exchanged among brothers a bribe? I had merely gifted a small tea leaf out of goodwill, and the other party had rightly accepted it with grace. Some complain that China's Guanxi culture is practically its own league, but this is simply because they have forgotten the fine traditions of East Asia. Having gobbled up plenty of regressor experience, I possessed not only expertise in tea ceremony but also numerous other virtues. First off, the traditional East Asian game of Go could not be ignored. The commander of the Liberation Team, who preferred Go to 3 meals a day, shook my hand after a game and exclaimed, "I now know that a master has come from the East." Next was calligraphy. The first commander, who believed a person's handwriting revealed their true character, performed a deep bow on the spot after seeing my calligraphy of "Friends come from afar. Behold this dignified yet immaculate script. You truly are the reincarnation of Yenjinqing." 1. Of course, I knew the ways of propriety. How could I act arrogantly after receiving such high praise? At each of these events, we would modestly sip pu'er tea and exchange pleasantries. Exactly 48 hours after arriving in Beijing, I could freely access the information network held by the Liberation Assault Team. The Saintess, who had observed this whole process by my side, muttered incredulously, "Mr. Undertaker, you seem to have a knack for befriending anyone within 10 minutes of meeting them." She looked at me with eyes that seemed to ask, "Is this the life of a social butterfly?" Ah, this isn't my first time. I created this shortest route after 4 cycles of exploration. Indeed. Then, this isn't really my first trip abroad, is it? I must have traveled with Mr. Undertaker in previous cycles. No? It's your first time. Really? You've crossed into North Korea by yourself before, but this is your first time traveling across the sea. Why else would I invest so much to find the shortest route? I wanted to make your first journey as comfortable as possible. Well, with the world in such a state, this is about as comfortable as it gets. So, Saintess, how do you find it? Any anomalies in sight? Just a moment, please. The Saintess took a deep breath. Only a moment, then she closed her eyes. Her role here was singular, a radar. Despite the assault team members hiding underground in Beijing, surveillance personnel were scattered everywhere above ground. The 17th commander was on brotherly terms with the 1st and 10th commanders, and the 10th commander was close with the 6th, 8th, and 9th commanders, and the 1st commander was well acquainted with the 2nd, 4th, and 5th commanders. Their favor and my goodwill combined to manifest this moment, emphasizing the importance of surface surveillance that the assault team members usually neglected. And the Saintess's ability was clairvoyance. Exactly 10 minutes from now, the Saintess would be able to observe all of Beijing without missing a spot. 1 minute. 2 minutes. 3 minutes. I found it. The Saintess opened her eyes. It hadn't even taken 10 minutes. The remaining 7 minutes of spare time were a testament to our duo's competence, marked by the measure of time. Where is it? The Temple of Heaven Park. We were in luck. It was close. Understood. Then, Saintess, please stay here underground and keep sending me messages while I quickly finish this off and return. Please take me with you. The Saintess grabbed my forearm firmly. I want to see Mr. Undertaker fight with my own eyes, not just through clairvoyance. It might be dangerous. You said it was the most comfortable, safest, and shortest route. I trust you. And... The Saintess exhaled faintly. That was her way of smiling. If my first trip abroad ends up being just seawater sightseeing and underground views, even the me of future cycles might feel a bit aggrieved, don't you think? It was a rationale I couldn't refute. As we ran up the stairs of the Temple of Heaven East Gate Station, a thunderstorm raged above ground. The noise battered our ears. The thunderstorm did not discriminate. Whirlwinds blew across all of Beijing. We're in for a rough welcome, Saintess. Hold on tight. Okay, perhaps because of the storm's din, the Saintess used telepathy to speak instead of her voice. I ran towards the Temple of Heaven, cradling the Saintess. Her arms, hanging around my neck like a swing, tightened. The world was shrouded under a cover of dark clouds. The once neatly maintained main avenue of the park was now infiltrated by the green of pine and Chinese parasol trees from the forests on either side. It looked as though rust had formed on an old iron sword. I sprinted down the blade's edge. DOYOLIKECROSSWORDS? WHATDOYOULIKETHEMOST? I had to, as many of the trees themselves were anomalies. Lightning struck. The forest cast shadows. Now on earth, they were the lords of all. These beings trampled on tree roots, hung from branches, coiled in nests, and looked down arrogantly at an old race that had dared to leap into their domain without fear. That angle of view didn't last long. It's going to get a bit shaky. Okay, a flash. I slashed through the cumbersome trees in one stroke. A dark aura, my inner self made manifest, swept down the avenue like a tidal wave. Anomalies parasitizing the trees were instantly uprooted. As expected of anomalies that had occupied one of humanity's major cities, they didn't lose their balance upon landing, but they didn't fare all that well either. One strike. I sliced the necks of anomalies whose eye levels had now matched mine. It took just 2 cuts for humanity's main avenue to become a path again. Amazing, the Saintess murmured softly. Really, it's different from watching with clairvoyance. You are incredible. You flatter me. Despite appearances, I've often been criticized for my lack of talent in martial arts. That can't be true. Mr. Undertaker, you must be joking. I smiled wryly. Truly. In reality, I had no talent for martial arts. My lack of talent was not limited to my relative martial prowess. I couldn't tell the difference between pu'er and green tea without looking at their colors, nor did I know the opening strategies of Go, or even the proper technique for grinding ink and holding a brush, and I was still lacking in many ways. I had neither the skill to borrow the vision of others nor would I ever have it. That was always why I needed companions. My companion whispered to me, "Ah, turn left there. To the right, yes, more to the right. Yes, just go straight ahead, and you'll make it." Guided by the Saintess through forest paths and slicing through anomalies, we arrived at a tower in the north of the Temple of Heaven, the Memorial Hall, towering above. Lightning poured down, illuminating the ramshackle building. Yet the pillars still stood, however precarious their stance, reaching towards the sky like hands in prayer. At the very center, a dragon was surging higher and ascending. That's the place, Mr. Undertaker. All the other tornadoes covering the city originate from that tornado. Yes, it seems so. The Temple of Heaven. Since ancient times, humanity has proven its power by being the ones to offer sacrifices and prayers to the heavens. Thus, the tornado spiraling skyward from that very spot was akin to the anomalies proclaiming their victory. I enhanced my vision with my aura and looked toward the presence detected at the center of the storm, and I couldn't help but smile faintly. Of course. Why are you smiling? No reason. Just thinking about how fittingly bizarre these anomalies are. In the heart of the tornado was a small sapphire-colored butterfly flapping its wings. Blue wings. A morpho butterfly. This was indeed the identity of the dragon's ascension. An anomaly that proclaimed itself as the current son of heaven. Perhaps on stormy days like this, some of the tornadoes spawned by this butterfly might have traveled beyond Beijing to the opposite side of the earth. Literally the butterfly effect. I gripped my cane sword. Normally used as a walking stick, it could convert into a sword by twisting the handle, my weapon of choice. How I came to use such a peculiar weapon is a story for another time. For now, I'll just briefly mention the target my sword was slicing through. Noticing my presence, the butterfly tilted its head, fluttering its wings. CANASINGLEBLOWFROMTHEREGRESSIONDEMONCUTIT. The wind howled. I swung my sword. Amidst the booming thunder, a dark blade streaked silently across the world. The blade tore through a butterfly that claimed to be the new lord of the earth. THENFAIRNESSOFBINGCUTDOWNBYAREGRESSORPRHAPS. But tasting the bitterness of a celestial revolution was also the natural course of history for one claiming to be an emperor. I only wished to hasten their liberation from Earth. Amidst the storm and thunder, the dragon's ascension cried out, and then, as if always a lie, the noise of the world quieted. Ah! As the clouds parted, a final shower poured down. The raindrops cast transparent shadows like sunlight. It's beautiful. My aura unfurled, detecting the presence of still countless numbers of anomalies. Surely after realizing their leader had been defeated, they would swarm this place. But they wouldn't be faster than sunlight. During our brief respite, the Saintess stepped down from my arms to look around. I'm glad we came on this trip. The sound of water trickled beneath the Saintess's shoes, akin to a small fish escaping from an aquarium to a stream. The Saintess turned and moved her lips. Then, in a whisper audible only to me, "The Saintess of National Salvation praises your achievements." I stood there, dumbfounded for a moment, before bursting into laughter. Surprisingly, this was the first joke I had heard from the Saintess during our 86 cycles together. There's an epilogue to this. As a determinist, the butterfly effect was an anomaly I could never accept. Yet I, too, am human. Occasionally, I grow weary of the repetitive cycle of life. At such times, even the butterfly effect, twisting the flow of causality to create random variables, didn't seem too bad. After all, anomalies are also what you make of them. In each cycle, I typically quelled the anomalies of Beijing within 6 months before the butterfly effect fully stretched its wings, but sometimes I deliberately let them be. It was during the 173rd cycle that my complacent attitude finally led to an irreversible butterfly effect. Mr. Undertaker. Yes. Perhaps I have been acting with a preconceived notion of the constellations until now. Maybe we need to refurbish the image of the constellations in a more familiar and friendly way. Ah, yes. As you wish. I had a great idea last night. It must be a wonderful idea. Although it was the first time I heard such a proposal, I fundamentally trusted the saintess and approved without much thought. The next day. Hello, hello. Greetings to all the awakeners of the Korean peninsula. Nice to meet you, meow. From now on, I will be the constellation watching over you, the saintess of national salvation, meow, meow. I look forward to our future, meow. Oh my god. I accidentally dropped my coffee cup. Indeed, anomalies and humanity simply cannot coexist under the same sky. Footnotes. 1. Yin Jinqing was a Chinese calligrapher, military general, and politician. He was a leading Chinese calligrapher and a loyal governor of the Tang dynasty. Chapter 10. Troublemaker 1. Today, Old Man Sko's coffee was delicious as ever. In that vein, like the chapter before last, I think I'll unravel another tale from the 50th cycle. The 50th cycle marked the first creation of SGNet by our SG man, Seo Gyu. SGNet represented a turning point in the Awakener community. Until then, the Awakeners had formed their own guilds and operated independently. Although they occasionally united for major gate conquests, the guilds were essentially exclusive to each other. But SGNet offered them a new horizon. Satisfaction, Cooking Queen, seeking peace of mind? Join the Satisfaction Guild. Our main base is in Taejeon. Samcheon, Witch Judge, Busan City. Prefer Awakener under 40 with levitation skills. Magic users also preferred. Contact via Whisper. Whispers not checked between 11 p.m. and 9 a.m. Baekwa, 6th grader, looking for new friends to join the Baekwa Camaraderie Club, angry face. SGNet was exclusively for the Awakeners. Guilds, desperate to recruit as many high-quality Awakeners as possible, were naturally turned upside down. They actively promoted their guilds, and soon, guild members began to denote their affiliations in brackets before their nicknames, a practice that was solidified on SGNet. We appreciated the ease of accessing information about other Awakeners, and they were pleased to have a means of freely promoting their guilds. However, SGNet's influence wasn't entirely positive. Old Man Goryo, idiots flocked together. Old Man Goryo, also known as the villain, was among the first to join SGNet as a full-fledged member. He also hadn't joined any guilds. In reality, he might very well have been affiliated with a guild, but his display name at least didn't include any mention of a guild. Over time, more lone wolves who insisted on solo playing emerged alongside this villain. They typically kept to themselves and stayed out of the spotlight and, on SGNet, mostly participated as non-members. Old Man Goryo, heard a gate open in Cheongju yesterday. If people die, getting food's going to be easy, sweet. The standout feature of Old Man Goryo's history was his blatant refusal to conceal himself. He not only donned his nickname without shame but also blatantly spewed profanities. By virtue of being a site created by a transcendent constellation, SGNet had very few trolls on its site. Even if someone wanted to curse, they'd do it as a non-member, anonymously. With an ecosystem like that, Old Man Goryo, who behaved as if he didn't give a damn about constellations or anything, inevitably drew people's ire. Old Man Goryo, Baekwa? A camaraderie club? The world is in chaos, and you talk about camaraderie. Fuck camaraderie. Those hairless kids should just hurry up and flee abroad. This country is doomed. Baekwa, 6th grader, who, that's too harsh, _. Satisfaction, cooking queen, words are a reflection of thoughts, and thoughts are like mist on a cloudy day, concealing oneself. Why not try using clearer and brighter language? Old Man Goryo actively picked fights not just with individuals but with entire guilds. He didn't discriminate between the weak and the strong, most particularly targeting the Baekwa Guild, which would later become one of South Korea's most infamous mega-guilds. But that was something only I as a regressor knew for now. Understandably, the other members were less than pleased. Anonymous, crazy bastard. Dash, Yuldoguk, Sword Marquis, can't we just block that kid? Anonymous, just ignore him, he's not worth the engagement. Dash, Samchin, Witch Judge, honestly, he's disgusting. 0_sugar, dear member, you're going to get yourself hurt. Yet the more attention Old Man Goryo received, the more he seemed to enjoy it. Old Man Goryo, fuck off LMFAO. As the world began to collapse, the big communities withered away. The internet reverted to a state reminiscent of decades past, fragmented into small, insular communities. The water had risen, and the troll fishermen were unhappy. For them, SGNet must have seemed like a paradise built anew. Old Man Goryo, honestly, if they have even a crumb of conscience, all the old people should just kill themselves. Yeah, the government has already run out of the food reserves, and they're pushing the kids to the front lines with guns. In times like these, what use are useless old folks who only leech off the young, sucking their marrow dry? If you think you're a burden to your children, please just die already. Old Man Goryo seemed to harbor a particularly intense hatred for the elderly. He made it a point to post daily about how all the elderly should end their lives. These were his so-called steady stream of posts. A few awakeners agreed with him. Anonymous, Anonymous, this guy's an idiot, but he's right about the old being disgusting. Most members, however, detested Old Man Goryo's posts. Suneslov, you seem young, but your words are too harsh. Old Man Goryo, are you old? Look at your disgusting nickname. Why don't you just die? It must be nice leeching off your son's spine. Dash, Yuldoguk, Sword Marquis, these youngsters are insane. Dash, Satisfaction, Cooking Queen, brother, if you ever have a secret you can't tell anyone, feel free to consult me anytime. People are killed by their fellow man, but people also live by them. Old Man Goryo, please just fuck off. Anonymous, this bastard is being rude even to Cooking Queen. Sigh. Anonymous, these guys act like they have no parents. Dash, Baekwa, 6th grader, Hugh, guys, don't fight, _0_sugar, dear member, you're going to get yourself hurt. Old Man Goryo, fuck off LMFAO. As one anonymous non-member pointed out, the only solution to dealing with attention seekers like him was to pointedly ignore them. However, it seemed that for many awakeners, this was their first experience with internet communities. Wow, this guy is really disgusting. Among them was Seogyu, the site administrator. Hyung, can I just block this guy? No. My immediate response made Seogyu furrow his brow. Why not? Because you can't appear human. Excuse me? I took a moment to formulate my thoughts. As the cycles of regression prolonged my life, my words became increasingly succinct, so I made a conscious effort to try to speak at greater lengths. The administrators of this site are the agents of the constellations, the apostles of the only just revealed constellation in Korea. If you, as one of them, succumb to human displays of anger, sadness, or outrage, you might gain immediate sympathy, but ultimately, it would undermine your authority. Ah. Seogyu, you must appear to be from another dimension. The only time you should step forward is if an unknown nameless constellation is insulted. Old Man Goryo has never insulted the constellation, so leave him be. Seogyu looked puzzled, probably not fully understanding. Nevertheless, that was irrelevant. The fact that he hadn't blasted Old Man Goryo with a retaliatory notice post was evidence enough that he was fulfilling his role. So what do we do? Just leave it as it is? No. It just means you shouldn't intervene, I murmured as I poured the coffee. Things in the world remain unknown until you look into them. Then one day. I joined today, fuck, my father just died. Several years after SGNet was established, a lengthy post appeared on the board. The content was as follows. I usually post anonymously but joined to post this. I went out to hunt monsters and bought glutinous rice blood sausages on my way back to where I'm staying, only to find my father gone and a letter left behind. The letter asked me not to look for him, but how could I not? So, I spent the last 4 days frantically searching our neighborhood. Finally, I found him by a stream in the outskirts of the next town over. How a man with a bad back and legs managed to get there, I have no idea. Image attached. Since everyone here has likely seen the end of a person's life, I didn't blur the images. In the old days, there were a few crematories, but nowadays, they are gone. Now when people die, they just toss the bodies in the fields for the monsters to devour. Fucking great, huh? Ha. I begged someone I know who uses fire magic to help me because she always complained that she cremated more bodies than she burned monsters. She said people treated her like a human crematory, and I never thought I'd be asking her for this kind of favor. My father was also an awakener, F rank. His ability wasn't useful for anything, but at least he could spend his time chatting on SGNet. His nickname was Son S Love, not sure if anyone knows him. Coming back from meeting my acquaintance yesterday, I read every post and comment my father wrote, and fuck, old man Gorio's posts really got to me. He practically made a ritual out of hoping for my father's suicide. Image attached. I know you didn't kill my father, but just the fact that someone like you exists disgusts me. I will give everything I own to anyone who can kill old man Gorio or tell me where he is. No joke. Send me a whisper. I see you're confident enough to run your mouth on SGNet as a registered member. Let's see if you can keep talking when your face meets an axe. The post by I joined today caused a stir on SGNet. Anonymous, oh dear. Dash, Yildoguk, Sword Marquis, may the deceased rest in peace. Dash, Samchin, Witch Judge, I pray for the departed soul. Anonymous, this can't be true. Dash, Satisfaction, Cooking Queen, I can't imagine your grief. I don't know what to say to comfort you in your loss, but I'm sure your father has moved on to a happier place. Dash, Bakwa, 6th grader, _. Anonymous, is this for real? Dollhouse, condolences. The post quickly became popular. It surpassed 300 upvotes and garnered hundreds of comments. 99% of the comments mourned the poster's father. This meant there was 1% that did not. Old man Gorio, idiot. I'm an expat in Canada, how are you going to kill me? Come if you dare. Just another old fart to cut down, hahaha. Anonymous, seriously, disgusting to the end. This shameless response incited widespread outrage among the members. Hyung, do you think he's really an expat in Canada? I highly doubt it. I shook my head. Of course he's lying. He joined SGNet as soon as it was launched, right after receiving the Constellations message, and the Constellations don't send messages to Canada. Ah. It's not impossible that he moved to Canada afterward. But judging by his login times, it doesn't seem likely. My guess was spot on. He's still living in Korea, the Saintess confirmed, her eyes closed. It was easy to tell which ability she was using. If her hands were together, it was telepathy, and if her eyes were closed, it was clairvoyance. Even S-rank abilities came with certain restrictions to their use. I will guide you directly via telepathy. Thank you. Also, could you locate where I joined today is living? Just a moment. Yes, I've pinpointed it. The usefulness of the Saintess and Seogyu spoke for itself once again. Without them, even gathering such minor information would have required considerable effort. The Saintess murmured, but this old man Gorio. What about him? His identity is multifaceted. He's a bit of an unusual person. She sipped her coffee expressionlessly. I shrugged and then logged onto SGNet with my official member ID to post a final piece of advice to old man Gorio. 0_sugar, dear member, you're really going to get yourself hurt. Ding. The response was immediate, as if he had been waiting. Old man Gorio, fuck off LMFAO. I nodded. That figures. The young these days really lack netiquette. Managing such troublemakers swiftly was the right thing to do, especially to protect the ambitious SGNet project. I was potentially the oldest human alive if all the regressions were added up, so it wasn't because such remarks grated on me. Absolutely not. Footnotes. Chapter 11. troublemaker. Thanks to the Saintus, I was able to pinpoint the location of Old Man Goryo. I would like to write that I immediately moved to defeat Old Man Goryo, but in reality, it took a bit more time. A regressor's schedule is as tight as that of an A-list actor who just started being hailed as a national treasure. No matter how dastardly Old Man Goryo was, I had much more urgent matters at hand. I had to upload the Aura demonstration video, Advanced, under an alt account on SGNet, reorganize the Korean Awakeners Federation, tour famous eateries in Busan, and prepare for the meteor shower, among other things. It's no joke. My calendar was jam-packed until the 7th year, if we counted from the Regressor starting point. It was nearly 15 days later when I eventually managed to find some time to meet with Eidetic today, and even that was a tight squeeze into my schedule. I had the Saintus, or more precisely, the constellation she was enacting, the Saintus of National Salvation, arrange the meeting place and time. When I arrived at our designated location, there stood a muscular young man with broad shoulders. "Mr. Eidetic today?" "Oh, are you Mr. Zero_Sugar?" "Yes. Nice to meet you. Please feel free to call me Undertaker." "Pleased to meet you. I am Lee Juho." We shook hands. A strong grip. I could feel the all-muscle, no-fat physique of someone who forged their path through this harsh world. As an aside, I personally believe that one can tell more about a person from their hands than their face. "Are you perhaps a teacher by any chance?" I asked, sneaking a glance over his shoulder. Lee Juho laughed awkwardly. Our meeting place was an elementary school playground. Though the more accurate description would be a split-in-half elementary school. Peekaboo. Tiny children were stealthily keeping tabs on us. If a used car dealer had seen the junk those kids were playing spy in, they would have already issued a junkyard disposal for the whole pile. When our eyes met, they scurried off to hide like squirrels. How adorable. Lee Juho scratched his head. "Yes, well, these elementary students are currently under my care." "How commendable, especially in these times." "May I call you a teacher?" "Oh, no need for formalities. Please, just call me however you see fit." I wasn't originally a teacher. Lee Juho gave a wry smile. I was just a math tutor getting paid at a tutoring academy. Somehow, there wasn't anyone left to take up the podium. In the mornings, I finish guild tasks, and in the afternoon I juggle teaching. Another member takes care of being the nurse and art teacher, as well as managing the library. Oh. Let me just say that by this point, my fondness for Lee Juho had already surpassed LV5. What was this young man? An angel? By the way, Mr. Zero_Sugar, sir, it must have been hard traveling in this hot weather. Would you like something to drink? Lee Juho complimented his statement by offering a Zero Coke beverage. Since the gate incident, that sort of commercial product had been elevated to a precious treat. Yet he had deliberately prepared a zero-calorie drink for me, probably because my ID was Zero_Sugar. Oh. Fondness LV6 surpassed. What a thought. But I would never refuse. I'll gladly drink it. I'm glad. I thought you'd like it. Indeed. It's even more of a treat since it's been a while. And I apologize for being late to say this, but I offer my condolences. Thank you. We then sat side by side on a bench in the half-destroyed elementary school playground. Once again, the young man's name was Lee Juho. He was active around Pochinchorwan. We happened to be meeting in Pochin as well. The guild to which Lee Juho belonged could not compare to AAA-class guilds like Samchin or Baekwa, but it was solid in its own right. However, as I recall, it was one of those mid-size guilds that later mysteriously disappeared. In this day and age, his guild wasn't the only one. "So, Mr. Undertaker." After some initial chit-chat, Lee Juho looked at me. "You mentioned that you had information about Old Man Goryo." "Yes, that's correct." Lee Juho's black eyes darkened, a burning anger for the father he loved. He licked his lips, then asked, "Will you help me kill that bastard?" I set down the aluminum can. "Whether to kill him is your decision, Mr. Lee Juho. My role is to guide you to your destination." "By destination, you mean?" Of course, the place where old man Goryo lives. Lee Juho's eyes widened. You know where that bastard lives? Yes. How on earth, perhaps. The words Lee Juho swallowed must have been asking if I was an acquaintance of old man Goryo. Do not worry, I assured, shaking my head. I have never even met the man, let alone made his acquaintance. Though it would later turn out that I had inadvertently lied. Forgive me. I didn't mean to doubt you, 0_sugar, sir. But how did you manage to locate him? That was, of course, thanks to the Saintess and her clairvoyant ability. If you keep listening to my story, you'll gradually realize that the Saintess is truly a cheat-level awakener. I cannot tell you, but let me hint that it was thanks to my awakening ability and the constellation I personally serve. Will you follow me? As I stood from the bench, Lee Juho also got to his feet, albeit hesitantly. He reflexively looked towards the direction of the abandoned school, where the children were hiding. I didn't know it would come to this. I didn't settle things before coming. I have guild tasks and school tasks to handle. I'm really sorry, but could you possibly wait just a little longer? No, there's no need for that. No? I smiled brightly. It's not far at all from here. I had specifically adjusted my busy regressor schedule to give myself some leeway in intervening in this case. If it's close, how close is it? Pochin. Mr. Lee Juho, you and old man Goryo are actually from the same neighborhood. Lee Juho went silent as his jaw dropped. Why hide it? This case was a simple quest that could be solved with just one proper attempt. Turn right into the alley. Then it's left into the next alley. Keep going straight. The performance of the Saintess, a limited edition navigation product that I alone could use in the whole world, allowed me to find my way even with my eyes closed. Meanwhile, Lee Juho, who was following me, never stopped expressing his open confusion. Are you all right? I asked. Yes. It's just. This information was so unexpected. He was understandably shocked. Connecting to SGNet meant old man Goryo was also an awakener. And though Pochin was not a major city, all the awakeners there would know each other. Oh. Team leader Juho. Sure enough, as we walked down the street, village patrol members who recognized Lee Juho approached us. Nowadays, a patrol team was a must-have in every village. In keeping with the latest trends, the patrol members looked at me, a stranger, with particular suspicion. Excuse me, but what brings you to this neighborhood? Lee Juho stepped forward. Oh, about that. Just taking a walk with an old hometown friend. Your hometown friend? Wow. Friendships like that are rare these days. The patrol member opened the road barrier. Well, if he's an associate of team leader Juho, it should be fine. Please go ahead. After we passed through the security checkpoint, the streets became noticeably tidier. This must be the affluent area of Pochin, akin to Gangnam Cheongdam-dong. Although, the original Cheongdam-dong had been turned into ruins. Excuse me, Mr. 0_sugar, sir. Is this really the place? Lee Juho's voice, which had already been hesitant before we entered this neighborhood, began to tremble even more. Why? Are you feeling uneasy? To be honest. Yes. This area is primarily where our guild's awakeners live. There isn't a single member from another guild here. Is that so? Then you should brace yourself. Frankly, whether Lee Juho was prepared or not didn't matter much to me. After all, I had come all this way just to see how impressively the facial muscles of old man Goryo could be rearranged. Unlike Lee Juho, I didn't particularly intend to kill old man Goryo. A good beating and a warning to never troll on the internet again would suffice. This is the place. We soon arrived in front of a house. Red bricks. A small front yard. It wasn't particularly luxurious, but living in a detached house rather than a communal residence in these times was a sign of privileged status. Lee Juho's eyes flickered over the building restlessly. It seemed it was indeed the house of an acquaintance. Good heavens. This is the location given by my constellation. You know of her, the Saintess of National Salvation, right? Among the constellations, she is the most trustworthy. Let's go take a look at his face now. 0_sugar, sir, just a moment. Lee Juho tried to grab my shoulder, but by then, I had already stormed into the mansion. Fitting for an Awakener's hideout, the mansion was equipped with various security devices. However, I infiltrated them as easily as a summer mosquito. Why? Because I, the Regressor, was the very person who initially proposed and implemented these security designs. Passwords? Traps? Puppeteer's special spider webs? They all crumbled before me, the copyright holder, in less than a second. No, what? The sound of Lee Juho's astonishment echoed behind me, but I ignored it. These kinds of infiltration operations needed to be quick and decisive, and once initiated, it was best to see them through without looking back. If this were a game, my profile would probably read, first profession, regressor, second profession, assassin, thief. I reached the heart of Old Man Goryo's hideout in an instant. Heh. Here's Blue, hee hee. Old Man Goryo was busy painting on a canvas, so completely absorbed in his art that he hadn't noticed my intrusion at all. Only once I stepped up right behind him did his ears finally twitch to attention. Huh. Who? A critical hit to the nape. With an optional aura boost. Eek. Thump. A woman in a white doctor's coat went limp. Steering her clear of the paint cans so that she crumbled to the floor was my final act of consideration. Old Man Goryo was, in fact, a woman. Target secured. Mission accomplished. That was easy. The real problem started then. Knocking Old Man Goryo out was fine, but taking in her face came with a surprise. What in the world? Surely not. Old Man Goryo, who was now lying on the floor with dancing eyes, was one of the 399 survivors who had been summoned to the Busan Station concourse. What a coincidence. Given that 399 isn't an especially small number, such a coincidence was certainly statistically possible. However, the real surprise lay in the fact that Old Man Goryo was not just familiar to me, but to all of you readers from our fiery SG man, Seo Gyu, who was prettily decapitated by the tutorial fairy, remember? Eek! There was someone who was drenched in Seo Gyu's blood back then. People have died. People have. He just died. Someone who, while running away, scattered Seo Gyu's innards and blood across the Busan Station main concourse, causing a scene reminiscent of Moses parting the Red Sea, though with a bit more crimson. That person was Simarayan. Why is she here? Isn't the world unexpectedly small? Footnotes. Chapter 12. Troublemaker. Saintess, is she really the right person? Yes, Mr. Undertaker. It's her. The Saintess's response came immediately, like she was watching my movements in real time through her clairvoyance. This person uses the nickname Old Man Goryo on SGNet. Huh. I stroked my chin. Well, these things happen. My surprise wasn't long-lived. It was mainly because the person in question wasn't all that important to me. After all, Simarayan and I were not entirely unconnected, but our relationship wasn't so deep that I'd call it significant. To briefly describe how the Busan Station main concourse reflects in my eyes, it would be something like this. Extra A. Seo Gyu important. Tutorial fairy. Vending machine. Extra B. Extra C. Go Yuri danger. Souvenir shop, silver bells to be farmed. Extra D. Extra E. Ueharashino. Extra F. Extra G. That's about it. And in that list, Simarayan fulfilled her role of Extra B perfectly. She was the type of character who, unless specifically pointed out with an arrow, would never catch any reader's eye. To indulge in a bit of hyperbole, whenever Seo Gyu died, she would then let out her scream of heek, and that was the essence of Simarayan's existence. Her awakening ability was healing, right? Of course, as a regressor, I had kept track of the abilities of all the extras. I remember her not being particularly skilled as a healer. In gaming terms, a 2-star healer. It might be a harsh analogy, but she was like a healer who's tossed in for free just because you logged into the game, initially useful, but eventually dropped from the party as the stages get harder. You're expelled from the party. You're just not good enough to keep up with us, she was told as she was recommended for dismissal. And my story's genre wasn't tagged with #regret, #obsession, #misery. What does that mean? Just kick her out and be done with it. In the first, second, and third runs, I relied on Sim Orion, but that was when I was still a novice. After that, well, not particularly. There were certain events, like the joint funeral in the 10th run, or building the impregnable fortress in the 24th run. But other than those, I didn't have many significant memories with her. As a third-rate awakener, she's lucky she survived in Busan and somehow made it all the way to Pocheon. Thinking about it, she had traveled almost from the southern end of Korea to the northern tip. Somehow, that made me feel a bit sad. My trivial annoyance over Old Man Goryo's personality was gradually overshadowed by a budding curiosity about Sim Orion's life. I should hear her out. In the end, it was good that I indulged my curiosity. As soon as I knocked Sim Orion unconscious and dragged her to the living room, Lee Joo-ho followed me inside and touched a hand to his brow. "Oh my," he exclaimed. "To think that a fellow guild member, that the healing angel herself, would write such trash and stir up trouble. I take it you two knew each other, right?" Just then, I thought I heard a strange sound, or rather, a somewhat eerie and ashamed sound. "Healing angel?" I pressed. "She's famous around here," Lee Joo-ho replied, his face a mix of confusion and distress. "And she's also a school nurse, art teacher, and librarian at the elementary school where we first met." "What?" Well, I mentioned it before. That there was another guild member who looked after the kids. She's the one." I turned my head and looked up at the ceiling. "It's really Old Man Goryo, Mr. Undertaker. Please don't doubt it." I quickly brought my gaze back down to Lee Joo-ho. "Are you saying she's your colleague?" "Yes, in the guild and at school. After the world fell apart and all medical infrastructure collapsed, people started dying from minor colds or small wounds that led to tetanus. More people died from illness than from monsters. That was also something I knew well, having seen it countless times during my previous regressions. Without antibiotics, modern people were quick to die. The reason cremation quickly became the standard method of funerals in the ruined world, and why Lee Joo-ho's fire mage acquaintance was always busy, was precisely to prevent the spread of disease by burning the bodies. But in this area, such needless deaths have ceased, Lee Joo-ho continued, looking at Old Man Goryo. "This person, Healing Angel, has been curing everything from minor illnesses to serious cancers with her ability for about a year now." "Really? Her? A 2-star healer? She's well known for treating patients and students without asking for any compensation. Even my father. Whenever he was ill, she would take care of him. If it weren't for her, he wouldn't have been able to get out of bed." Lee Joo-ho's eyebrows pulled into a frown. "So, Mr. Undertaker, is this person really Old Man Goryo? Could there be a misunderstanding or mistake?" "No, that part is certain. There's no room for doubt. Ask her yourself when she regains consciousness." Lee Joo-ho eventually fell silent. Truthfully, I was more confused than anyone. Sim Orion demonstrated a level of healing capable of curing cancer. She had never shown such capability in any of my previous regression lives. At most, she had been able to slightly alleviate the pain from scraped knees, or help recover from a cold within a week, abilities akin to Pantherin 1. How could this be possible? "I'll wake her up." Lee Joo-ho nodded in agreement. I threw an empty soda can at Old Man Goryo. The aluminum can, thrown with a bit of aura, must have felt like a shock of electricity when it hit Old Man Goryo in the head. "Ugh. Berg." Old Man Goryo, also known as Healing Angel, groaned as she slowly blinked her eyes open. "Are you up?" "Huh. Ugh, what?" "Yes." We waited until she fully regained consciousness, then I explained everything from the beginning. Understandably, she was shocked. "Heek. How did you even know I was here? And to come all this way? The constellations are rather taken with me." I lied as easily as breathing, then stared at her. "But why did you do it?" She hesitated in response to my direct question. An awkward silence fell over the living room. The thing is. Well, however, that very awkward silence spoke volumes. Lee Juho looked desolate as he realized that his acquaintance was indeed an internet troll. He said softly, "Dr. Sim. Was taking care of patients stressful for you?" Old man Goryo blinked rapidly. Heek. Yes. Yes. So, you didn't really want to take care of patients? No, it was so annoying, yet you couldn't refuse because of your ability. Elementary school kids are always causing trouble. Is that what it was? Did you wear an internet mask to blow off some steam? Wow, I was impressed. A neat guess, fitting for a refined young man. The mismatch between ability and personality was a scenario I had often seen. In this world, having healing powers was a double-edged sword. I am a noble because I am a healer, and you are commoners was a mentality very few were self-possessed enough to admit to. Quiet, introverted, unable to refuse others' requests, people like that just end up being dragged around. Until one day, they would snap and cause trouble. However, in response to this logical and credible hypothesis, Old Man Goryo, Simarayan, whipped her head from side to side in disagreement. And no. It's not like that. It's because of my skill. That's right, your skill. Ms. Arayan, you don't actually want to use the skill, mobile hospital, but you have to because of the patients. No, it's a different skill. My second ability. Simarayan began to explain her second ability, flapping her arms about. Just wait a minute. It was tough to figure out this ability because since abilities don't appear in neat little skill cards, if they did, I could have easily announced my regressor status. We'll have to rely on Arayan's voluntary disclosure here. Simarayan's second ability was as follows. Grudge Orb. It is said that those who are cursed will live long and healthy lives. You are an enhanced version of this. The more you are cursed and hated, the more you will not only live a long and healthy by yourself but also be capable of sharing that longevity and health with others. Asterisk this effect strengthens as the hatred and spite against you grow stronger and more numerous. Asterisk if you possess medical and healing skills, those skills will also be enhanced in kind. Lee Juho gaped in astonishment as he read the notes about Old Man Goryo's powers. For the record, I was gaping too. What the hell kind of stupid skill is that? It was shocking enough that she had such an ability, but even more astonishing was that she had managed to document it in such detail. Again, aside from very abnormal cases, awakeners don't receive a status screen or anything like that. Discovering one's abilities normally requires an endless grind. What kind of digging did Simarayan have to do to uncover this grudge orb? It seemed I wasn't the only one engulfed in shock and awe. The mysteries of awakening abilities are always fascinating to behold. It was the Saintess speaking. Apparently, she had been secretly observing, curious about the true nature of the situation. I looked into the air and articulated clearly, Saintess, you didn't know either? What? How would I? Yes, I can observe awakeners whenever I want, but I can't read their minds. I, too, assumed like Mr. Juho that she was just stressed from caring for patients. Indeed, shock shared is shock halved. Talking with the Saintess helped steady my emotions, and suddenly, a new perspective dawned on me. The Old Man Goryo situation. That's what this series of events unfolding before my eyes seemed to be. Indeed. There was a reason she started being called Healing Angel this cycle. The world had fallen. Internet infrastructure had collapsed. People had to interact face-to-face, just like before the internet existed. In this lonely world, even receiving hatred was not easy, especially for someone with a gentle disposition like Simarayan. That's why her second skill hadn't stood out in previous cycles, and her first skill had only amounted to a health supplement. But now, in the 50th cycle, something that never existed before had appeared, SGNet. In an ideal world for drawing aggro, Simarayan finally awakened. She transformed into Old Man Goryo, becoming a top-tier aggravator. Since SGNet was full of awakeners, some of them would even kill Old Man Goryo and do so gladly if they got the chance. The overflowing aggro then gathered into the grudge orb. It was more than enough to earn her the nickname Healing Angel. HM? But didn't the Saintess say something unusual when I asked her to locate Old Man Goryo? Yes? Yes, I did say that. Did you realize then that Old Man Goryo was also Healing Angel, like a person with a dual personality? Oh. No. It was. I'll tell you about it later. Then, Simarayan bowed her head to us. I'm sorry. I didn't know Mr. Juho's father would get hurt. Lee Juho sighed. I know it's bad to curse others. It's a thorn in my conscience. But hick still, I need to be resented, to gain strength, to help one more patient. She sat curled up with her knees to her chest, scuttling to a corner of the room and muttering to herself. Lee Juho could only watch silently. After a long while, he asked, What should we do, Mr. Undertaker? What can I do? It's your decision that matters, Mr. Juho. Lee Juho scratched his head, seeming to realize that he was the one who stormed in out of righteous anger. It didn't take long for him to make a decision. So then. It wasn't a difficult decision. The friends on SGNet who were curious about the outcome of the real-life confrontation would probably be sticking out their tongues. After that day, I joined Today vanished, and Old Man Goryo continued to be active. Old Man Goryo treated the son of a bitch who showed up for the fight well, lol. Even the posts became more venomous. Old Man Goryo, not only adept at stirring aggro but also an excellent artist, even started drawing comics for his posts. In the comics, a child and an old man appeared. The drawings were unnecessarily dramatic. The content went like this. Old man, huh? Who's that? Old man, frowning. Old man, isn't that our son? Child, daddy, where are you going? Child, I want to go too. Child, smiling brightly. A cheerful comic-style picture of the father and son crossing a river. Lastly, a photo that looked like a family tomb was attached. There was even a post-it note with Old Man Goryo's nickname on the tombstone. Needless to say, the conscientious members of SGNet were grinding their teeth. Anonymous, oh my. Dash, Yuldoguk, Sword Marquis, I'll take care of this one, just give me the address, kiddo. Dash, Satisfaction, Cooking Queen, the curses you pour onto others will eventually return unto you. Why not take some time to reflect on yourself? Trust that there is good within you, brother. Old Man Goryo, just fuck off, you crazy fuck. Anonymous, didn't he say he lives in Canada? The photo is totally Korean. Dash, Samchin, Witch Judge, contact me if you come to Busan. Dollhouse, Imanji. Anonymous, but why does he draw so well? He's really talented. Not all members were conscientious. Some were thrilled by the troll. Anonymous, LOL double kill LOLOLOL Old Man Goryoham is the real deal LMAO. Literary Girl thought Old Man Goryo was just good at online arguments, but he's really something in a real fight too LMAO. They say a true star drives both fans and haters crazy. While Lee Juho and I remained silent about the whole affair, Old Man Goryo was going to work drawing all of SGNet's aggro to himself. At least there wouldn't be anyone around Lee Juho's guild dying untimely deaths from lack of healing. One more thing. Wow, how can an ability like that exist? For the record, Seogyu was deeply shocked after hearing the whole story from me. It's funny to think that I'm not the only one with a weird ability. What a strange feeling. It seemed he had managed to shed some of his complexes about his own skills. Thus, it was a win-win happy ending for everyone. But there was one bit of unforeseen collateral damage. Anonymous, didn't _sugar brag about putting Old Man Goryoham in his place? Anonymous, talks big then shuts up lol why is ignoring him so pathetic lol. Anonymous, nosy lol actually, it was _sugar who got his nose broken lol. Literary Girl, this _sugar person, such a nosy brat. Satisfaction, Cooking Queen, to speak ill of others is actually to lower oneself. Every human is a mirror to me, and I am a mirror of all humans. Let us respect and be considerate of one another. I stared at the posts for a moment. With a humph, I stood up, went to the kitchen to brew an espresso, and sat back down. The fact that I had espresso instead of café au lait was a sign that the work I was about to dive into required high concentration. First, I logged into SGNet with a secondary account, without any particular intention or purpose. Then, it happened just as I was about to send a message in the administrator-only chat room asking Seogyu, it's nothing big, but can you find out some personal info about these guys? Mr. Undertaker. Please don't do that. Really. I put down my phone. Let's just end this chapter with a little bit of dislike for Old Man Goryo. Footnotes. 1. A Korean medicine which is used for common cold. Chapter 13. The Unidentified 1-1. Regressors are also people. Human beings. I was far from an all-powerful deity. Take Simarayan's case for instance. Who would have thought that the title of a Japanese web novel like manga serialization soon I thought I was a mere pathetic awakener, but this time, I turn out to be a legendary healer saving patients from the brink of death. They Call Me an Angel releases November 11th would unfold. Once again, being a regressor doesn't mean knowing every secret. Every so often, there are unsolvable riddles or events that might as well be called urban legends that find their way to me. They're the events I reflect upon while sipping Old Man Sko's Café au lait. Those what on earth was that kind of events? Today, I'll introduce you to such a mystery. Do you believe that there is balance in the world? For instance, if there are scumbags among humans, there are also angels. On internet forums where villains emerge, so too do popular stars whom people want to befriend. Satisfaction, Cooking Queen, do you seek peace of mind? Join the Satisfaction Guild. Our main hub is in Taejeon. On SGNet, Cooking Queen has always been one such popular figure. I myself only have good memories of this person. Cooking Queen? I haven't observed her for long, but she's not a bad person. She takes good care of her guild members and even volunteers on Sundays. Personally, I believe there's no one as trustworthy among the Awakeners as Cooking Queen. Witness 1, Saintus. Oh, you're asking if I know Cooking Queen? She's a really good member. I've seen all sorts of things managing SGNet, but I've never seen Cooking Queen cause trouble. Boring? Not at all. She writes plenty of funny posts and doesn't act all high and mighty. Ugh. If all members were like Cooking Queen, I wouldn't have to suffer like this. Witness 2, Seogyu. Satisfaction, Cooking Queen, Old Man Goryo, I believe in the goodness planted deep within your heart. Why do you keep repeating these self-harming actions? If you have any concerns, please consult me. Old Man Goryo, please. Stop. It's my fault. I'm a son of a bitch and a bad guy, so don't talk to me like that. Witness 3, Simarayan. All the Awakeners, each with their unique personality, unanimously testified that Cooking Queen was a rare find in this day and age. Even the Saintess, known for her stringent standards, did not skimp on the praise. Her testimony held extra credibility, as she could observe other Awakeners with her clairvoyance. I, the one and only infinite regressor, since the other one went on long-term leave, had a good impression of Cooking Queen as well. Literary girl, this 0_sugar person, such a nosy brat. Satisfaction, Cooking Queen, to speak ill of others is actually to lower oneself. Every human is a mirror to me, and I am a mirror of all humans. Let us respect and be considerate of one another. There are those who hide in the shadows and slander me, yet Cooking Queen stands against them. I know best how difficult a task it is to stand alone and fight for good while everyone around you does evil. And so it was in the 89th run. Invigorated by the unscratched lottery ticket Seogyu hitting the jackpot, I had since taken to recruiting new companions in each run. Having proven her integrity and steadfastness over past runs, Cooking Queen was also one of my targets. It wasn't because she personally took my side that I approached her. Greetings. Hello. And enlisting Cooking Queen was not a hard thing to do. Like Seogyu, she was popular for a reason. At the starting point of my regression in Busan Station's main concourse, 399 individuals were summoned there, and among them was Cooking Queen's main form. I would say it's safer to move together with others. Would you perhaps accompany me, at least until we leave Busan Station? Oh. Yes, I would like that. The woman had rosy-hued hair. Her hair might have been dyed a flashy color, but her demeanor was calm. Hers was the sort of peace found and kept despite going through numerous trials in life. There was an imbalance between her vivid hair color and mode of expression, but that awkwardness was not out of place but instead lent itself to a rather unique charm. Thank you. You can call me Doc or just Undertaker if you prefer. And what is your name? Go Yuri. The woman who had been active on SGNet under the name Cooking Queen in past runs, now smiled gently and calmly. Please, just call me Yuri. Document. To get straight to the point, Go-Yuri had absolutely zero combat-related abilities to speak of. Not just combat, either. The ability she had awakened, stealth, could barely be called useful. If Go-Yuri had the talent of a sniper or assassin, then, stealth, might have been put to good use, but as it was, Go-Yuri truly had no talent for fighting. Ugh. Ah. Ack. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. She was getting pummeled by slimes, which were considered the weakest monsters. Sim Ryan, who had also been recruited into my party around the 51st run, aggressively ripped the slimes apart. Oh, Nuna. You're pretty bad at this, one. Yes, it seems I have no talent. It's okay, I'll protect you. Thank you, Ryan. It was a beautiful display of camaraderie between party members, despite Sim Ryan being one of the weakest in combat herself. Still, we did not expel Go-Yuri from the party. It wasn't because we feared the story would turn into a genre of #regret, #obsession, #misery, but for purely rational reasons. Oh, guild leader. At 5 a.m., a time of serene blue before the day begins, I was drinking café au lait in the guild house kitchen when Go-Yuri hurried down from upstairs. Having lived as a regressor for a long time, I still found it hard to get used to being called guild leader. The title was a bit special to me, but I accepted the greeting without letting that show. You're up early. Yeah, I wake up automatically around this time, Go-Yuri said, sheepishly scratching her cheek. Plus 10 points. Indeed, a sound and healthy lifestyle fundamentally involves going to bed early and waking up early. This belief hasn't changed through my 100th or even 1000th runs. Go-Yuri peeked into the kitchen. Guild leader, you always seem to brew coffee in the morning, and our guild has cafe in the name. Is it a hobby of yours? It is. It wasn't always, but an old friend was deeply knowledgeable about the subject. Somehow, I ended up getting into it as well. That's cool. Go-Yuri clasped her hands together to form a triangle, then tilted her head while grinning. I think following a set pattern early in the morning is itself proof of diligence. It's like a declaration, a refusal to let time simply pass one by. And yet, you're relaxing with a coffee, which eases mental and physical tension. It's a wonderful habit, truly. A smile spread across my face. I had my own reasons for loving the dawn, but Go-Yuri wasn't wrong either. We really connect in conversation, I commented. Heading to water the flower bed now? Yes, the hydrangeas are blooming beautifully. I was worried whether the soil would take well, but I'm happy to see the blue come out so bright. Plus 30 points. Indeed, lazy people spread the virus of indolence while diligent people emit the radiation of effort. The mere act of caring for a flower bed unasked was commendable in and of itself. Watching her speak so logically and with such precision was simply heartwarming. Whenever I spoke like that in front of the other party members, their responses were always lukewarm, somehow. Say, Hyung. What is it, Seo-gyu? Hyung, you're not that much older than me, but hearing you speak feels like I'm listening to a company manager. Oh. I frowned, and Seo-gyu quickly averted his gaze. I handed a cup of coffee, brewed to taste as close as possible to bagged coffee, to the saintess, and she was touched. I think Mr. Undertaker's view is correct. All virtue originates from habit, and habit begins with diligence. Virtue without diligence creates a dilettante, a mere show-off. That's right, isn't it? Indeed. Seo-gyu, you should also learn from Yuri and the saintess. Seo-gyu made a puzzled expression. It's strange. Our guild's average age is almost the youngest in the industry, but why does it feel like? He mumbled in complaint, but fondness for Go-Yuri was not unique to me but shared by all party members. Yuri! Let's grab a beer after training. Our usual place is well stocked this week. Hey, Go-Yuri. About managing SGNet. Go-Yuri, would you like to have lunch with me today? Even the most wild and difficult members of the party turned as tame as donkeys in Go-Yuri's presence. In fact, that was precisely why I decided to keep Go-Yuri around. While we're on the subject, I should explain that awakeners generally have bad temperaments. It's not an absolute rule, but those with particularly twisted natures often have stronger abilities. Our guild, for example, was made up of S and A-class prospects. Emotional instability was rampant. Even Seogyu, seemingly docile in my presence, once went nuts at the tutorial fairy, shouting, "You fucking asshole." The Saintess. I trust her with my life, but it's hard to say she has a normal personality. She only occasionally discusses SGNet operations with Seogyu. Despite sending out more messages than anyone else, paradoxically, she disliked interacting with people. In a guild filled with troublemakers, being friendly with everyone was no small feat. The mental stability of the party members has greatly improved compared to previous runs. Plus 200 points. Affinity level 7 achieved. Even if Go Yuri only mastered stealth and was nothing more than a normal person with a single hair out of place, it didn't matter. As I often say, mental stability is crucial for humans. What's the use of having the strongest combat abilities without it? Take Old Man Sko, a broken mind merely turns one from a show to a no-show. Yes, everyone. Let's have lunch together. Go Yuri served as a bridge connecting all of the guild members. Even awakeners who normally growled at each other in previous runs were now tempered by her presence, which significantly reduced my burden. Go Yuri is really like a hearty Korean soup. Managing the organization has become unbelievably easier, I whispered to the Saintess while observing the scene from a distance. You know Hale, right? The quiet one. Even they follow Go Yuri. At this rate, we might even be able to increase our member count to 20 or 30 without any issues. I turned around at her silence, only to find the Saintess looking a bit dazed. Her usually clear eyes were slightly clouded. Saintess? Oh. Yes. Sorry, what did you just say? It wasn't anything important. Maybe you're feeling the heat? Shall I get you some cold water? No, it's fine, the Saintess murmured. It's just, I'm amazed by how someone can be so close with everyone. You know I'm quite the opposite. Each personality has its strengths and weaknesses, doesn't it? Maybe Go Yuri also has her struggles that she doesn't talk about with others. That's a fair point. The 89th run felt good in many ways. SGNet operations were all smooth sailing. The villainous old man Goryo, Simarian, had successfully rebranded from an attention seeker to an A-class healer. With the Saintess's flawless support and Go Yuri's maxed out charm and affability, our guild was more cohesive than ever before. We even captured all the fairies to garner nationwide support from the Awakeners. It was a run where our power solidified both overtly and covertly. Maybe this time, we might actually prevent the end of the world. Looking back on it now, I realize that sentiment must seem like nonsensical rambling, but at the time, I sincerely believed it might actually happen. That was how I ended my satisfying day and went to bed. The next day, I awoke and made to get up. My rule was to rise immediately after waking without lazing around in bed. But on this day, for the first time in a very long while, I struggled to get out of bed. It wasn't because I suddenly learned the value of laziness. I just stared blankly up at the ceiling. The ceiling that had been spotless as ever before I went to sleep. Do not trust the one with pink hair. That familiar ceiling now bore an unfamiliar sentence. Infinite regression has taught me many lessons. One of those lessons was named doubt. Old Man Sko, a fellow regressor, had said the same. Do not trust these constellation things too much. Everyone believed in the existence of the constellations without question. However, Old Man Sko pointed out their bias towards Koreans and never let go of his skepticism. In the end, Old Man Sko was right. The constellations were just a masquerade played by the Saintess for the entire nation. German. I thought about the sentence I saw in my room while having breakfast with the guild members. It wasn't written with a writing tool but carved with the tip of a knife. Then I reached into my pocket and pulled out a dagger, the self-defense weapon I never parted with, even in sleep. Inspecting the blade, I noticed a fine layer of dust and debris stuck to it. I would need to consult Uehara Shino for a detailed composition analysis, but at a glance, it seemed the same as the sealing material. Meaning, someone took the dagger from my possession and carved the sentence into the ceiling in German, a language only I would recognize. They did this without my noticing and bypassed all the security in my bedroom. Was that even possible? Impossible. Even the headquarters of our guild, thanks to Puppeteer, a specialist in fortifications, were laced with fine cobwebs across the ceilings. Aside from Dang Xiaoren's guild train, there were no other headquarters with such a high level of security. At the very least, no one in our guild was capable of bypassing security and pulling off such a feat. Maybe Old Man Sko could. No, even then. I had already identified his corpse at the start of the 89th run. Ultimately, there was only one suspect: myself. I stared at my own reflection in the glass of water. If I were the culprit, then I could easily ignore any and all adversities and commit the crime. The problem was, no matter how much I racked my brain, I had no memory of carving that sentence into the ceiling. Brainwashing? Sleepwalking? Split personality? Memory loss? Hypnosis? Countless possibilities surfaced. Either way, it was one of two things. Either someone is trying to sow discord between me and Go Yuri, or they are genuinely warning me about Go Yuri. Suddenly, I turned my head, and my eyes met with Go Yuri, who was munching on a sandwich. Go Yuri smiled and continued eating her sandwich. My heart settled. I followed her example and ate my own meal as if nothing had happened. Never thought the near-legendary 89th run would have such a screwed-up event. In such a crisis, the only person I could consult was the Saintess. Not only did she know that I was a regressor, she also knew how to assess any situation with objective eyes. By the way, haven't the constellations been quiet lately? Huh? You too? I haven't gotten any messages since yesterday. It feels a bit unnerving when they normally talk a lot and then suddenly go quiet, doesn't it? I paused. The casual chatter from the guild members at the table drifted my way, and I absent-mindedly looked over at them. The messages from the constellations aren't coming through? I asked. Ah, yes, guild leader. Isn't there some talk about it on SGNet right now? A foreboding feeling washed over me. Footnotes. 1. Nuna is the way Koreans address big sisters. Chapter 14. The Unidentified One. Sure enough, there was indeed commotion on SGNet. Anonymous, the constellations have gone silent out of nowhere. Am I cut off? Samchin, Witch Judge. I asked my guild members, and they confirmed that they haven't received any messages from the constellations since yesterday. The last contact anyone had was 28 hours ago. I hope other guilds will speak to their situations as well. Dollhouse, oh no. Anonymous, guys, I'm scared. What's happening? Old Mangorio, idiots. Always singing their praises to the constellations, and now they whine like babies who lost their mother because there hasn't been contact for 2 days. What are you even keeping your balls for? To make egg soup? These guys probably don't even have yolks in their balls, lol. Anonymous, fuck, this crazy bastard gets more annoying every day. Where the hell do you live? Yuldoguk, Sword Marquis, my sword cries out. Simarian was being typical Simarian like any other day, but the Awakeners were unusually restless. I tried knocking on the door, but there was no response. Stay here and shout if you sense anyone spying or approaching. Yes, Hyung. I stepped into the townhouse, trying to hide my anxiety. I had known the front door's passcode for dozens of cycles. The living room was dark. The Saintess lay dead in her sanctuary, surrounded by 4 monitors casting a bluish glow like a carpet of water and dozens of aquariums like walls of a fortress. My mind went cold. Strangled. The Saintess always had towels on hand to tend to her aquariums, with a stock towel rack in the living room. She had hanged herself with one. Suicide. There were no signs of struggle, but I knew that no matter what happened, the Saintess would never have died by suicide. It was not simply because it wasn't in her character. It was the truth discovered through observing dozens of cycles. It's murder disguised as suicide. The Saintess was central to my goal. In an instant, the constellations had vanished. The force that held the Awakeners together through external connections and boundaries, and not from within, had snapped. And it wasn't just that. The ever-present network of communications between guilds that used the constellations as messengers had also disappeared. When someone needed to gain another's trust, saying the constellation vouches for our identity would now be impossible. No sign of the security devices being activated. I had always taken extreme care to ensure the Saintess's safety. The security measures that had been so meticulously prepared had all been disabled at once. Without even a moment to send me a message, I approached one of the aquariums. When I pushed the fish tank aside, there was a hidden compartment beneath the steel bookshelf with a USB inside. It was a contingency plan we had agreed upon. I plugged the USB into the computer and opened Notepad. Hello, Mr. Z. If you are reading this, I must be dead. My death came without any forewarning. From all the observations I've made as CLA, there were no factors that could have led to my death. There might be something on the CCTV, but it is hard to imagine that someone who killed me this stealthily would leave meaningful evidence behind. As you know, the most pressing issue now is the disappearance of the Transcendence, which has unleashed the intangible reins that were held on the Awakeners. The only Transcendent we can currently mobilize is the anonymous one known as the Creator of N. Using this name, we must post a notice on N and claim an entity obstructing the activities of the Transcendence has been born, adding a scene where N is attacked and temporarily goes offline to increase credibility. But containing the chaos among the Awakeners is impossible. I am truly sorry that my power was insufficient. I hope you will find strength again. S. It was the Saintess's will. To avoid detection by others, she had referred to me not as Undertaker but as Mr. Z. Clairvoyance was abbreviated as CLA, and SGNet as N. Instead of constellation, she used the term transcendent. The again and I hope you will find strength again undoubtedly meant the next cycle. It couldn't be anything but the Saintess's style of a will. The creation date of the Notepad file was 1 year and 6 months ago. It was indeed a sudden attack that led to her death. If it had been suicide, she would have revised the will. And if it wasn't suicide, there were only 2 suspects. The first suspect was me. Ah, Hyung. Is the Saintess doing well? And then there was Seogyu. After leaving the townhouse, I quietly observed Seogyu. Seogyu. Yes. Did you ever tell anyone where the Saintess lives? He was startled. Excuse me? No, I wouldn't. You told me never to tell anyone. Could he really be trusted? Although Seogyu and I had been allies for quite some time, if I were asked whether I could trust him with my life like the Saintess, I would feel it more appropriate to describe our relationship as too light for that. 2 days ago, you went out briefly after filing an outing report, yes? Why yes. But why? Go Yuri spent the whole day back at the dorm that day. Did she? But using stealth, someone could sneak out without the other party members knowing. And if they had followed you out, the risk of being detected would have been much less. Hyung, what are you trying to say? There are countless security measures unknown to you spread throughout the Saintess's residence. One of them scans and saves the shoe prints of anyone who enters her home. This data is refreshed weekly. It was a lie. But my expression and tone did not waver. Why are your shoe prints in the Saintess's residence? Silence. That's strange? A strange voice came from Seogyu's mouth. I didn't know anything about that. A gunshot rang out. Seogyu's body fell like a reed. He had quickly drawn a pistol and aimed it at his palate, firing instantly. Red blood seeped out onto the asphalt road, cracked as if suffering from untreated atopic dermatitis. I clenched my fist. After calming my heart again, I tried to connect to SGNet. Unable to connect to the site. The Seogyu who died in front of me was the real Seogyu. The possibility that he was a marionette controlled by the puppeteer, an apostle of the alienation god, or another entity had drastically reduced. The 2 pillars that could influence the nation's awakeners, the Saintess and Seogyu, had collapsed in an instant. At that moment, my mindset had already shifted to gathering as much information as possible for the next cycle. It was an all too familiar task to me. I drew my sword and headed to the guild's lodging. The duo that should always be on guard was nowhere to be seen. It was quiet. The training ground, where members should have been, was empty. Instead, Simarayan lay dead. In the dining hall, meals were left untouched. The wheelchair that a beloved guild member usually rode was rolling around alone, lost without its owner. There was no sign of life in the hallways or dormitories. In its place was only German phrases scrawled here and there along the pillars and walls. Do not trust the one with pink hair. I walked out to the training ground and sank into a bench. It was summer. The sirens of cicadas screamed their fierce alarm. Before I knew it, Go Yuri was sitting politely next to me on the bench. Have you returned, guild leader? Phew. It's really hot this summer. Go Yuri flapped her outerwear to create a breeze. Behind her, the sound of cicadas faded out like a whiteout. Your ability, it wasn't stealth. Yeah, she affirmed simply. Stealth was just the surface, I muttered in thought. When your ability activates, it essentially just dulls others' awareness of you. Considering the current situation, your true ability must be perception inhibition. No, perhaps, perception manipulation? Ah, that's right. Go Yuri smiled broadly. Guild leader, you are really amazing. I thought so the first time I met you, but you are truly impressive. I should have realized something was off sooner. I thought back again to the last cycle, what evaluations Go Yuri, that is, Cooking Queen, had received from those around her. Cooking Queen? I haven't observed her for long, but she's not a bad person. She takes good care of her guild members and even volunteers on Sundays. Personally, I believe there's no one as trustworthy among the Awakeners as Cooking Queen. Witness 1, the Saintess. The mere fact that she left her will on a secret USB reveals how cautious the Saintess was. She was the one who arranged our first meeting, thinking, perhaps there might be a regressor in this world. That such a person would dub someone she admitted she hadn't observed for long as the most trustworthy? It was suspicious from the start. Oh, you're asking if I know Cooking Queen? She's a really good member. I've seen all sorts of things managing SGNet, but I've never seen Cooking Queen cause trouble. Boring? Not at all. She writes a lot of funny posts and doesn't act all high and mighty. Ugh. If all members were like Cooking Queen, I wouldn't have to suffer like this. Witness 2, Seogyu. Seogyu testified that Go Yuri wrote a lot of funny posts. But wasn't that strange? I have never once witnessed Cooking Queen writing anything amusing. Satisfaction, Cooking Queen, seeking peace of mind? Join the Satisfaction Guild. Our main base is in Seoul. Satisfaction, Cooking Queen, words are a reflection of thoughts, and thoughts are like mist on a cloudy day, concealing oneself. Why not try using clearer and brighter language? Satisfaction, Cooking Queen, brother, if you ever have a secret you can't tell anyone, feel free to consult me anytime. People are killed by their fellow man, but people also live by them. Satisfaction, Cooking Queen, the curses you pour onto others will eventually return unto you. Why not take some time to reflect on yourself? Trust that there is good within you, brother. Hers was a style devoid of any fun, only steadfast, correct, and upstanding. In other words, it was the typical type of human that I, the Undertaker, would like. Go Yuri. Yes? Do you possess the ability to show someone the best version of a person? To the ethically minded Saintess, a moral human. To Seogyu, who likes a bit of fun, a humorous human. And ultimately, in front of me, who believes that a person's life depends on their mentality and attitude, an upright and steadfast human. Appearing as a different person to different people. Like a magic mirror. This was Go Yuri's true identity. The reason she was loved by all these twisted awakeners was hidden in this truth. As expected, guild leader. This time, I'm really surprised. Go Yuri clasped her hands and tilted her head. But did she really take such a pose? Was Go Yuri smiling when she smiled? Was she using formal language when she spoke? Did she have pink hair and maintain a garden in the morning and stick to a sincere attitude? Everything about her could have been a lie. Now that I could no longer trust my perception, I had no choice but to discard all the information I thought I knew about Go Yuri. But you don't just have the ability to manipulate perception, I said. You made Seogyu commit suicide. Yes. I am a multi-ability user, you see. I now understand why the fairies avoided you. How exactly did you wind up at the Busan Station concourse? The place has so many of these supposedly rare multi-ability users stockpiled there that you could practically trip over them. Ah, that's true. Sometimes, strange coincidences do happen. Why did you do this? I could tell you, but would you trust me if I did, guild leader? I wouldn't. At that moment, a loud noise came from the direction of the guild dormitory. With a crash, the concrete outer walls shattered, and the building immediately crumbled to the ground. Above the rubble, a massive fleshy body expanded to the height of the building in the blink of an eye. Red and blue veins quivered with an incessant pulse, and the muscles, like tentacles or tails, lashed out into the air. Gildaldilidor. Hyung. Dook. Each wriggle of the tentacles ripped through the air, producing eerie noises. Those noises resembled the voices of the guild members. The surface of the tentacles was etched with black stripes. As the voices of the guild members rang out, the black patterns undulated in endless ripples. A phenomenon that had never appeared in the previous 88 cycles. I stared at the being that had caused this difference. "I'm sorry, guild leader." Go Yuri stood up from the bench with Anyucha and dusted off her skirt, walked a few steps forward, and then, with her hands behind her back, turned to look at me. Her pink hair slipped sideways. "I think everyone being happy is better. I didn't want to make you sad, guild leader. Nor anyone else. So I tried very hard. But unlike the others, your mind is too strong. So you see, my ability was momentarily released. Let me ask you one thing." I looked up at Go Yuri. "Did I kill the guild members? Was I manipulated by you?" Go Yuri stared back at me. "No, that's a lie." "Yes." My sword drawn from its sheath slashed Go Yuri's neck. A slash appeared. The pink hair fell down first. Shortly after, Go Yuri's head slid off. Before her head completely slid off, her lips moved. "Let's become one, guild leader." Behind Go Yuri, the red flesh flexed and stretched until it covered the sky. That's the last thing I remember from the 89th cycle. After that day, I did not contact Go Yuri. The number of times we met directly could be counted on one hand. We only interacted 3, maybe 4 times over hundreds of cycles. Go Yuri's ability remains unidentified. If I were to become stronger than I was in the 89th cycle, I might one day be capable of subduing her. That was the conclusion I reached. Whether that conclusion was correct, I don't know. One thing I do know is that, excluding the 89th cycle, there was never another cycle where the red flesh appeared. In the cycles where Go Yuri did not interact with me, she always managed not to cause any major issues until suddenly being killed by a monster or disappearing into thin air, an endlessly harmless awakener. Let's become one, guild leader. What did those words mean? Was the red flesh a monster? Or a form of contamination? Perhaps the product of a corrupted awakener, but there was a crucial difference that made the possibility unlikely. Then was the red flesh also a unique ability of Go Yuri? What was the true appearance of Go Yuri, undistorted by the filter of perception manipulation? On the odd occasion, curiosity welled within me. However, I felt no urgency to delve into this mystery. I had no intention of approaching Go Yuri, at least not until I found a way to completely nullify perception manipulation. Satisfaction, Cooking Queen, seeking peace of mind? Join the Satisfaction Guild. Our main base is now in Taejon. From time to time, I would stealthily leave a comment when I saw the nickname Cooking Queen on SGNet. 0_sugar, your diligent attitude is always nice to see, happy face. Soon after, a notification appeared that a comment had been made. Satisfaction, Cooking Queen, thank you. Although this is the world we must live in, if we live without losing faith in ourselves and our hope in others, good things are sure to happen. I hope today is a happy day for you, 0_sugar. I nodded to myself in secret. Indeed, that was an excellent attitude. Footnotes. Chapter 15. Internationalist 1. There is hardly anything as crucial as one's mental state. This has already been emphasized in the anecdotes of Old Man Sko. Even if one knows how to slice the heavens with a single sword, once one's mental state collapses, there are no answers. I, the Undertaker, have also poured my heart into mental management. My unique method of management goes as follows. For about 100 years, or roughly 5 to 7 cycles, I work diligently. I rush about to prevent the destruction of the world. Then, for the next cycle, I enjoy life. World destruction? Why should I care? I simply abandon such thoughts. I turn away from the lives I could save. I don't step into the fates I could change. I prioritize only my life, my peace, and my fun. For about 20 years in one cycle, I focus entirely on healing my mental state and enjoy a pleasant vacation. It's a brief deviation from the main storyline. A sort of side story, if you will. Even if I'm accused of being a coward, there is no helping it. The human mind has its limits. If I hadn't employed such a method, I wouldn't have been able to endure the long life of a regressor who reached his 1183rd cycle. It just so happened that the 90th cycle was one of these vacation cycles. It was truly good timing. Even if it was only to ascertain where I was mentally, meaning blown away to Mars by Go Yuri, a break was absolutely necessary. So I wanted to ask your opinion. How should I take a break if I'm looking to earn lavish praise for resting spectacularly well? Why are you asking this fairy that? The fairy trembled in my grasp. It was the tutorial fairy. If it had been a normal cycle, she might have quickly dispatched Seogyu before he could decimate her. But this 90th cycle was a sabbatical, so to speak, and I could act however I pleased and go wherever my heart's compass pointed. Well, since I had confined all of the fairies together during the previous 89th cycle and made them participate in a hellish survival program, some long-held grudges of mine had been somewhat washed away. Anyway, I captured the tutorial fairy and dragged her to one side of the hall. At first, the fairy resisted, but after folding her elf ears twice to make them half-elf ears, she quieted down quite a bit. Well, I'm just asking to ask, I answered. I've barely ever conversed with you seriously before. Why is there such a lunatic in this assigned area? Fairy number 264 is the most unfortunate fairy in the universe. Now, someone who tries to blow up civilian heads without hesitation could hardly call themselves misfortunate. But, if we can't make people understand that this is no joke, it will lead to much greater harm and tragedy, you know? From a utilitarian perspective, this fairy's way of handling the situation is not wrong. So you are a utilitarian. I realized something new. This, too, was the charm of regression. Anyway, tell me about your idea of a holiday. You fairies all mortgaged your lives to the Fairy King, correct? You all must spend your days thinking how little you would desire if only you just got to take a holiday. See, could it be? The fairy was startled in my grasp. Hey! Surely you're not talking about the notorious Reaperie? 1. Reaperie, regression, possession, reincarnation. Damned protagonists. Them and those blasted prophets throwing a wrench in such a straightforward exam. In our literature, we fairies are treated like early-stage mobs. Oh, do Reaperie people actually exist in the fairy realm? No? They just frequently appear in classic fairy literature. So it was something special between Old Man Sko and me. I felt a bit deflated, my hope that there might be others squashed. I see. Anyway, don't worry about it. You're not really antagonizing the Fairy King. You just need to give me some advice on my 20-year vacation plan. And if I don't find it satisfactory, I'll turn your head into fairy juice. Hike! What a horrible thing to say. This fairy is confident enough to file with the Fairy Rights Commission and win. There's no such thing on Earth. What a barbaric civilization. In the end, fairy number 264 raised a white flag. So anyway, you're saying you've been given 20 years of free time? And you're feeling like going a bit wild during that period? Yes. Then the fairy's expression turned determined. If number 264 were given freedom and as much power as you, she'd like to plunge a spear of revolution into the belly of the Fairy King. A utilitarian and a revolutionary fighter, I realized. Whether that, too, was another charm of regression. I'm not quite sure. I'll mention it later, but the fairies were, in fact, divided into Republicans and Royalists. Well, that wasn't important right now. Plunge a spear through him? How? Isn't your heart rigged with an explosion engraving? If you rebel against the Fairy King, your heart will burst immediately and your body will melt. How did you know that? No. Since you already know, that will make the conversation easier. Anyway, the Fairy King is much more terrible than the bourgeoisie. Even if it costs fairy number 264 her heart bursting, the Fairy King must be overthrown for the progress of history and the innovation of civilization. The fairy flapped her arms. Human. Although physically primitive and weak, your kind has made commendable linear progress spiritually. When we learned your histories of beheading absolute monarchs hundreds of years ago, number 264, no, all of us in the Fairy Revolution Club were deeply impressed. That club did actually exist. Unfortunately, our fairy society is facing desperate times and is unlikely to recover. But if you help us, strong human that you are, salvation through external force might be possible. Human. Join us and lend us your support until the flag is fluttering in the Fairy King's navel. If this had been a game, a ding notification would have sounded, and the message "a new route has been unlocked. Will you help the fairies achieve revolution?" would have appeared. I was intrigued. I had once fought against the Fairy King. This time, I could recreate that episode, not alone, but with a fairy coalition. But I shook my head. "Sorry, but I must decline that offer." "What?" "Why, human. Right now, I'm a bit worn out, so combat routes aren't appealing. I'm feeling drawn to support routes. What I need is a warm cup of coffee as a lonely, urban man, not the tears and blood of a revolutionary waving a red flag and charging towards victory." What a petit bourgeois thought. Even now, fairies are killing humans under the evil orders of the king, despite not wanting to. Do you not see them? Do you not feel the blood, sweat, and tears of your kin? Are you not afraid of Marx's rebuke? I'm sorry, but my country is fundamentally anti-communist in its national spirit. Capitalist dog. Traitor of the people. This fairy shall curse you. However, I might consider hiring just you separately. Fairy number 264 swears her undying loyalty, master. Of course, around cycle 210, I actually did become a guest member of the Fairy Revolution Club and sparked the beginning of the revolution, but that's another cycle's story. I succeeded in employing the tutorial fairy. Excuse me, Hyun? Right. By the way, Seo Gyu had been eavesdropping on our conversation the whole time. After all, I had saved him from getting his head almost blown off by the fairy. For some reason, Seo Gyu stared at me as if he were looking at a madman. What should I do from now on? Your ability is to operate an internet community, and anyone who is an awakener can access this community even without a network. I think SGNet would be a good name for the community. Good luck. I parted ways with Seo Gyu. I then farmed some silver bells at a souvenir shop and piggybacked the fairy. I could feel the fairy tilting her head in confusion behind me. But what are you planning to use number 264 for after hiring her, human master? World domination? Revolution? Dictatorship? Are you planning to ice-pick this fairy? After successfully revolutionizing your own country, do you plan to export the overly credited second-in-command under the pretext of internationalism? I have no idea what kind of distorted research on Earth fairy number 264 had read to have such skewed prejudices. But as the fairy said, I am indeed a dog of capitalism. I was thinking of dipping my toes into the forefront of modern consumer culture. No. Then? We're going to open a convenience store. 24-hour convenience store. Before the gate catastrophe, these small shops were easy to find across Korea. Though it didn't evoke as much nostalgia as the neighborhood corner stores, in a world accelerating toward destruction, convenience stores fell proudly under the list of items of nostalgia. Newbie, go to the convenience store and buy some Dunhill. It was a common joke among awakeners used to tease the youngest. Based on my regression experiences, there were a surprising number of awakeners who did not discard their wallets even when the value of currency collapsed. Paradoxically, people who used to only use debit cards found themselves carrying cash after civilization went to ruin, partly because the cards had stopped working, but also because to them, money was like a talisman, a stubborn belief that the world hadn't yet ended. Or a hope that it wouldn't. It was quite the strange thing, but when multinational awakeners gathered to carry out operations, there was even a custom of exchanging currencies from their respective countries. Koreans exchanged won, and Americans exchanged dollars, like soccer players swapping jerseys after a match. Thus, at one point in time, more than 30 types of bills had been collected in my wallet. Why am I saying this all of a sudden? To emphasize the point that in a world bound for destruction, people not only hold on to money but also assign tremendous value to memories. We are going to create the only convenience store in the world that operates normally. An ambition full of grandeur. So I proclaimed as I forcibly occupied a convenience store in Seoul. The owner had fled anyway, the very same convenience store where I first met the Saintess. Fairy number 264, no, our store employee number 1 blinked upon hearing my plan, one as heart-stirring as conquering the world itself. What kind of dog-grass-eating talk is that? What's dog-grass? If this fairy had to choose the most appropriate term on Earth, it would be puppy nut. It was total nonsense, but I was someone who has lived life nearly 100 times. I had become skilled at persuading others. 264. There is a major flaw in your world revolution theory. Gah! The world is wide and filled with many people. Going to each person and asking them to join the cause of revolution is what novices do. I declared solemnly, a true master doesn't seek out people. He makes them come to him. We will create a convenience store that the workers of all nations will visit on their own. This place will be the revolutionary base of the 6th International. You are the first flag of this avant-garde, and our proud store clerk. The rise and fall of our international depends on how earnestly you serve the customers. Comrade Manager. The fairy lay on the floor of the store, which had yet to be fully cleaned, and wept great, big tears. Her tears smelled of flowers, making the store suddenly fragrantly sweet. We'd save on air fresheners. This fairy had greatly misunderstood you, Comrade Manager. She swears eternal loyalty. Good. As this is a business for the revolution, I hope you'll commit to 365 days of unpaid work managing customer service at the headquarters. Yes. Unpaid. Though fairy number 264 had merely switched from being a slave of the fairy king to my slave, she seemed happy. Isn't that what matters? I stole a political banner from a nearby intersection, flipped the banner upside down, and, with calligraphic painting skills, wrote the proper letters. Then I hung it in front of the store. Our store is open for regular business. It was a historic moment when the 6th International, humanity's last convenience store, opened at the Jamsa Bridge in Seoul. Footnotes. 1. A play on words using the letters used in regressor, possessor and reincarnator since these genres are so oversaturated in Korea. Chapter 16. Internationalist. First, I made light work of plundering the logistics centers of convenience stores across the nation, not to say it was a simple task that could be summed up in that single line. With the National Assembly having been blown away, the political scene was practically paralyzed, so the quick-witted survivors had already sought refuge in these centers. Who's there? Stop. Do not approach. Who am I? They ask. At that point, a regressor who had lived through 90 cycles. Screams erupted from the entrance barricade of the logistics center. Before long, I had established friendly relations with the center's managers. Understand this, I said pleasantly. If the trucks don't arrive by this Friday, your time here will be a story for the ages. Why yes, sir. Understood. Soon after, a parade of trucks were pouring out of logistics centers in the northern and eastern parts of Gyeonggi province. Their destination was, of course, our store, the 6th International Convenience Store. There was interference from the military and the police along the way, but I easily brushed them aside. I had experience collaborating with the National Intelligence Service and the government in previous cycles. The very first thing Old Man Sko and I did together was to collect the personal weaknesses of government officials. Ultimately, our store became a black hole that sucked in convenience store-related goods and logistics in no time. Huff. Comrade Manager. The boxes are piled up like a mountain. Thinking about how this is all the product of the blood and sweat of the workers makes this fairy so sad. Now, it's ours. The laughter. This fairy just cannot help it. The typical signs of a revolutionary falling into corruption were beginning to show. A massive warehouse was constructed underground at the convenience store. It would have been impossible to promise a completion date if we relied on manual labor, but the power of fairies made many things possible. After completing our gigantic, underground facilities, the fairies neatly arranged the goods. Yes, not one fairy, but several fairies. Before I knew it, 3 fairies were buzzing around, moving products. Fairy number 264, I called. The fairy snapped to attention. Yes, Comrade Manager. Answer me. Why have the fairies suddenly multiplied? Sir. Number 264 requested support from the Fairy Revolution Club. Club comrades inspired by your great revolutionary legacy are joining our cause one after another. What? Are you telling me that the number of fairies here will grow even more? Possibly. The cause of the revolution swells like a river flowing downstream, except for the filthy reactionaries. This was an unforeseen situation. Originally, it was supposed to be just one capable yet unpaid slave that I was carting around with fairy number 264. But I had no problem with it. Actually, it was even better. As is customary in a vacation cycle, the more unplanned events, the merrier. Ho, has this fairy's unilateral decision lead to overly adventurous consequences? No, you did well. I looked around. Anything else? Just then, a pile of green Seamall hats heaped in a logistics box caught my eye. I tore open the plastic and put a Seamall hat on the tutorial fairy. The fairy tilted her head in confusion under the hat much larger than her head. What is this? All fairies are equal, but some fairies are more equal than others. Comrade number 264, your fervent passion has moved me. From now on, you will command all fairies participating in the 6th International. Comrade manager. Staff secured. The fairies knew how to use magic and even had the ability to separate certain areas from reality. This ability meant that the underground warehouse was isolated from the outside world. Deploy the territory in the underground warehouse. Yes, sir. Using this ability and ice magic, they indefinitely extended the shelf life of the stored products. After procuring some generators, the wiring and installation work was completed, and the convenience store was up and running 24 hours a day. Now, there was nothing left to do at all but receive customers. On the 6th day since the grand opening, the first customer visited. Welcome. A tinkle later, the glass door was open, and in walked a woman with heavy clothes and a ponytail. There was nothing to hide. Our illustrious first customer was none other than the Saintess. She lived nearby and had probably spied on my antics through her clairvoyance. She glanced at me where I stood at the cash register. Are you open for business? Yes. Our store operates 24 hours a day. What is that? The Saintess pointed behind me. Hanging there was a poster that read store rules. 1. Please be kind to our employees here at the head office. Despite looking different from us, all of them are valuable humanoid capital and the private property of us here. 2. The head office handles not only Korean won but also Japanese yen, US dollars, and other foreign currencies. 3. Smoking inside and under the parasols of the store is strictly prohibited. 4. There is a limit on the number of purchases permissible at the head office. The number of items each customer can purchase is limited to what they can reasonably consume in a day. The standard of reasonableness is at the discretion of the store manager. Example, you cannot buy 100 sandwiches at once. 5. No physical disputes of any kind are allowed within 300 meters of the store. 6. Failure to comply with these rules will result in unlimited sanctions. We appreciate your understanding. 7. Happy shopping. I flashed a business smile. Exactly as written, dear customer. Just follow the rules, and the head office will always sincerely welcome you. The expression on the Saintess's face was hard to describe. She wandered around the store like a highly cautious cat, and when she reached a certain corner, she paused. It was the pet products corner. Oh. Fish food. We maintain a special corner for pets even as the world comes to an end, for customers who refuse to give up on their pets. Aquariums with driftwood, filter media, soil, adhesive, aquatic plants, oil film removers, and filters, the Saintess mumbled absently. Professional. This would make managing the aquariums much. Do you like it, dear customer? Just a moment, please. The Saintess left the convenience store. A short while later, she re-entered with a wad of 50,000 won bills clutched in hand and hurriedly began to stuff aquarium management supplies into her bag. At the counter, I faced the Saintess, whose eyes glowed with the light of a shopping spree. All of this, please, she mumbled. Thank you, dear customer. This coffee is on the house to celebrate our store just opened. Please tell others in your area to come by. All right. I'll stop by often. Regular customer acquired. With all the proper marketing tools now completely gone, ensnaring the Saintess as a regular customer was a point in my favor. The constellations would do the advertising agent's job anyway. Sure enough, Not long after, the number of customers visiting the convenience store began to increase substantially. "Can I buy a carton of cigarettes? Please. I came all the way from Chungju to get to this store." "Sir, I'll give you as much money as you want. Just cooperate with our unit." It was a grand success. As the number of customers increased, so did the number of troublemakers. The balance of the world was always exacting. "Fuck, come out here, you bastard owner." "Yes. I'm here, you bastard customer." "Huh." Every one of the troublemakers got beaten like a dog by me. A guy who got greedy and tried to buy too much at once, someone who smoked while sitting under a parasol, and even those who were okay with drinking soju but went a step further and started brawling. They all received their punishment. Spies planted by imperialists to destroy the International. There's not a shred of mercy for you guys. It's the gulag for everyone. Fuck. Why are the fairies? Shut up. Reactionaries. Under the supervision of Ferry Number 264, the troublemakers were put to work cleaning up along the Han River. Thanks to that, the area around our convenience store was as clean as if it had sidestepped the end of the world. By then, the internet was also abuzz. XX, seriously, why is the international store owner so strong? XX, I saw yesterday that even 6 awakeners attacking at once couldn't last a few seconds. Even the guild leader got wiped out in one hit. Is this a convenience store owner or a sword master? Isn't this guy just the strongest? XX, that guy is really strong. XX, there are still people making a fuss at the International. Crazy. -20, it's a fairy den there. XX, but why are the fairies there wearing Che Guevara t-shirts? XX, I don't know. XX, I asked last time, and they said it's their uniform. XX, seriously, why are fairies wearing Che Guevara t-shirts as uniforms? XX, I really don't know. Ah, right. This site was an SGNet. Originally, the name SGNet was my idea anyway. When Seogyu acted alone, it was called Hunter Community, abbreviated as Hunko. It wasn't a membership-based site, meaning anyone could freely access it and write anonymously. Given my reputation, occasionally awakeners came to the convenience store not to buy anything but to see me. I am known as the Sword of the Mount Hua sect. I have often heard rumors of the international store owner's formidable martial prowess. May I request a lesson? Reading too many martial arts novels had gone to his head, to the point where he called monsters demons and awakeners martial artists, and referred to employees as store warriors, like a certain crazy 60-year-old with a bizarre concept. I'll have another opportunity to talk about this old man later. He was a fellow I wandered around with during another vacation cycle, not the 90th. Anyway, the 6th International was a success. A gate had burst open, turning the once desolate Han River area into a gathering place for minor guilds and even lone awakeners who stubbornly played the lone wolf game without joining a guild. This so-called convenience store zone had formed. Before the world ended, it might have been one thing, but currently in Korea, this was the only convenience store zone. It might have been the only one on Earth. And so it was one day, when 12 years had passed. "You are quite something, Mr. Manager." The one who spoke was a guild leader who had brought her entire guild for a party in the convenience store's front yard. She was from Samcheon, one of the 2 major guilds in Korea. The guild leader grinned, wearing a cone-shaped hat that sat atop her head, the signature style of the Samcheon Guild. "What are you talking about?" I asked. "Whenever I come here, it feels like the world is the same as it's always been. You know, today, I was startled when I saw the price of potato chips was over 3,500 won. I wondered if the price was correct." She looked very happy. "The fact that I can still worry about such things isn't so bad," she concluded. "You are a good person. Though I don't know exactly how you pulled it off. Thank you, dear customer. And, thanks to your store, sir, this area is relatively safe, you know." "Do you know what we call your store in our group?" "The convenience store?" "No, the police station. No matter what dispute arises, if you just come to this store, it will be resolved with an even hand. Even if you're seeing red with rage, seeing fairies wearing t-shirts and sea-mall hats can't help but calm you down just purely for the sheer absurdity of it." Seogyu probably wouldn't agree considering how he always started with the words "this fucking asshole" even at the Busan station terminal. Anyway, our guild is going to deploy to seal a gate that opened yesterday. The execution day is the day after tomorrow at 1100 hours. If you're interested, let me know. I'll even give you the position of vice guild leader. Our guild is a bit closed off to outsiders, but you're always welcome. Thank you for the kind words, but I have no intention of getting directly involved in the fighting. Is that so? I figured. Don't push yourself too hard in the fighting, dear customer. What are you talking about? The Sanchin Guild leader chuckled as she placed a bag of money on the counter, presumably for the party expenses. She then pulled out an additional 1,001 bill and handed it to ferry number 264. Surprisingly, it wasn't the blue 1,001 bill but a rare red one. Nowadays, it's something you can't find anywhere. Dear customer, this is a tip. The Sanchin Guild leader chuckled. I wrote my signature on the back. I flipped the bill over. This coffee shop has great coffee. Sanchin, Dang Seorin. The handwriting, appearing to have been written with a brush pen, was very elegant. It was clear she had formally studied calligraphy. She must have been in a very good mood to write something with a brush pen. What a precious item. Why, they hang up celebrities' autographs at popular places, right? Mr. Manager, if you feel like it, you might as well act like I'm a celebrity. It's embarrassing, but... Anyway, there aren't many awakeners left in Korea. That should make me qualified, right? The Sanchin Guild leader walked away. Then, tossing a light-hearted wave back to me, she said, "Bye-bye. I'll come visit again after closing the gate. Please make me an affogato when I do, Mr. Manager." A few days later, the coffee beans and vanilla ice cream I had prepared in advance went unused. The Sanchin Guild failed in their gate raid, and all 301 guild members died. Footnotes. Chapter 17. Internationalist. The heart is often likened to fire, burning with passion. But in my case, water was more often a suitable metaphor. Ever since the 89th cycle was severed by the red flash caused by Go-Yuri, my inner well had dried up. This is commonly referred to as burnout, a slump invariably faced by every regressor at some point. Annihilation, ha. If Sanchin is gone, doesn't that leave only Baekwa as the top guild in Korea? No, those body stackers are a bit. Well, it's even questionable whether they are a guild. After all, the void suppression failed. I looked up at the night sky yesterday, and it was chilling. Upon collecting and cremating Dang Seorin's remains and scattering them at the beach, I returned to find awakeners whispering under the parasols outside the convenience store. For some reason, their murmuring sounded to me like the trickling of water. The sound of water led to one object. This coffee shop has great coffee. Sanchin, Dang Seorin. A wine-colored 1,001 bill. I transferred the bill signed by the Sanchin Guild leader into an acrylic case and displayed it at the convenience store counter, where the cigarettes were usually displayed. Our underground warehouse had recently started bottoming out on its supplies. Alcohol and cigarettes were the first resources to become scarce, so there was plenty of space to display the bill. Naturally, customers could view the exhibit each time they passed the counter. One day, the Mountwa old man pointed out, "Sir, what in the world is that ominous item? I can feel an unusual energy from it." "Oh, that? It's a signature left by the Sanchin Guild leader before she went off to strike down a meteor shower." The old man grunted and left the convenience store. The next day, he placed a 10,001 bill on the counter to buy his usual bottle of green Macchiali. "Sir, this is an orchid I drew myself." "Orchid? What about an orchid?" "Look closely at the drawing." I did. Beyond King Sejong's sturdy shoulders, an actual orchid was depicted. Frankly, the drawing was terrible. If Hungseon Daewongun had seen it, he might have mistaken it for pineapple leaves. However, the old man had put some effort into it, as a tiny signature that read Sword Marquis of Yuldoguk was squeezed into a corner of a cabbage leaf. Sword Marquis seemed quite proud of his work, G out of his nose. The only feature of his worthy of commendation was his fluttering mustache. "Please, hang it in your store like a banner." Well, it didn't really matter. I displayed Sword Marquis's bill alongside the other without much thought, but that, apparently, set a precedent. Visitors to my convenience store began indiscriminately offering bills with their signatures scribbled across them. "Excuse me, sir. I'm heading out with the raid team. If it's not too much trouble, could you? I'll come again next time. Please give a 2+1 discount then. Really, come on, can't I buy a carton of cigarettes? Please?" When there was only the relic of the Samson Guild leader, it had been handled with care, but with the addition of Sword Marquis's bill, it suddenly seemed trivial. The currencies left by Awakeners varied widely. Old 5001 bills, $2 bills, East German marks, these were the most fascinating, yen, euros, pounds, Greek, Hong Kong dollars, Vietnamese dong, Philippine pesos, North Korean won, Indian and Nepalese rupees. Before I knew it, the area behind my counter was filled with bills. Occasionally, when I had time, I would quietly observe the exhibition. Every time a bill filled the gaping holes in the cigarette display like bricks, I felt as if my inner well was slightly replenishing. If life is ultimately a journey to leave behind a single photograph, perhaps my 90th portrait would look like this. Comrade Manager. Fairy number 264 set down a box of 0 drinks. Under the Seamall hat, his expression was utterly deflated. "This is the last box of 0 drinks." Huff. "Is that so? What about the alcohol? Beer, soju, whiskey, wine, macchiali, sake?" No matter the type, scraping everything together, there are only 50 bottles left. I'm ashamed to say that the funding for alcohol has dried up. Not just alcohol, nearly all stocked items were exhausted. There's no such thing as an eternally flowing oasis. But what of it? Have you ever seen someone who refuses to cast shade because they fear the tree might rot someday? Here. I took out a Heaven's Champion sausage. Perk up. At the sight of the sausage, fairy number 264's ears stood up. For some reason, unknown to me, fairies swoon over this particular sausage. Ah. I thought all the sausages were gone. Eat it secretly from the others. You're the only one who thinks of me. I patted fairy number 264 on the head. Call everyone together and let's clear out all the remaining alcohol. Yes. Comrade. I gathered the customers. I could have easily invited Awakeners through an internet community, but unfortunately, that was no longer possible. Unable to connect to the site, Seogyu's hunter community had been shut down some time ago. Seogyu had likely died somewhere unknown to me. Go Yuri probably died as well. After all, she was a being who couldn't survive without mimicking others. Fairies had walked door to door gathering people, and still, only about 100 participants turned up for the party. Not quite satisfying, but enough people to enjoy the 50 bottles of alcohol. Isn't the Saintess coming? Awakeners laughed, chatted, sang, and enjoyed themselves. They also had their own stashes of supplies, so the party wasn't meager. Surprisingly, an Awakener who brought 11 bottles of Chateau d'Yquem from 1990 became an instant hero in human history. The atmosphere reached a climax. Shall we form a guild with everyone gathered here? Oh, the last guild. To commemorate its formation, let's set off for the meteor shower gate after tonight's party. This isn't a guild, it's a final gathering. The Awakeners who had survived without dying or being kicked out of their guilds were either stubborn independents or outcasts with social issues. But as the final moments approached, they united for the party. Well, the influence of 11 bottles of Chateau d'Yquem might have played a significant role. Manager. Aren't you coming with us? I shook my head. There's still one customer I haven't said goodbye to. After you all leave, I'll go too. Ah, if only you were there, we could last another 30 seconds. Maybe even 3 minutes? Come on, let's sign up quickly. People chuckled. The night sky was especially noisy with a high ceiling. From long years of living through regressions, I now truly sensed that the apocalypse had arrived. The day after the Last Supper, I called all the fairy clerks to one place. 40 little ones wearing Che Guevara t-shirts crowded together. I declared in front of them. Today is a holiday. Huff, the fairies blinked. Does a holiday mean no work? Work reflects human value, but a holiday is an act of abandoning one's value. It's an utterly foreign concept. Excuse me for saying, but doesn't it depend on whether it's a paid or unpaid holiday? I chuckled and handed each fairy a 50,001 bill. Don't worry. It's a paid holiday. The bills all bore my signature. Secretary General and Chairman and Manager of the 6th International. The fairy's eyes sparkled. Wow! Comrade Manager's handwritten signature. Deeply moved. This should be legislated to hang in frames in every public office. Sure, do as you like. Anyway, I'll be watching the store alone today, so take a good rest and come back. Yes. The fairies, raising their red flags, scurried off somewhere. And so, I was left alone, as I was mopping the floor in the now quiet store. Tinkle, the glass door opened. Welcome. Customer. It was the Saintess. She was the last customer I had been waiting for. She quietly looked around the store. Several shelves were empty as if teeth had been plucked out. Signs reading, temporarily out of stock, please wait for restocking, were attached to those shelves. The Saintess murmured. Restocking is taking a long time. Yes. I've been pressing the headquarters continuously, but it seems difficult. I see. The Saintess did not argue with my words and simply nodded. The apocalypse had surged right up to us. Yet, the Saintess had not died. Not just this cycle. She had almost always survived until the last day. Her attachment to life was a bit different. She had imposed a duty on herself to live. Could you make me a cup of coffee? Understood. I took the last remaining coffee beans, milk, and sugar and made a coffee as close to filter coffee as possible. This was how we at the 6th International treated our regular customers. Naturally, I could afford such a service to our very first regular customer. During the coffee, the Saintess said nothing. She just looked with her deep black eyes at the counter behind me, the shelves inside the store, and outside the window. Especially, her gaze lingered long on the cases of bills. That was well drunk. Here, the bill. The Saintess offered a 50,001 bill. No need for change. I'll come again. On the back of the bill was written, your first customer. That day was the last time an awakener visited the convenience store. In the middle of the night, I locked up the store and went out to the Han River. The night sky was filled with the Milky Way. Red light. Green light. Purple light. The Milky Way seemed like a long ripped lip, and within it, countless stars twinkled as if they would pour down at any moment. And they actually did pour down. The gate that Samson and the Guild Coalition had tried to seal at the cost of their lives had now completely opened, releasing a disaster made of starlight onto the earth. A guaranteed event in Gyeongsangnam-do in the 7th year of regression, and in Seoul in the 12th year. It was known as the meteor stream. This cycle ends with the meteor ending. I sat on the riverbank, looking up at the sky. One could survive if they avoided it, but there was nothing left to do in this cycle if one did. There were countless things to do in the next cycle. Not a bad vacation. I opened my smartphone. While waiting for the stars to fall, I flipped through the photos saved on my phone. Originally, I wasn't in the habit of taking pictures. More precisely, as a regressor, I had lost that habit. Although photos were items meant for preservation, they had failed to serve that role for me. However, knowing they would disappear, I couldn't help but take these photos. This coffee shop has great coffee. Samchin, Dang Seorin. Sword Marquis of Yuldoguk. Thanks for the fun. Lee Ju-ho. Sincerely grateful. But no matter how I think about it, the store's name and clerk shirts are strange. Are you a member of the Red Army? Posted by Uehara Shino. Visiting on a school trip. Bekwa Girls High, may our love last 1,000 miles forever. Bye. The way here is too inconvenient. Thought I'd die carrying wine bottles. NDH. Go 6th International, fight on. Simarayan. If you had just sold one carton of cigarettes, it would have been GOAT. Why? Your first customer. Unknowingly, the corners of my mouth lifted. Why I had accepted the life of a regressor, who I wanted to help, why I wanted to help. The reasons now filled my heart more distinctly than ever before. 12 years had been enough to supply the water necessary for a regressor's life. Of course, maybe in 100 years, I'll have to take another vacation. Hold on. Isn't the meteor ending a bit old-fashioned? The whole world was flooded with starlight. The time of regression. Today, I retired as the 12-year convenience store manager and rejoined as a regressor. Footnotes. Chapter 18. Companion I. Let's talk about Dang Seorin, the guild leader of Samchin World. There's venom in her eyes. You mean her? The almost sole survivor at Busan Station. She's known for asking bizarre questions to everyone. I first met Dang Xiaorin in my 4th run. Regrettably, I had not yet acquired the complete memory ability at that time. That came in the 5th run. Thus, there might be some inaccuracies in my recollection of our first meeting. No, I'd rather not admit it, but there are definitely errors. It's a past that's already more than a millennium old. Your name? Undertaker. It's an alias. You bury people? Not bad. The depth of a person is determined by how many corpses they have buried in their heart. Perhaps Dang Xiaorin didn't say venom in her eyes, but fire in her eyes. She might have used you instead of her. It might have rained that day, or not. I think I heard the sound of water, but perhaps it was just the sound flowing from my heart. Nevertheless, I can vividly recall the atmosphere and the contour of the air from that time. To live, one must breathe not only the oxygen drifting before their eyes, but also the air from the past that has already flowed by. How about it? Won't you join our guild? What's the guild's name? Samchin World. Abbreviated as Samchin. It's my personal ambition to someday truly gather 3,000 awakeners. 1. Undertaker, I need your strength to subdue the 10 legs. A person who made up a fair share of my breath smiled and extended their hand. At that time, I had no reason or leeway not to take that hand. But everyone in our guild must wear a cone hat, no matter where they are. A cone hat? Yeah, you know, the hats witches wear in fairy tales. That's our guild symbol. You have to carry a broomstick too. Haven't eaten lunch yet, right? I know a great place. I'll take you there to celebrate your joining. I withdraw my application. It was irrevocable. Later, changing the broomstick to a sword was the best I could do. Dang Xiaorin was cunning and stubborn. And she knew the local eateries well. People called her the Witch of the Train Station and the Witch of the Cursed Song. Upon reflection, maybe I was the only one who called her by that last nickname. Of course, I had a different nickname that I used more frequently. Why hide it? Once, she was my guild leader. Now, looking back, it might seem like a jest from the past, but in the very early days of my regressor life, say around the 10th run, there was a boss monster that stood like the Wailing Wall, blocking the path of all Korean awakeners. Wait. What is that? Oh, it's coming this way. 10 legs. According to the classification system established by the Library Association, a wiki group, it was a city class, Polis, Hazard. Its identifier was Baby Cthulhu. Crazy. How can it move so fast? It's Cthulhu. It's Cthulhu. What the fuck? Sound the alarm. Sound the alarm, damn it. Opinions were divided on how 10 legs came to be known as such. Where there should have been legs, there weren't any, and instead, hundreds of tentacles waved like human arms, hence the name. But personally, I subscribe to the theory that those fucking pieces of shit somehow morphed into 10 legs. That first boss monster of the Korean peninsula brought us great despair. We need to capture it to reclaim everything south of the Han River and push the double-fronted battle line into a ceasefire. Dang Xiaorin did not despair. More precisely, she rallied the despairing awakeners into a guild alliance and was promoted to its leader. Let's call it the Anti-10 Legs Coalition. The difference from the Anti-Dongjua Coalition in Romance of the Three Kingdoms was that unlike Yuan Shao, Dang Xiaorin was exceedingly competent. Undertaker, you will lead the elite of other guilds at the front and block 10 legs as long as possible. Understood. After I learned about Old Man Sko, he took over leading the vanguard, but until then, I was regrettably the best we had. That gives you a sense of how lackluster the Awakeners were at the time. By the way, when I was a member of Samchin, I naturally spoke formally to Dang Xiaorin. My deputy died yesterday, so I'm a bit under the weather. But I'll try. How many minutes should I hold out? Just hold out for 30 minutes. I will set up a grand magic to back up the suicide squad. Understood. I nodded. It sounds easy. It was not. The 10 legs roared. Within exactly 2 minutes of the combat starting, one of its tentacles had bored another hole in my head. What can you do? If an expressway is laid right through the middle of the brain, even a regressor has to die gracefully. I did well to last those 2 minutes. Other awakeners were harvested almost instantaneously. Had any autumn farmers seen it, they would have drooled over the side skills. I managed to hold out until the end with Dang Siorin, becoming just another head of grain. That was the end of the 4th run. Start of the 5th. Undertaker, you will lead the elite of other guilds at the front and block 10 legs as long as possible. It's going to be damn difficult. This time, instead of pretending in front of my guild leader, I decided to be more honest. Dang Siorin's eyes widened. Difficult? Yes. I thought with the combined forces we currently have, plus you, we could manage a delaying action. Is there something wrong with the data? The data isn't wrong. 10 legs, that bastard, is hiding its strength. It was disheartening to see how the world was turning out. The meta of power hoarding should be my role as a regressor, but a damn boss mob was doing it. Usually, the legs it shows aren't all it has. It can sprout more anytime from inside its body like tentacles. Honestly, even 5 minutes is tough, let alone 30. Vice Guild Leader, if that's true, we might have to abandon the campaign entirely. Yes. Let's give up. Yeah. Let's do that. Should we run away to Busan? Sounds good. It's a place of tradition and trust, isn't it? Lots of good food? We retreated to Busan. It was a region that could sufficiently satisfy Dang Siorin's taste, which always sought out local eateries first. It was originally our guild's home base anyway. The problem was that 10 legs wasn't just stuck to a gate but roamed freely, a truly liberated spirit. Not unlike Dang Siorin, it toured various regions seeking out local flavors. Its menu was consistently one item, human meat. After laying waste to Seoul, it zigzagged across the country, proving itself to be a lone gourmet who could have appeared on a culinary show. This creature originally targeted areas densely packed with humans. Apparently, it could sense human life. Thanks to that, the cities of the Korean peninsula were devastated, and 10 legs achieved a feat no politician had ever accomplished. It took just 5 years. The 10 legs roared. Fuck this. We laid our final line of defense at the Nakdong River, and in harmony, became awakeners roasted on skewers. Even if we had given up on subduing it, as long as 10 legs was alive, we were all merely living on borrowed time. That was the end of the 5th run. Start of the 6th. Is there really no answer to this? The 5th run ended in annihilation by 10 legs, but looking at my entire life as a regressor, it was tremendously significant. It was then that I acquired the complete memory ability. From that point on, I knew exactly what I was pondering, who I met, and what conversations we had. Vice Guild Leader, do you have a moment? HM? What is it? Just when I was brooding over how the world was messing with humanity, the breakthrough came from an unexpected quarter. A guest from outside has come to see you, Vice Guild Leader. A guild member with pretty silver hair opened the sliding door of the KTX train and spoke to me. UG1, a talent I had scouted from the 5th run to serve as my deputy. She had quite a crazy psychic streak. But let's mention that later. An outside guest? Where are they? They've come all the way to our train platform. What's the security team doing? They tried to stop them, but this guest was so strong they couldn't properly do it. Waiting at the platform was the best they could manage. Why were we discussing this on a KTX train? Well, Samchin World's base of operations was always on a train. It wasn't because the members of Samchin, including myself, found metaphysical beauty in a heap of immovable scrap metal. We were not railroad otakus. It was entirely due to our boss, Dang Siorin Highness's taste. Dang Siorin had a peculiar habit of making the most intact luxury train her base every time she moved the guild to a different region. In her own words, doesn't it have a certain romance, staying on a train if you're a witch? As you can tell from her wearing a cone hat, her mind was not exactly normal. Anyway, back to the main story. So, what's the guest's name? Yes, the name is Emit. Schopenhauer? Ah, Schopenhauer. Crackle. Listening to the noise from the radio, my deputy tilted his head. Seems German? Emit Schopenhauer. Swordmaster. Sword Star. A man cloaked in numerous nicknames and who had sliced more monster heads than those nicknames. But to me, he was simply known as Old Man Sko. Hello? What brings you here? Old Man Sko quietly looked at me. Honestly, my first impression was he seems like a nasty character. It was still only the 6th run. A German old man who had followed his wife to Korea only to get caught up in the gate crisis. He hadn't learned Korean, so he tried to communicate using a mix of English, body language, and a smartphone translator. If only I had been good at English, communication wouldn't have been an issue, but unfortunately, I had no talent for languages. Fucking monster. Fucking monster. You mean 10 legs? The lurker? Tentacles, flapping around? Yes. Oh. Sorry, I can't speak English. Old Man Sko grimaced. He looked very frustrated. It's different. Strategy. You died here in the past. KTX dining car. Used as our guild's reception room, a map of South Korea was spread out on the table here. Thud. Old Man Sko pointed his finger at the center of the map, the line from Seoul to Gwacheon. In the 4th run, I didn't know anything and tried to beat 10 legs but got beaten instead. But you didn't die. Swoosh. Old Man Sko's finger pointed downwards, precisely indicating the Nakdong River. 5 years. Too big a difference. Old Man Sko's gray gaze was directed straight at me. Perhaps. No, surely. My heart churned. We looked into each other's eyes across the table for a long time and realized that the flow of time was the same for both of us. Old Man Sko's mouth slowly opened. Return? Even though I was hard of hearing, I couldn't miss the intent behind that question. Silently, I drew a number on the table with my finger. 6. Old Man Sko finally relaxed his expression and smiled. It was the number of times he had repeated his life. Perhaps out of consideration that I didn't understand English, Old Man Sko's sentences were not long. The old German swordsman knew how to convey emotions succinctly. My friend. With Old Man Sko's joining, the dynamics on the battlefield changed. If you asked me to name the most powerful awakener among all I knew, I would always mention Old Man Sko. Not just as a rocket of power, but even now, after more than 1,000 runs, if you asked me to evaluate, Old Man Sko's potential was insane. Are you sure we should put this man on the front line? Yes, guild leader. I'm certain. Doesn't look that reliable just from his appearance, but if the vice guild leader insists so strongly. Guess we should test his skills, right? Certainly. 50 minutes later. Make this man a key resource for this campaign immediately. Again, Dang Seorin was a competent leader. Even amid the chaos of notable awakeners being carried out on stretchers, she was completely unperturbed. She even went as far as to hire an interpreter to stick by Old Man Sko's side. Interpreter, could you ask him what he thinks about cone hats? It wasn't long before the interpreter's expression darkened. I'm really sorry, but he says he has no interest in joining the guild. He prefers to travel alone. Is that so? That's a pity. But did he just say Alohamra? Did I hear that wrong? Oh, I think he might have made a joke there, but I didn't catch it. Sorry, that happens. Vice Guild Leader, isn't there a good pork soup place nearby? Germans like soup, right? Unless it's turnip, I guess he'd eat it. I saw it. The interpreter smiling faintly at my side. He was indeed a wise man. Back then, I didn't understand German, so I just let it go, but actually, Old Man Sko's remark was, what kind of stupid shit is that? You mean that Harry Potter knockoff hat you wear? If I stay any longer, you'll probably start keeping owls too, huh? Alohamra, you moron. Even my dog wouldn't wear that. And for the record, I agreed with him. From the 7th run, I decided not to join the Samchin Guild and instead began moving around with Old Man Sko, significantly because of those ridiculous cone hats. That fashion, well, it wasn't even fashion. The only person who could pull off a witch cosplay was Dang Seorin. It was as expected. Dang Seorin wasn't just playing witch, she was a grand sorceress and a multi-talented awakener who genuinely claimed to be a witch. Undertaker, Sword Star. I need you to hold out for 25 minutes. No, make it 30. South of the Han River. A cursed land where countless civilians evaporated in an instant, unaware of their fate. There, along with Old Man Sko and guild leader Dang Xiaoren, a total of 1,500 awakeners assembled. If you included the military units and civilian volunteers, the number was even larger. We stood on the front line where almost all available forces in Korea were concentrated. The familiar roar echoed. From afar, the massive body of 10 legs began to reveal itself. The horizon trembled. Buildings, turned to ruins, couldn't withstand the creature's thrashing and crumbled like dry reeds. 25 minutes. Can you hold out? It's difficult. I spoke on behalf of the strike team, but there was a difference from previous cycles. Now I could add something more to my statement, but it's manageable. Dang Xiaoren nodded. After this, let's go find some good places to eat. By the way, what's the signature dish of Seoul anyway? I'm not sure there's anything particularly famous. Really? Dang Xiaoren hummed, staring at the horizon. Tentacles resembling human arms writhed in abundance. After today, it'll probably be octopus sashimi. Ah, marinated octopus isn't bad. Right. All troops to battle stations. Today, we reclaim Seoul. Combat ensued. Footnotes. 1. Samcheon means 3,000 in Korean. 2. KTX trains are the subway trains of Korea. Chapter 19. Companion 2. Gruuggghhhh. The 10 legs monster ferociously advanced towards us. Each step it took with its countless tentacle-like legs made the ground tremble, and Old Man Sko and I bounced up and down continuously. To be precise, the 10 legs wasn't really stepping. Upon enhancing my sight and looking closely, the creature was actually walking on numerous hands, something resembling human hands and arms. With each step taken by its thousands, if not tens of thousands of arms, chunks of red flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Bones snapped and joints broke, but it seemed to make no difference to the creature. New arms regenerated incessantly where old ones were severed. A long trail of bloodstains, like a red carpet, lay behind the 10 legs as it approached. This giant red carpet was symbolic of the 10 legs. Thus, it was also referred to as the red carpet in foreign lands. I muttered, "This one's a real superstar." Ready? Old Man Sko asked in his awkward Korean. By then, everyone in the vanguard, including me, had already drawn their weapons. I glanced at my adjutant, UG-1, who nodded while studying a map spread out on the table. It was a signal that all preparations were complete. I nodded back. Yes. Let's finish this quickly and go eat. I was the first to step forward. 600 of our squadron followed. While not as imposing as the steps of the 10 legs, the 600 footsteps laden with the weight of life and death formed a considerable vibration. At that moment, a song erupted from behind us. Dang Xiaoren, the guild leader of Samcheon, the leader of the Korean Guild Alliance, often known as the Witch of the Train Station due to her peculiar taste of always roaming around train stations. However, apart from being a leader, Dang Xiaoren's true nature as an awakener in the battlefield was something else. She was a witch who cast powerful spells by singing and reciting poems. Cursed song incantation, the art of invoking spells through songs, was pioneered and solely utilized by her. She became a myth among those who had awakened magical abilities. Such was the battlefield Dang Xiaoren, despite her humility in claiming to be merely an imitator rather than a creator. Her power was anything but modest. Initially, Dang Xiaoren's voice began as a single thread but soon split into 2, 3, 4 strands, embroidering the devastated skies above Seoul. An a cappella composed solely of her voice. The principle behind the cursed song magic developed by Dang Xiaoren was simple. It began with repetition magic, which functioned like a recorder. It was a basic magic that merely repeated and replayed the spellcaster's incantations continuously. Dang Xiaoren saw potential in this unremarkable magic. First, she allowed the repetition magic to resonate continuously in the air. At the core of this, she would overlay a completely new enchantment. The repetition magic would then start to replay the newly added part as well. First melody, repetition. Second melody, amplification. Third melody, reflex enhancement. As the battle reached its 6th minute, the third melody began to envelop hundreds of our fighters. Even those who were nearly dismembered or beheaded by the monster's tentacles managed to block it once, twice, 10 times. Ah! 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 Dang Xiaoren's melodies did not intend to stop there. Just as the 4th melody was about to begin and change the atmosphere, the 10 legs, sensing something amiss, turned its body. Realizing it had been deliberately lured here, it attempted to flee without hesitation. Its massive body twisted instantly, flinging nearby awakeners in all directions. Emit! Onaya! Old man Sko, who had learned the word Onaya before any other Korean phrase, drew his sword and charged. It was truly reliable to see him in action. Even I felt an involuntary sense of relief. But it was a feint. That damn clever monster had previously planted 6 of its tentacles underground. As Old Man Sko charged, spikes sprouted from the ground, puncturing his body with neat holes. A cloud of blood poured down. Instant death. Damn it. Dang Xiaoren's magical incantation ended abruptly before reaching the 5th melody. Our squad was breached, our defensive line collapsed, and the core of our operation, Dang Xiaoren, fell to her knees riddled with numerous holes. The last thing I saw was the 10 legs setting up a skewer grill shop across the plain. The red carpet was merely a decorative piece inviting guests into its establishment. That was the end of the 6th cycle. The 7th cycle started. Again. Emit! Onaya. Onaya was truly a mysterious Korean word. It could mean yes, I know, you bastard, and stop nagging me all at once. And Old Man Sko, the sword master, swept the ground with his sword energy while embedding all these meanings into it. Gruuggghhhh. The spikes lurking underground were severed in an instant. The false retreat was seen through. The 10 legs, enraged, harvested the lives of humans with its limbs that resembled human arms and hands. The songs in the air could not be harvested. Ah! The melody continued. It added layers. It resonated. Every time our a cappella embraced another tone, we had to sacrifice a life. 7th cycle ended. 8th cycle started. 8th cycle ended. 9th cycle started. Forever within this repeating da capo, Old Man Sko and I charged. We rushed in. The 10 legs fought back against our sword strikes. In an instant, the bulk of the 10 legs swelled up like a balloon. The tentacles it had revealed so far were merely a taste of what this monster harbored within, as thousands of spikes burst forth from its body. The 9th cycle ended. Ah! And the 10th cycle started. Forever within this repeating da capo, Old Man Sko and I charged. We rushed in. The 10 legs fought back against our sword strikes. Before it could swell up again, we dove into the midst of the 10 legs. Gruuggghhhh. Old Man Sko from the left. I from the right. Within the repeating spiral of cycles, I lived not as the Vice Guild leader of Samchin but as a direct disciple of Old Man Sko. What might have been the same repetition for the monster was not the same for me. Every time our time advanced by a span, so did Dang Xiaoren's song by another novel length. First melody, repetition. Second melody, amplification. Third melody, reflex enhancement. Fourth melody, weapon strength enhancement. Fifth melody, stamina recovery. Sixth melody, mental awakening. An aria of soul consolation was chanted in the gray skies. The first squadron swapped places with the second squadron, and the injured continuously retreated. Nevertheless, neither Dang Xiaoren nor I took a single step back from the front lines. We were all sacrificing our lives. By the time the 6th melody was repeating, her song changed. Until then, it had been protecting us. Now the melody suddenly sprang forward, attacking the 10 legs. Like red spikes. 7th melody, weakening curse. 8th melody, darkness curse. 9th melody, sensory inhibition curse. The massive body of the 10 legs became dull. As the monster swung its arms, collapsed buildings tumbled down. Perhaps it was a mere flinch. Old man. I know it. Damn it. We clung persistently. My term of address for Old Man Sko changed, and so did the flavor of his responses in Korean. Now, without saying a word, Old Man Sko and I perfectly timed our slashes to sever the tentacles of the 10 legs. The 10 legs fought back against our sword strikes, but to no avail. New tentacles sprouted more slowly, and our blades cut through the arms of the 10 legs more swiftly. Though the creature stepped forward with thousands of arms, it was only a single step for it, while we always ran 2 steps for every one of its. And so, ah, 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 ah. 10th melody, petrification curse. Continually regenerating tentacles of the 10 legs were nearly meaningless against the curse. However, even the remaining spikes became a lethal blow. Dozens of spikes aiming for Old Man Sko and me turned to stone all at once. Of course, it was just a momentary pause. If even 3 seconds, no, just 5 seconds passed, new tentacles would sprout and attempt to impale us. To give us those 3 seconds, Dang Xiaorin kept singing. We swung our swords. Where all the tentacles had vanished, we found the 10 legs 2 eyeballs, which also served as its hearts. Destroying one heart was pointless as the other would immediately regenerate, bestowing the 10 legs with virtually eternal life. Erf! Old Man Sko and I screamed as we charged. Our cries were not bizarre like the roars of the 10 legs, nor were they as beautiful as Dang Xiaorin's chanting. The duet of the 2 regressors was a mess. If it were a song, it would be off-key to the extreme. But somehow, perhaps it was just a feeling, it seemed like our rugged screams momentarily matched the aria of Dang Xiaorin. A mere coincidence of harmonizing discord. Gruuggghhhh. And that was the only remaining dissonance in this world. That noise, the heartbeat of the monster, the source of the vibration, we both thrust our swords towards it simultaneously. Blood splattered. Old Man Sko's sword tip pierced the left eyeball heart, and my blade slashed the right eyeball heart. A scream erupted. Blood spurted as countless tentacles began to stretch out from the 10 legs' body. The tips of the tentacles loomed right in front of us. Yet, I did not fear being pierced. Instead, I pressed the tip of my sword even harder into the eye heart. Hesitation. The tentacle that had reached right before us paused. The tentacle, resembling a human arm with 5 fingers, spread its fingers to their limits, as if seized by a convulsion. 1 second passed, then 2 seconds. As the music dwindled and the last lingering moments seemed to extend indefinitely, we too stood silently, swords embedded in the monster's heart, watching the creature. Then suddenly, I felt an irresistible urge to utter these words. Did we get it? Old Man Sko blanched. Hey, you fool! If you say that now. The 5 fingers of the 10 legs exploded. Flesh tore. Bursting open, it spilled forth red blood. Fingers, arms, countless tentacles, one after another, burst and flowed. There was no turning back. The monster that had wandered the red paths of this world for so long drowned itself in a pool of red. Suddenly drenched in blood, Old Man Sko stared blankly downwards. Then he turned towards me and finally looked behind. The moment we turned our backs, a roar louder than any earthquake created by the 10 legs shook the heavens. Hundreds had died, but still thousands survived. Clenching their fists and hugging each other, they ran towards us. They grabbed my head and tore my shirt. Laughter and cries intermingled. We did it! We actually did it! Even Old Man Sko, who had never spoken such words before, threw his arms around me, sobbing. Ah, Doc! Thank you! It's all thanks to you. I couldn't have made it this far alone. It was something Old Man Sko would normally never say. I, too, was moved and blurted out something similar, but I won't describe precisely what. It's not my hobby to document my own cringy moments. The Saintess of National Salvation blesses your victory. The Monarch of the Crimson Horse shows interest in your bravery. The Conqueror of the Alps marvels at your feat. At that time, the identity of the Saintess was still unknown in the cycles. Just like others, I was purely able to receive the constellation's congratulations. After a round of frenzy had passed. Finally, the overall commander of this operation, Dang Xiaorin, slowly approached me. Can't believe you pulled off the 10th melody. Perhaps because she sang too passionately, her voice was hoarse. She looked happy yet somewhat embarrassed as she smiled. Amazing. I never thought we'd actually win. How long did we hold out? 41 minutes. Dang Xiaorin's forehead was drenched with sweat. Her hair was disheveled, sticking to her face, yet it was relatively tame compared to what could have happened, especially considering the endings she faced from the 4th to the 9th cycle. We finally reclaimed Seoul. Well, south of the Han River, to be precise. Always used to be the most expensive part of town, right? Good for us. Now we're land rich. Despite achieving a colossal feat just then, Dang Seorin's tone was as casual as if she were just on a stroll. Her cheekiness made me chuckle. Now it's the worst land in Korea, though. I'm hungry. Any injuries? Let's go grab some food. That's when old man Sko chimed in. What's the menu? Octopus sashimi? I can't eat that. The embarrassed old man who had blurted out cheesy lines was nowhere to be seen, replaced once again by the grumpy German curmudgeon he usually was. Geez. I just don't get why you guys boil that horrific-looking Cthulhu kraken. It's okay. I was just saying now, I don't really like octopus sashimi that much either. I was surprised. Really? Is that so? Yeah. Dang Seorin smiled brightly. Actually, I prefer tacos with wasabi and a highball. Ear-splitting, red carpet. A gourmet of crimson. A monster active south of the Han River. Solitary, unstructured behavior. Civilian and military casualties estimated at approximately 436,000. Estimated 950 awakeners dead. Number of injured and missing unknown. Official designation, 10 legs. Subjugation completed. By the way, the menu for that day's celebration was pork belly with soju. There wasn't a Japanese restaurant nearby. Footnotes. Chapter 20. Companion 3. There is an epilogue to Dang Seorin's story. No, actually, all of my stories belong to epilogues. At least until before the 1183rd cycle. So, strictly speaking, Dang Seorin's story had many epilogues, and I'll mention just a few of them. Ah, Undertaker, you're awake? The day after the post-10 legs subjugation celebration, everyone was passed out drunk. Those who could handle their liquor were as drunk as they could handle, and those who couldn't were equally intoxicated. The 10 legs head was a fine accompaniment for such revelry. Dawn lingered in the remnants of the night, unwilling to forget, as Dang Seorin stood alone under the white pine. Her posture suggested she was bidding farewell to the night past rather than awaiting the sunrise. Yes, I'm awake. Does your head not hurt? You and Sword Star were drinking fiercely. I get drunk quickly and sober up quickly. I'm not much for sleeping in anyway. How about you, Alliance Leader? Is your condition okay? Of course. I'm always fine. Yet, Dang Seorin's voice still sounded hoarse. No surprise there, given she had been chanting spells continuously for 41 minutes on the battlefield and sang heartily at the celebration. Even a singer with vocal cords of steel would have been strained. It seems like I'll soon stop hearing you call me Alliance Leader. A bit sad, isn't it? Well, the 10 legs is dead, but who knows what kind of monsters might pop up next. There's a high chance the Guild Alliance will need to be formed again. You'll have to be the leader then. That's so. Dang Seorin quietly looked up at the dawn sky. That's so. I, still not entirely sober, joined her side, half hoping the blue sky would disinfect the remaining effects of alcohol. Though it seemed unlikely the sky had such properties, what did it matter? The day sky takes in people's sweat, and the night sky collects their dreams, while the thoughts they haven't managed to express are taken in by the dawn. Look, the wind beside me spoke. Want to hear what my dream is? I know. It's to conquer every famous eatery in the world. Ah, that's right. Can't give up on that. Dang Seorin nodded seriously. But the dream I'm talking about now is a different one. A different dream? I tilted my head, puzzled. Did she have another dream? I had served as the Vice Guild leader for Dang Seorin from the 4th to the 6th cycle, but had never heard of another dream. Oh. Are you perhaps talking about raising 3,000 elite guild members to live up to the name of the Samchin world? Oh. There was that too. What's with you, Undertaker? Dang Seorin looked at me as if surprised. You always seem so disinterested in others, yet you know so much about me. Are you a fan? Sorry to say, but there's another dream I'm talking about. Then I really don't know. What is it? Traveling. Dang Xiaoren slightly lifted her heels and reached out towards the dawn. Her fingers grasped sharply at the sky. I want to travel this ruined world by train. By train? Yes. It doesn't have to be a grand train. Just a junky, single-carriage train that I've customized myself. She hummed as if singing. A thing that won't move unless I take care of it, where I can eat, sleep, travel, and even hang laundry. Like a camper van or a yacht. I'm not sure if the rails are still intact. Even the KTX trains we're using as temporary lodgings in the Samchin Guild aren't running, are they? The one-lane roads are still managed by the Busan workshops. That's okay. Somehow with the mysterious power of magic, Dang Xiaoren mind boxing with a yap-yap sound. I'll fix the world's destroyed railways one by one, continuing on. From station to station, always laying pretty rails behind wherever I've passed. That's how it will go, and go, and go, until it can go no more. If it ends at some dilapidated train station at a beach, where only a single station attendant stands alone. Dang Xiaoren said no more. Suddenly feeling an odd sensation, I looked at her face. It was a strange statement, but she seemed as if she might collapse at any moment. Alliance leader? Dang Xiaoren blinked. She leaned against her broom, which she claimed was a witch's essential item. Her complexion was the same as usual. Undertaker. Why not join my guild and become a vice guild leader? You know our guild does well. You won't get another chance like this. You'll regret it later if you don't. Are we back to that? I won't take the pointy hat. Really? Then, it can't be helped. Dang Xiaoren walked away waving lightly behind her. Bye-bye, I'll go for a walk and then head back. Don't follow me, I'll enjoy some solitude. When will you return? Who knows? Maybe in about an hour? An hour passed, then 2, and Dang Xiaoren did not return. A search party was dispatched by the Guild Alliance. 3 hours after her disappearance, Dang Xiaoren was found collapsed on a forest trail. After that day, Dang Xiaoren never got up again. How is the condition of the guild leader of Samchin? That is, peculiar. The medical team looked somber. Her body's functions overall are deteriorating. We thought it might be a curse, but it's not. I can only say it's truly peculiar. I'm sorry to tell you this, but it wouldn't be surprising if she closed her eyes at any moment. I see. I braced myself and entered the hospital room, one of the few still functioning normally in Korea. Dang Xiaoren caught my eye as she sat by the window. She was reading a novel, relying on the wheels of a wheelchair instead of the trains she loved so much. Silence hung in the air. After about 30 seconds, Dang Xiaoren slammed the novel shut and placed it on her lap. Lifespan. That was the first thing she said after seeing my face in 2 weeks. Lifespan? Yes. That's really the point, isn't it? I hate this kind of atmosphere. Let's get it over with and talk about something else. Dang Xiaoren shrugged. Her expression and gestures were just like the usual Dang Xiaoren. You wouldn't believe anything was wrong with her if it weren't for the wheelchair. No, it wasn't just the wheelchair. The pointed hat hung on a coat rack, and the broom, which wasn't a witch's essential but a cleaning tool, leaned against the wall. This hospital room felt like an insult to the person that was Dang Xiaoren. My magic becomes stronger the more of my lifespan I burn. It's not just magic, but a power I've awakened. Coolly named, Equivalent Exchange. It's not a very unfamiliar ability, is it? So, yeah. Wow, the 10 legs was really tough. How could such a monster exist? I thought it would die right there when I chanted the 10th melody, but somehow it survived until now. Anyway, it's not like I'm sick. I couldn't easily bring up the words. It wasn't because I couldn't think of anything comforting to say. It was just that I was feeling a profound shock. She had never revealed it before. The fact that Dang Xiaoren was a multi-ability awakener. Besides her magical abilities, she had the power to temporarily boost her firepower by burning her lifespan. Even when I had been her second-in-command in the Samchin Guild, Dang Xiaoren had kept her secret weapon hidden. Because, were you thinking of dying in the fight against the 10 legs anyway? You're so smart, Undertaker. Dang Xiaoren nodded crisply. To win against such an opponent, one must risk their life. Isn't that right? You, Sword Star, everyone who participated in the battle, the soldiers and civilian volunteers who supported us. Everyone. I couldn't deny her words. Hadn't I, too, gambled with my life 7 times? Suddenly, the conversations we had during the cycles came to mind. With the 10 legs subjugation right before us, she had recited. Minus 30 minutes. Just hold on for 30 minutes. I'll set up a grand magic to blow the 10 legs head off. Undertaker. Sword Star. Don't mind the means, just last for 25 minutes, no, 30 minutes. At that time, Dang Xiaorin must have been prepared for her own death. Thus, what she really was asking for was this. Just hold on for 30 minutes until I die. But the subjugation of the 10 legs took 41 minutes. It must have been a consumption of lifespan far beyond her limits. I found it hard to calm my roiling heart. For me, regression was also a tool to test the potential of others. Most people's actions and outcomes changed with each cycle. However, some things did not change no matter how many times they regressed. The strength of mind and firmness of conviction. Dang Xiaorin had always discussed subjugating the 10 legs and mentioned 30 minutes without exception in every cycle. In every cycle, her principle of action to sacrifice her own life to annihilate humanity's enemy remained unchanged. How exactly does equivalent exchange work? When I awakened the ability, it showed that my natural lifespan was 85 years. Then, I just think in my mind, I'll use up a few years from the remaining 60 years, and my firepower automatically enhances. So, did you use up over 60 years in the 10 legs battle? Dang Xiaorin furrowed her brows. That's really strange. Really? Did I tell you? I didn't expect to last over 30 minutes while chanting cursed song incantation. If my calculations were correct, even reaching the 6th melody was a close call. Dang Xiaorin rested her chin on her hand. The thing with cursed song incantation is, the more melodies that overlap, the more exponentially the required magic power increases. It's truly exponential. Even if I had used up 60 years of lifespan, reaching the 10th melody should have been impossible. But you chanted it just fine, right? Isn't it strange? Even while I was chanting behind you guys, I was actually thinking, why is this working? How is this working? And had lots of question marks floating around. I was sweating bullets. That's when it happened. An odd premonition, different from anxiety or ominousness but similar in sensation, spread up from my back. Alliance leader. Then, how many years of lifespan did you exactly use up during the 10 legs battle? I was too out of it to count every year. Let's see. Perhaps about 250 years? Oh, Dang Xiaorin nodded. Right. Not exactly sure, but definitely more than 200 years and certainly less than 300. Roughly 250 years. How did you know? An electric current surged through me, a realization dawning. For instance, suppose, hypothetically, that the lifespan Dang Xiaorin hadn't used carries over to the next cycle. I don't know how Dang Xiaorin met her end from the 1st to the 3rd cycle. She probably fought against the 10 legs then, too, but without Old Man Sko and me, even if she entered the battle, the squad would have been annihilated within 5 minutes. Dang Xiaorin would have died before she could even start her cursed song incantation. Dang Xiaorin's natural lifespan was 85 years. Removing her current age from that, and excluding the lifespan she spent here and there outside of the 10 legs battle, she would have about 45 years left. In other words, from the 1st to the 5th cycle, where the 10 legs battle hadn't properly taken place, Dang Xiaorin inadvertently left about 40-45 years per cycle. From the 6th cycle, when Old Man Sko joined, the pace of the 10 legs battles picked up. That allowed Dang Xiaorin to leisurely use up her lifespan. An extra 10 years, 15 years, 20 years. Dang Xiaorin's lifespans gradually accumulated. Thus, by the 10th cycle, she had unwittingly saved up 250 years in an account called lifespan. If this hypothesis is true. During the past cycles, the lifespans Dang Xiaorin had saved up were unfortunately all used up in this 10th cycle. But my regression didn't end with the 10th cycle. It would continue on. And depending on the situation, it was unclear how much lifespan Dang Xiaorin could save. If it saved up to 500 years? 1,000 years? 2,000 years? I couldn't contain my tremors. Guild leader. Yes? I inadvertently called Dang Xiaorin guild leader as I used to. She didn't seem to notice anything unusual, tilting her head as usual. What? I have something important to tell you. That I'm a regressor. Maybe your lifespan accumulates with each cycle. That's amazing. Throughout hearing my theory, Dang Xiaorin was intrigued, surprised, and her eyes sparkled. Undertaker, were you actually my lackey? Is that what you're surprised about? Of course. What else should I be shocked by? Wow, I was amazing in other cycles, too. My eyes weren't wrong. You really suit the pointed hat. Look here, Undertaker. Won't you be my witchy friend? What on earth is a witchy friend? Didn't you consider the possibility that my words might be a lie? Why would I think about that? We're comrades. If you say you're a regressor, then you must be. Dang Xiaorin chuckled lightly while coughing. The sound of her cough thinly spread her remaining lifespan into the air. Anyway, you and I have similar dreams. Really? We're both fixing the broken rails in this world, one by one. The rails destroyed by the 10 legs. The abandoned lines broken by other monsters. If we fix them step by step, eventually tracks will connect from one station to another, and other people can follow that path too. Not bad. Even if I didn't have complete memory, I would have never forgotten the words I heard that day. Dang Xiaorin grinned. And it's ironic. I can't walk the rails with you, but at least my lifespan will follow you at the same pace. I can't be with you alive, but in death, we are companions. Dang Xiaorin kept a smile to the end as she reached out her hand. The novel on her lap slid off. The white pages, which never became wings and were tied up in a suit, unfurled partially on the floor. Dang Xiaorin's eyes shone brightly. Her 5 fingers gripped my forearm. The person who lost parents and siblings to a monster, the one who couldn't stop loving trains, held onto my arm. Strongly. Don't waste my lifespan, use it well, Undertaker. It took up to the 10th melody to defeat the 10 legs. That's too much of a waste. You need to become stronger. So it was. I shouldn't excessively burn my lifespan with cursed song incantation. It's just a hunch, but I feel like it won't be enough. Those creatures might be stronger. Not 250 years, but 500 years, 1,000 years might be necessary. My lifespan needs to be accumulated as much as possible to prepare for the monsters that will appear after the 10 legs. So it was. And if possible, don't reveal to the next cycles me that you're a regressor. I'm too greedy, too selfish. I can never think in terms of sacrificing this cycle for the next one. If I knew that lifespans could be saved up for hundreds of years, I would definitely use it all up now. Until the very, very last moment, try to guide it so that my lifespan continues to accumulate. So it was. And in other cycles, always try to become my vice guild leader. That did not happen. Dang Xiaorin laughed brightly. Looking forward to it. My companion in time. That night, Dang Xiaorin died. Her remains were scattered at the beach. It wasn't easy to fulfill her will. I grew stronger, and the 10 legs no longer forced me to struggle. The need for Dang Xiaorin to chant during battles against the 10 legs disappeared. But even after the 10 legs vanished, formidable enemies continued to appear, and Dang Xiaorin always stood at the forefront. She was always at the forefront. The ends of the damaged tracks were always her destination. Supporting her, who frequently sought to use up her lifespan, was more difficult than anticipated. Once, a disaster occurred where all the lifespans were reset. Of course, it was just a mistake. Now, over 1,000 cycles later, by my calculations, Dang Xiaorin's lifespan has accumulated tens of thousands of years. At least over 30,000 years of lifespan. How far could she sing if she started now? Sometimes, while drinking coffee, I get lost in such imaginations, envisioning Dang Xiaorin singing on some battlefield. The first melody, the second, the third. No matter how long it goes on and overlaps, her song never ends and eventually spreads beyond the horizon, reaching all the beaches where the world's tracks connect. Eventually, Dang Xiaorin would arrive at some coast she had longed for. Wearing a pointed hat, holding a staff, aboard a single-carriage train. While I hope to hear that song someday, I also secretly wish that day never comes. In recent cycles, whenever Dang Xiaorin happens to meet me, she asks, just like when we first met in the 4th cycle, in exactly the same way. Undertaker. Don't you want to join my guild? I can offer you the position of vice guild leader. Then I smile lightly and respond. I won't join. It can't be helped. The pointed hat doesn't suit me, does it, guild leader? Footnotes. Chapter 21. Reader I. After that rather serious discussion, it was time to lighten up the mood again. In the very early stages of my regression, that is, before the 20th cycle, I had been excessively serious. I had believed that if I could just stay focused and put in enough effort, I could surely save the world. I don't intend to disparage that effort, but it was somewhat arrogant. Who was I to treat the world's weight as equal to my own? Infinite regression? It's just an awakened ability. People should know how to let go of themselves. The weight released leaves room for others. In any case, my way of letting go was through hobbies. I guarantee that there are no other regressors with as many diverse hobbies as I have. Managing mental health is the most important thing in a regressor's life, and hobbies are like housekeepers that keep one's mental home clean. A regressor's mental landscape is an extravagant palace spanning thousands of square feet. Naturally, the number of maids needed for this cleaning must also be considerable. If I were to list the maids I've hired, or rather, my hobbies, they would be as follows. Games, exploring SGNet, barista work, weightlifting, bullying fairies, harassing Seogyu, cooking, walking, listening to music, playing music, stealing Dang Seorin's pointed hat and hiding it under the bed, guitar, harassing Seogyu, violin, piano, painting, sculpting, ceramics, radio collecting, stealing and listening to old man Sko's phone recordings, managing a ranch, harassing Seogyu, choosing any job and living as it. But I won't mention all those maids one by one. There's nothing as tedious as babbling about a hobby that others can't relate to. So, today's chosen maid is reading. And specifically, reading web novels. I originally didn't know about web novels. As a child, I only read a few martial arts novels. It wasn't until around the 555th cycle that I came to know web novels. It was through a person I met in the 555th cycle that I was introduced to web novels. This person was an awakener named Odokesio. I'll have the chance to talk more about them in the next episode. For now, it's only important that I found a new hobby and became happier because of it. The best part about web novels was that each work had a lot of content. They say reading nourishes the mind, and I'm someone who values quantity over quality when eating. At least in the restaurant of web novels, it seemed I wouldn't have to worry about running out of food. Of course, that was a damned illusion. No more novels to read? I was shocked. I had only managed to enjoy this feast until the 556th cycle. In just 1 or 2 cycles, all the fodder available to me was depleted. In reality, web novels were a relatively new phenomenon and had a surprisingly limited number of works. Should I start diving into other genres? A thirsty person doesn't choose their well. Though I only started with fantasy novels, I quickly consumed academy novels, horror stories, romance fantasy, martial arts, isekai, professional stories, parodies, TS, gender swap, yuri, and more. If it was written in King Sejong's invented script, I devoured it. Eventually, even English and Japanese novels weren't off limits. A whole new world opened up. I was happy. The 558th cycle ended. The new world was destroyed. No more novels to read. I was once again shocked. I had thoroughly scraped the bottom of the barrel, leaving nothing left to consume. I wasn't picky. I gladly consumed postmodernist novels that daringly replaced double quotes with reverse double quotes. I enjoyed minimalist masterpieces that omitted periods inside quotation marks and classics by new generation phonologists who tried to express character voices with tildes or silence with ellipses. I even read satires where an original character not in the source material appeared, hoarded all the protagonist's fortuitous encounters for themselves, and then sneered at the protagonist, criticizing their weakness compared to the original. It was a biting critique of modern selfishness. I also read the work of a plague researcher where every character laughed in ho-ho, so they all contracted ho-ho syndrome. In other words, how strange. Was the protagonist always this weak? Ho! 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 Even bizarre scriptures like that became my daily bread. From now on, call me the diver of the web novel world, not the Undertaker. Because it's the truth. This was my bottom, my abyss, my Mariana Trench. If I went any deeper, I couldn't even breathe, let alone find anything to eat. Even as a regressor with a lot of experience, this was a hellscape where survival wasn't guaranteed. So I could confidently say, no more novels exist. Many other readers will eventually face this same situation. When this happens, there are usually two paths a reader can take: decide to take a break from web novels or become an author and make the content themselves. By chance, I wasn't an ordinary reader. I was an infinite regressor. Regressors have a third path. I'll have to kidnap all the writers and turn them into machines that spit out stories. I puffed out my chest. A path no one had taken, but a path every reader has dreamt of. Towards that path, I, the Undertaker, stepped forward with confidence. Over one cycle, I gathered personal information and profiles of web novel authors, and at the start of the next cycle, I traveled the country, collecting authors. Of course, since authors aren't fantastical creatures that could be captured by throwing red and white balls at them, it required painstaking effort to gather them into the collection. Those sensitive to the author's sensibilities might object, isn't that kidnapping, not collecting? But around the 560th cycle, I was quite strong. Compared to surviving in this harsh world, wouldn't it be happier for them to be bred under my protection as a regressor? I eventually succeeded in gathering over 300 authors, becoming a master of Writermon. The authors probably had no idea who brought them here, why, or where they were taken. Where's this place? Hey, maybe. Aren't you penmanship bully? Isn't that you? Oh, I knew it. You're writing slave. We briefly met at that wedding, right? Yuri Medler. You're here too. Gasp, harem romance bro. Murmur murmur. Gathering hundreds of authors in a hotel lobby, some began recognizing each other. They couldn't hide their fear but tried to make sense of the situation. Why were we brought here? Did anyone hear an explanation? Sorry, I just fainted, and when I woke up, I was here. I've been here for 3 days already. 3 days? Oh, I've been here for 4. Wow, that must have been tough. Huh? No, they served us nutritious food for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. The accommodations were comfortable, and I didn't have to write daily, so it was great. It was about time I explained. Ah. Can you hear me, Dash? I grabbed the microphone and stood atop the check-in counter. Hundreds of eyes turned towards me. In truth, I only used amplification magic to project my voice, and the microphone was just decoration. Still, I felt it necessary to show courtesy in front of the esteemed authors. These 335 people, confined in this hotel, were carefully and meticulously selected talents. Regardless of genre, age, or gender, only the writers who had made my heart race even once were brought here. Greetings. I am an awakener known as the Undertaker. As some of you might have guessed, all of you gathered here are authors in the web novel industry. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. Only authors? Where's this place? If it's only authors here, this must be hell. Who's that person holding the mic? I spoke seriously. As I said, I am the Undertaker. This place is a hotel near Incheon. All the staff fled after trouble erupted in Seoul, but don't worry. I have already hired new staff, and they are all highly trained professionals. I pointed to the other side of the lobby. 20 fairies wearing Che Guevara t-shirts saluted. I returned the salute. At one point, I had been hostile towards fairies, but by the 560th cycle, I had established an amicable relationship with the Fairy Revolution Club. I knew their true identity well. So, please be at ease given the circumstances. What the hell? Fairies? Kaya. Help! The authors weren't particularly reassured. A bit of commotion ensued, but it was subdued without issue. 99% of the authors were far too insignificant in the physical world to cause a stir. I took up the microphone again. Mic test. Unfortunately, you cannot escape. The main entrance of the hotel is sealed. The windows of each room allow a view but can't be crossed. Just like our lives. Let us go. You cannot escape. Highly trained fairy revolutionaries will monitor you 24/7. Crazy. Who is this person? I'm scared. Everyone, let me ask you this first. Even if you could escape, do you really intend to leave here? A question mark seemed to hover over the authors' heads. I would clear their doubts right away. You may have heard from the news, but the world is thoroughly collapsing. Monsters have appeared worldwide, and gates are opening. That's right. You're completely fucked. Even your livelihoods, the web novel platforms, are hard to access now. And even if you could access them, your readers can't buy your stories because the banking system is collapsing. Soon, the internet network will also start cutting out. In this situation, your writing skills are useless. The truth resonates. The authors' faces turn visibly pale. Many of them had started writing with the mindset of what? I can just write alone and make money? Sweet. That sweetness was now gone, and even if you keep writing, it's still a problem. From now on, readers of your stories have a 0.06% chance of encountering the Ice Sky Truck. In this era, your novels are as good as weapons. Ice Sky Truck. Is he a lunatic or something? The authors murmured amongst themselves, thinking I was talking nonsense. Well, no, the Ice Sky Truck was very real. It was a strange phenomenon first discovered in the 119th cycle, and its sightings rapidly increased from then on. Still, no matter how many trucks came barreling towards us, the protective barrier I set around this hotel would hold strong, so it wasn't a concern. Then, why did you bring us here? Because I'm a passionate fan of all of yours. I pointed to an author sitting in the front row. You there? Why yes. You're bad-ending lover, aren't you? Always writing Yuri novels on Novel Campus. The author I singled out looked stunned. How do you know me? Didn't I just say I'm a fan? Well, I appreciate the compliment, but you couldn't possibly have read my work. My most popular novel only has 2,000 favorites, and the latest chapter barely gets 100 views. In your first work, the protagonist faced all sorts of misfortunes, a truly tragic story. But from your next piece onward, you started to incorporate elements of no romance, eventually mastering the balance between tragedy and no romance. Granted, in the later stages of your stories, secondary characters suddenly overtake the plot and pair up with the protagonist, giving the story a pure love ending, but even that ruggedness is part of your charm, bad-ending lover. You really did read my stuff. The authors were astonished. I proceeded to call out more. Righteous heavenly demon martial. In an age where the term heavenly demon has been trivialized into a joke, your tales of righteousness and honor in traditional martial arts always stir my heart. Nuryanji Bapsang. You're always trying new things in a romance fantasy market that's been running dry. Marlov Horselover. I know how much you contributed to expanding the stand-in genre, which was considered niche. Your story about a protagonist born as a Hungarian noble during World War I, becoming the last cavalry commander and being hailed as a loyal servant of the House of Habsburg is exceptionally rare, and yet it doesn't sacrifice entertainment. After listing about 30 authors, the ones I mentioned looked deeply moved, though their faces also flushed slightly each time their pen names were called. At any rate, no one in the hotel lobby doubted my sincerity anymore. Wait a minute. But the suspicions started to take a different direction. The authors whispered amongst themselves. Their voices were as faint as mosquitoes, but my enhanced hearing caught every word. So this reader reads Yuri, T.S., pure love, harem, traditional martial arts, fusion martial arts, tragedy, light tragedy, and even those genres we can't mention for various reasons. Eek, a monster. Oh my gosh, what a glutton. He's not Kim Dokja but Kim Nuryanji asterisk. Asterisk Nuryanji is the primary dog breed raised in Korea for meat. These authors are slandering a valuable reader. As a regressor, I just avoided snacking for my mental health. My tastes were quite healthy. I'd like to express my appreciation to all of you, but due to time constraints, I'll skip it today. Moreover, I'm sure some of you don't want your genre publicly revealed. Several authors flinched. I'll reach out to you privately sometime. Anyway, authors, please think carefully. Yes, I did kidnap you and imprison you here, but the world outside is dangerous. Can you survive out there in a world that's falling apart? The lobby fell silent. In cycles where I hadn't brought them, half of these authors didn't last 6 months. The rest didn't survive past a year. Only 2 managed to live relatively long. Here, you won't have to worry about survival. I'll provide everything you need: food, clothing, and shelter. Even those fairies you fear are just employees at this hotel. Your only job is to write novels. You can continue your current series or start a new one. Just right. In return, I'll give you everything else. The authors murmured at that. He's not wrong. It really seems like the country is doomed. I was planning to flee abroad, but hearing it's no different there, I gave up. Besides, communication would be difficult. They serve buffet meals here every day. It's not bad. Thinking about those who couldn't come here, maybe we're the lucky ones. Right. What happened to the other authors? The atmosphere took a positive turn. Then, someone muttered to themselves. Isn't this just a damn canning factory? Well, some were quick-witted, but the majority had already made up their minds. That day marked the beginning of filming for this group Stay Misery with 335 authors. Footnotes. Chapter 22. Reader 2. I was quite satisfied with the can hotel I had built. Guilt? I felt none. After all, without my intervention, these writers would meet their untimely end in other cycles. Even the Saintess, the embodiment of morality, would give me a thumbs up. Mr. Undertaker. Yes? What is it, Saintess? No, nothing. More importantly, I was genuinely saving the authors' lives. Remember how I mentioned the Ice Sky Truck earlier? The Ice Sky Truck is a mysterious monster that can appear to readers of web novels, promising to transport them to a world where their favorite novel's setting is fully realized, but it does so by crashing into the reader. No joke, it's a real monster. If you're an avid web novel reader, one day, as you're walking down the street, you might suddenly hear a honk, and if you turn to look, you'll see an 11-ton truck charging straight at you. Its unique feature is that instead of a license plate number, the truck has a novel title engraved on it. Some people might be thrilled and attempt to kiss the truck's hood, thinking, finally, I can escape this monster-filled apocalypse on the Korean peninsula. But don't bother. I tried getting hit 3 times as a test. Dimension travel? Nothing. It's a lying monster just like the hero syndrome. Anyway, this Ice Sky Truck targets not only readers but also writers, as they are the first to read their own stories. In other words, honk, beep, honk, 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 honk. One by one, cargo trucks lined up in front of the can hotel, which I had built. Hi. Strange trucks have gathered outside our revolutionary hideout. Even the fairies, who were used to all sorts of monsters, were puzzled and tilted their heads at the sight. Those trucks weren't to be taken lightly. The Ice Sky Truck can teleport wherever the protagonist is and will always catch up, hit and run, and then vanish without a trace. It had racked up a history that earned it the moniker of Godslayer, given how many protagonists it had taken down, be they world saviors, heroes, harbingers of doom, masterminds, gods, or even mere extra characters who claim they're the strongest. No one but the tutorial fairy, who had butchered many protagonists, could handle this terrifying anomaly. Is the barrier holding up? Yes, Comrade Manager. No matter how those reactionaries struggled to turn back time, the dialectical progress of the revolution is a supreme truth. The evolutionary turn of history cannot be reversed by the futile efforts of those bourgeois thugs. Boom! As if to prove the point, one of the 11-ton trucks, which had suddenly appeared on the horizon, came barreling toward the hotel entrance and crashed into it. However, the hotel's main entrance, which I had barricaded with the fairies, remained intact. Only the truck was crumpled like an aluminum can. Honk, honk, honk. The Ice Sky trucks in the parking lot honked, as if mourning their comrade's valiant death. Meanwhile, the fairies on the balcony waved red flags printed with portraits of Che Guevara and wept in defiance, some even shedding tears. Ah, revolution! Revolution. Drop dead, you fucking imperialists. Petit bourgeois, commune of the fairies of all nations. May it last forever. I nodded with satisfaction. Good. Revolution Vanguard, continue defending the barricades. The success of the revolution hinges on this mission. Everyone, good job. Yes, Comrade Manager. Viva la Revolution. Our dreams will never die. The fairies saluted with the kind of spirit that would have garnered a standing ovation from the citizens of Paris in 1871. See? I truly cared about the author's safety and well-being. If not for the Can Hotel, where would those trucks be heading? I wasn't just saving the author's lives, but also their readers. The entire web novel industry of the Korean peninsula owed its survival to me. In return for this dedication, I didn't ask much from the authors. Just keep writing. If they filled my empty bowl with new fodder, I'd provide them with food, clothing, shelter, and protection from the ice-sky trucks for at least 10 years. After patrolling the guards, I headed to the Secretariat, editorial department, where fairies with a more intellectual vibe greeted me. "Ah, Comrade Manager. Please, come in. Good. You're all doing well." Since it's been a month since the canning began, the authors must have stocked up on enough chapters. I cast a meaningful gaze at Secretary Agent number 264. "Comrade Secretary 264. Bring me the accumulated manuscripts." "Yes, sir." In this cycle, Secretary Fairy 264, who managed to secure a high-ranking position, brought in the printed manuscripts. I waited eagerly, filled with anticipation, and received the new works, only to find myself doubting my eyes. What is this? The A4 papers looked too thin, hardly fitting for the work of hundreds of authors for an entire month. It was less than even a well-filled joint fanzine. Why is there so little? But this really is all there is. This couldn't be. The authors I asked to write in exchange for food, shelter, and protection from the ice-sky trucks hadn't even written. After finishing my regressor duties, awakening Seogyu, cooperating with the Saintus, closing gates, training promising talents, collaborating with guild leaders, etc., and finally returning to the hotel today, I was in utter disbelief. I had waited all month for today. You mean I brought in 335 authors, and there aren't even 100 manuscripts? Trembling, the pile of manuscripts in my hand quivered. My anger and disappointment translated into a magnitude 7 on the seismometer. Authors who don't write. How is that different from bums? At least bums feel a twinge of guilt when they waste time watching movies and TV shows. But these so-called authors simply pat themselves on the back, calling it experience, learning, or getting inspiration from movies and shows. If there's no difference between the two groups, or non-groups, why should I, as a regressor, waste valuable resources supporting bums? What am I supposed to do with this? Shall we send them all to the gulag? This is already the gulag. But where could we send our precious writing slaves? I slammed the table. Gather all the authors in the lobby right now. A little later, the authors were called to the lobby. Wait, what? Have the authors put on some weight? Wobble wobble. Even when I first kidnapped them to the Cannes Hotel, they weren't in the best health on average. Now, after a month of who knows what diet, they were bloated with chubby cheeks. If they stayed like this any longer, their faces would shine like waxed fruit. Authors. I am deeply disappointed in you. Overcome with fury, I addressed them. If each of you wrote just one chapter a day, that would be 335 chapters. Over a month, that's over 10,000 chapters. Do you understand? 10,000 chapters. But now, look at the manuscripts I'm holding. 91 chapters. 91. Does that make any sense? And those 91 chapters were written by only 12 of you. Out of 335, only 12 wrote anything. Whoosh. I scattered the A4 papers from the platform. They weren't actual manuscripts but just blank sheets, a kind of performance. I couldn't actually throw away the writing of these talented authors, but my performance worked. The authors' faces paled. Even now, I'm running around day and night to ensure your safety and comfort. And this is what you give me in return? If you have any excuses, speak up. The authors glanced away. Well, you see. Mr. Reader, we're sorry, but a new story doesn't just pop out easily. Yeah, we tried brainstorming, walking, and sleeping, but nothing solid came to mind. Mr. Reader. Writing a story takes longer to plan than to write. Especially for new projects. I hate to say this since we're freeloading, but honestly, demanding new ideas in just a month is unreasonable. Right. We really tried writing, but we couldn't. We want to write, but nothing comes out. It's driving us crazy. The authors continued to chorus their explanations like a seasoned a cappella choir, passing the tune back and forth. Hearing their reasoning made me pause. That's plausible. Indeed, they say creation is a constant struggle. After finishing one work, some authors take 3 to 4 years to start another. Perhaps my demand for a new project in a month was too much. Wait a moment. Only 126 of you should be working on a new project. The rest were already serializing existing works, weren't they? The authors flinched. So why couldn't they write? They didn't miss any deadlines before checking in. Adaptation, the authors sang in unison. Serializing requires a delicate environment. Some authors write only at home, others only in cafes, and some need their own studio. But none write in hotels. It's a totally different story. My sinus was so bad yesterday I couldn't sleep. My head felt foggy, and I didn't want to touch the keyboard. Oh, I know that feeling too. I had so much free time that I got stuck editing endlessly, like an infinite loop. In an unfamiliar environment, you have to rebuild your writing habits from scratch. Serialization is all about routine. Just as I thought, writers understand each other. This is a subtle but crucial issue that outsiders who have never serialized wouldn't understand. Exactly. It's not easy. Is that so? Indeed, they say creation demands sensitive emotions. To provide a comfortable collective living environment, I had taken over a luxury hotel in Incheon. I even gave them a weekly allowance. Even in this collapsed world, with no way to leave and no use for currency, it still served a purpose. Because there's a casino in the hotel's basement. It was originally a foreigner-only casino, but now it was a paradise just for the authors. They could use their monthly stipend as game money and indulge to their heart's content. The luxury shopping mall in the hotel was also open for business. According to Secretary Ferry number 264, the authors were highly satisfied with this setup and frequented the casino. A near-perfect welfare system, but it's an unfamiliar environment. I nodded. How could I, just a mere reader, meddle in the writer's deep anguish and delicate emotions? I could use telepathy to read their minds, but it felt disrespectful to the authors I cherished. All right. Then I'll give you one more month. A month is too short. At least 3 months. Well, no matter how difficult the job, every profession requires discipline. I trust in your diligence. Yes, we will do our best. Another month passed. This time, I received only 75 chapters. Why is it even less? I was appalled. How could this happen? The fairy grinned brightly. But this really is all there is. No. Secretary, does this make sense? There are 335 authors. If each wrote 1 chapter a week, that's over 1,000 chapters. But not even 750, just 75? I reconvened the authors and grilled them again, but their answers remain the same. And if people give the same answer twice after being given 2 chances, that's an excuse. Unfortunately, I couldn't trust the authors any longer. In hindsight, I must have seen them through rose-colored glasses. An expert. I needed an expert who could analyze why this was happening. After consulting one, I got my answer immediately. Are you stupid? The environment's too good, old man. Footnotes. Chapter 23. Reader 3. Too good of an environment? What was wrong with that? Ha. I think you've got some fantasies about what it means to be a writer. Writers are laborers, plain and simple. They write to earn money and gain attention. Doc SEO, the self-proclaimed web novel expert, said this. As mentioned earlier, we'll delve deeper into who this Doc SEO is at another time. For now, it's enough to know that Doc SEO was a nerd fashion trendsetter, always sporting a red bob haircut, a cap, a band-aid on her nose, and her favorite hoodie. Just making sure, you're not using telepathy right now. I've turned it off. Good. Now, have you ever seen a construction worker swinging a hammer purely for self-fulfillment? Someone who says, I love unloading crates so much that I want to do it for the rest of my life? Well, not often. That's exactly it. Doc SEO chewed her gum, blowing a bubble. By the way, it wasn't bubble gum, just regular chewing gum. Of course, it didn't inflate properly, making a faint, hissing noise before bursting and sticking to her lips. She wiped her mouth nonchalantly, fully embodying her nerd fashionista, edgy, middle schooler persona. Remember, writing comes from a place of scarcity. Doc SEO's expression was serious. Or rather, she was deadly serious. I don't usually use that phrase, but in this case, it was warranted. If I didn't use deadly to describe Doc SEO's face, it would be disrespecting the word's very existence. Why give them an allowance? Take it away. Throw them into the depths of despair. Make them watch people being slaughtered by monsters. You're strong, right? You can do it, so why aren't you? Just don't kill them. Oh, and keep their hands and backs intact. You just need to make sure they're not crippled. Writers actually produce better work when exploited. Doc spoke with the confidence of someone who believed truth should serve them, not the other way around. Weren't they all doomed to die if not for you? So, if they stay alive, you've done your job, haven't you? Is that so? Is it really? That makes sense. It was worth testing. Assuming the failure of the Cannes Hotel in the 560th cycle, I trained the writers according to Doc's advice in the next cycle. Instead of heaven, I gave them a taste of a milder hell. Kaya. Somebody help. Help me. I took the writers for a little walk beyond their accommodations. Honk. Beep. Honk. 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 Beep beep. The ice sky trucks exceeded 1,000. Not only the parking lot but the road leading to the accommodations was packed with 11-ton trucks, replicating the traffic jams of Chuseok holidays. Trucks collided, overturned, and crashed as they pursued the riders in a surreal scene. And that wasn't all. Ugh, it's cold. I'm hungry. I want yukkajang. The environment had changed too. Instead of a luxury hotel, I set up a shabby refugee camp for the riders. No chef fairies cooking gourmet meals. No casino dealer fairies. None of that. Even the equipment provided was cheap. Watching the writers sit on the dirt floor, staring blankly at the ceiling or crying their eyes out, pained me. But shock therapy exists for a reason. I spoke. Mic check. Writers, from now on, you'll be living in this village. I will try to protect you from most dangers, but I can't guarantee your safety. The harder you write, and the more entertaining your stories are, the more resources you'll have. I love you, writers. I wish you the best. And something miraculous happened. This extreme treatment actually worked. The writers were driven to write as if possessed. Out of 335, not one was idle. Their writing speed was incomparable to the last cycle. I couldn't help but be moved. These are true writers, and this is how much they should write. Looking at the pile of manuscripts brought a smile to my face, but as I eagerly flipped through the pages, something felt off. Like a dog startled by unfamiliar food, I instinctively paused while holding the manuscript. Why does this taste spoiled? It was different. The flavor of the writing had changed. The fantasy writer who once sang about the triumphs of humanity was now writing a story about the Demon King's army butchering everything. A Yuri author, known for heartwarming characters, had monsters tearing couples apart. Zombies appeared in martial arts stories and destroyed the martial realm. Across all genres, characters were in despair, and the world was falling apart. And then I realized, this isn't genre fiction. Pure literature. The flavor was unmistakably pure literature, and the particular kind that screams, everything's screwed, so screw it all. The familiar scent of the web novel authors I loved was gone, replaced by a stranger's fragrance. It felt like catching my partner cheating. It's well written. Very well written, but this wasn't the kind of food I wanted. If I wanted despair, I could just reflect on my life as a regressor. Why should I read despair fiction in my free time? Was I a masochist? No matter how much effort the authors put in, they couldn't compete with my first-hand knowledge of how terrible monsters could be or how far humanity could fall. Their attention to detail didn't measure up to mine. What have I done to my authors? This couldn't stand. I immediately sought out Doc to complain. But even considering the different cycle, she remained uninterested. Not fun? So what? Doc casually filed her nails. A creative work just needs to have the author's spirit, right? Why should they sell their soul just for your amusement? You said you love these authors. Shouldn't you love them no matter what they write? What's wrong? Has your love changed? Wow. I didn't think you'd be so harsh. Then again, Maybe it's my fault for expecting anything from humans again. Can love change? Can people shift? Oh, and by shift, I mean shit. Catchy rhyme, right? I couldn't reason with this edgy, middle school poser. Thus, the 561st Cycles Can Hotel was also a complete failure. Back to square one, I pondered. Too much comfort was no good because it took away the motivation to write. Too much suffering was also no good because it overwhelmed the writing itself. This is a tough nut to crack. How can I cultivate tasty web novels? Are authors inherently doomed from the start? I mulled it over and over. Eventually, I reached a conclusion. In the next cycle, SGNet, which had only a community function, got a new board. A novel serialization board. The announcement posted on the board read: Novel Serialization Board Usage Guide. 1. All registered SGNet members receive novel points daily upon logging in. 2. Novel points can be used to purchase new chapters of novels or donate to your favorite author. 3. Points used by readers will be transferred to the authors. Authors can use these points to purchase desired items, which will be notified separately. 4. At 2400 hours every day, the board will display the rankings of all novels based on how many readers purchased them. 5. For non-awakened authors who cannot access SGNet, a manager service is available. The manager will upload the non-awakened author's work to the board. Members can also upload on behalf of non-awakened authors they know. 6. Let's create a healthy competitive culture. In other words, I had created a platform for serializing novels. Members' initial reactions were lukewarm. Anonymous, can anyone post a novel? Dash, Yuldoguk, Sword Marquis, it's time to unveil my profound prose to the world. Dash, Samchin, Witch Judge, I was a bit bored since there wasn't much to do besides community stuff, so this is nice. Anonymous, what items can you buy with points? Old Man Goryo, probably only shitty stuff will be uploaded. Any author wannabes thinking of serializing better watch out. I'll comment on every chapter. Dollhouse, hype. Dash, Bakwa 6th grader, home, angry face. There weren't many awakened authors. And even if there were, most were too busy navigating the apocalypse to have time to serialize. But leisure wasn't just for those who had it, it was for those who made it. A few awakeners found time to serialize novels. Goryo Jang? What's with this point purchase list? A certification post on SGNet one day caused a stir. 1 month accommodation ticket, 5-star hotel. Fairy bodyguard, unable to hunt gates, only provides defense. Misusing this bodyguard will be punished. Real-time chat fan meeting with desired constellation. Meeting may be denied based on the constellation's preference. If denied, points will be refunded. Consultation on one's awakening ability tech tree. Constellation provides direct guidance on maximizing the efficiency of one's ability. Will not be responsible for training, only gives guidelines. Goryojang, seriously, just look at these point items. Anyway, I bought the awakening ability tech tree. Are the dumb SGNet people not serializing yet? LOL. The comment section exploded. Anonymous? Is that for real? Anonymous, who gave points to buy that guy's novel? Idiots? Literary girl, Goryojang actually writes pretty well. He was a web novel otaku before the gates opened, and there aren't many who write like him. Anonymous, what's that psycho's novel about? Literary girl, an incredibly kind protagonist uses their healing ability to help those in need and eventually saves a small kingdom in a tribute to humanity. A rare type of protagonist these days. I cried at the scene where they almost get hunted as a witch but still treat the inquisitors, saying, a doctor doesn't choose their patients. Anonymous? Samchin, Lieutenant? Anonymous, fuck, are these items real? As expected of SGNet. It's on a different level with the constellations directly managing it. Dollhouse, Hype EE. Dash, Yuldoguk, Sword Marquis, why doesn't anyone read my prose? The message was a shock, but so was the messenger, a notorious SGNet troll. Members' responses grew heated. That certification post marked the beginning of the Great Serial Age on SGNet. Some people who had awakened started serializing their novels directly. Guilds also began hiring skilled authors and uploading their work on their behalf. In a world that had collapsed, the once useless writer profession became a kind of support member. The protagonist doesn't return from the volcano, 9.9. Her circumstances that made her a Count's Munchkin, 9.9. Comedy Club, 19 plus and censored edition, 9.9. The apartment hides reinforced steel, 5.7. Unsurprisingly, the serialized works on SGNet showcased a level of quality unmatched by the 560th and 561st cycles. The despair and emotions that writers experienced during the apocalypse added depth to their work while maintaining the fun of web novels. What's the difference? What do you think? After hearing about my journey since the 560th cycle, Doke SEO asked. I poured her an espresso since that's all she drinks. The number of readers. And competition. What are you talking about? Most writers are attention seekers. As you said, they're lacking something. But that emptiness isn't filled by experience. Only by others' attention, love, and passion. Because what they lack isn't themselves but others. Writers have too much of themselves in their hearts. That's why they need as many others as possible, like celebrities. Like Roman gladiators in the Colosseum. But that's secondary. The real key is competition among writers. I logged into SGNet's novel serialization board and pulled up the novel rankings. Displayed prominently, the rankings section showcased the most popular novels, listed from first place down. Endless competition among writers, judged solely by purchase numbers. It's pure meritocracy. Writers can't help but be drawn to the radiant mirage of proving their worth through pure writing skill, like the bright lights of New York's skyscrapers. It reminded me of ancient Greek tragedy writers. They held contests and ranked each other. Crowds gathered to follow the writers' works in real time, cheering them on. Athens was the world's leading city, dominating the Mediterranean world. Winning the crowd's favor meant being recognized as the world's best writer. Competition, enthusiasm, and a certificate proclaiming you the best in the world. That system let Greek tragedies burn brightly, if briefly. It's no wonder Nietzsche described competition as the essence of the Greek people. This is humanity's last Dionysian theater. But I was a consummate glutton. While I enjoyed popular works that appealed to the masses, I also devoured niche genres that appealed to only a few yet satisfied their creators' desires. Before and after the world began collapsing, these works often went unnoticed. I scrolled down the rankings and clicked on a particular novel. Title: 101 Ways She Accepts Death, 7.7. Pen name: Bad Ending Lover. A writer who always pursued the niche. After reading the latest chapter, I pressed the Support Author button. Donated 2,000 points. 0_sugar, your writing is always wonderful, happy face. I thoroughly enjoyed this chapter. Please watch out for trucks. Something seemed missing, so I tilted my head. Oh. That's right. I forgot to write this. 0_sugar, but there's a spelling error. The correct expression is an incident occurred, not an incident occurred. This is the third time you've made this mistake in this work. Are you the type who doesn't run a spell checker? LOL. Best wishes, and stay healthy. Write well, happy face. I nodded. Still a perfect donation message, though this whole ridiculous act proved unexpectedly useful later on. But that's a story for another day. Right now, I had to deal with the Ice-Kai truck parked in front of my place. Footnotes. Chapter 24. Prophet I. Let's talk about Doke SEO, a web novel otaku, leader of nerd fashion, and a hipster with a case of the Chinibu syndrome. As I mentioned before, I first met this character in the 555th run. Actually, we knew each other way before that, but we only forged a real bond in the 555th run. At the time, I regressed to the waiting area of Busan Station, as usual. I'm bored. Back then, I hadn't even acquired my web novel hobby. Even someone like me, an optimist who could rank in the life's most optimistic infinite regressor competition across all fiction, would get a little tired of reaching the 555th starting point. Wouldn't you get sick of even the world's most fun theme park after visiting 555 times? Moreover, the waiting area of Busan Station was far from an exciting theme park. The best you could hope for was Seogyu yelling "you fucking asshole" loudly enough to be heard throughout. There was one hidden secret in the waiting area, but that's for later. Should I try telepathy? This time, I decided to spice things up a bit. Telepathy was an ability I acquired in the 554th run. I could listen in on the thoughts of beings less capable than me. The criteria for capability were extremely vague, and the ability itself wasn't all that powerful, but it was worth using just for fun. Lee Jae-hee, my phone's not working. Uehara Shino, too many people. Can't breathe. The moment I activated telepathy, the collective thoughts of the people gathered at the Busan Station waiting area flooded my ears. Some voices were familiar, while others were relatively new. Seogyu, fuck, what's going on? This is bullshit. Park Yi-dam, I should report to my boss. Lee Beck, what the hell? Where's everyone else? Go Yuri, Awa. Young So-hee, leader? Leader, where have you gone? Sim Ryan, where am I? Who am I? Kim Si-woon, mom. For a moment, I felt dizzy. Telepathy didn't let me focus on a specific target. When I activated it, I heard all the surface-level thoughts of those around me. But it was bearable. And my first impression of using telepathy at the Busan Station waiting area was not much. All I could hear were the same mundane thoughts. Well, I'm familiar with all these faces. I had already figured out nearly everything about the original members of the Busan Station waiting area. Their names, appearance, origins, and even the abilities they'd awaken later. So no matter what these people did or thought, nothing surprised me. I could predict their thoughts just by looking at their faces, so telepathy was practically meaningless. Of course, I couldn't read Go Yuri, as expected. I should never get involved with that child. I walked away from Go Yuri and headed to a vending machine on the other side of the waiting area to leisurely grab a drink. People around me gave me the stink eye, thinking, what kind of guy is so relaxed in this dire situation? But I didn't care. Later on, even these drinks would become rare. From their perspective, they'd just been summoned to the waiting area, but I'd returned to a world that was still relatively intact after 20 years. Ah, the Ceylon tea I had after such a long time tasted heavenly. It was so good I quickly downed a can and bought another. After gulping down 4 in a row, people stared at me in disbelief. Lee Jae-hee, what's up with this guy? He's drinking it so damn well. Young So-hee, Ceylon tea? Such sacrilege. Park Yi-dam, the kid knows how to drink. Sim Ryan, where am I? Who am I? Lee Beck, what's with this geezer's taste? Lee Beck hasn't changed since the first run. Even after listening again, nothing stood out. In that way, telepathy was a double-edged sword. Right before using it, I would feel a rush of excitement, wondering what fascinating thoughts people might be hiding. But after listening, I'd be disappointed, thinking, that's it. Hence, ironically, telepathy was the most fun right before activation. There was nothing I could do about it. At this point, asking the original members to have a fresh mindset was my unreasonable greed. Oh Dokesio, wow. The Busan Station waiting area. I've seen this in a novel. Soon, the tutorial fairy will appear and blow off the head of the guy who swears. I guess not. Puha! I spat out my 5th Ceylon tea. The drink, glowing like the sunset, splashed across the air, painting the world with its golden hue, and the people caught off guard gasped as they witnessed an accelerated sunset by 7 hours. Lee Jae-hee, ack. Gross. Young So-hee, disgusting. Horrible. Park Yi-dam, ugh, filthy guy. Sim Ryan, where am I? Who am I? Lee Beck, fucking hell, what a pig. The original members, who were always at odds over personality, origin, ideology, and beliefs, had finally come to an agreement. They accomplished the impossible, but at this moment, that didn't matter. I quickly turned my head. Oh Dokesio, let's see. The novel didn't have many illustrations, so it's hard to recognize people. Oh, but I can tell that guy is Lee Beck. Kim Taeyang. Wow. That guy made the waiting area stage a nightmare. There she was. Oh Dokesio. A person who always wore a cynical expression and seemed aloof and detached throughout the 555th cycle. Her distinctive features included lifeless eyes, a hoodie, and a cap. A frequent victim who often died in the Busan station waiting area unless I intervened. For some reason, she was checking out her surroundings with an almost lively glimmer in her otherwise dead eyes. Oh Doke SEO, well, no doubt about it. This is the prologue stage from Omniscient Regressor's viewpoint I binge read last night. Omniscient Regressor's viewpoint? Prologue? Oh Doke SEO, so, what's my ability? Status window. Hey, status window, status. Open. Ability window. Skill window. Wow. Not even a hologram pop-up? This is straight up status window discrimination. Latest trend? What's she rambling about? You fucking asshole. What the hell are you talking about? Ho ho. Whoops. I'd focused so much on Doke SEO's thoughts that I couldn't stop Seogyu's head from being blown off. Sorry, Seogyu. Fairy number 264 scored a kill for the first time in ages. As blood splattered everywhere, Simarayan and many others screamed. Of course, all I felt was, wow, how long has it been, rather than shock. Oh Doke SEO, oh. The tutorial head-blowing man cliché, huh? They do all these old tropes but no status window? Oh Doke SEO wasn't fazed either. She didn't seem shocked at all. I thought calling Seogyu the head-blowing man was harsh, but oh well. Oh Doke SEO, anyway. The only important thing in the Busan station waiting area is how early you can grab the elixir hidden in Houndy. How does she know there's an elixir in Houndy? Oh Doke SEO, and the only awakeners worth paying attention to in the waiting area is Uehara Shino. She's treated like garbage now, but she'll later awaken as a high-level alchemist. How does she know that? Oh Doke SEO, Uehara's the opposite of Simarayan. She's only useful until the prologue stage, but she'll be handy as a healer until then. Oh, there she goes. Right, she's a coward. How does she, wait, Simarayan becomes useless later. She's actually at her lowest now, but once SGNet is established, she'll rise like a phoenix saying, wow, the net world is so vast. There wasn't any time to nitpick about the details. Oh Doke SEO kept spilling one fascinating thought after another like golden honey dripping from a Himalayan beehive. Oh Doke SEO, I should start buttering up Uehara Shino. TSK, breaking canon and creating an unstoppable original character isn't my style, but since I don't even have a status window, can't be picky, right? Breaking canon? Unstoppable original character? As I said before, at this point, I had no knowledge of web novels. Oh Doke SEO, who preached this hobby to me, was right there, so it was only natural that her thoughts sounded like a foreign language to me. Oh Doke SEO, but even Uehara Shino is only my second priority. Oh Doke SEO, if there's one person to focus on here, it's definitely that man. At that moment, Oh Doke SEO turned to me. Sensing her gaze, I quickly looked away, and unaware that I was watching, she stared directly at me. Oh Doke SEO, there he is. Oh Doke SEO, the protagonist of this world. Codename, Undertaker. Oh Doke SEO, he's better looking than I expected. Wait, maybe the cover art was better? Is he better in person? Hard to say. He resembles the cover a bit. Oh Doke SEO, but don't be fooled by his looks. The Undertaker has experienced regression multiple times. He has no mercy or empathy. Oh Doke SEO, he lives only for revenge against monsters, a typical regressor with nothing but hatred, and he's probably furious right now because he lost Dang Seorin to the 10 legs in the last cycle. Oh Doke SEO, he's just a madman. If he senses anything off, he might kill me on the spot. Better be careful around him. No empathy, hatred, fury. What? Excuse me, but who is this person? Dang Seorin hadn't died to the 10 legs in the previous cycle. They were a formidable wall at first, but after around 20 runs, I could beat them in 5 minutes. Could this person be? Does she know the past me? At that moment. Oh Doke SEO, hey, Mr. Over there. Hey, Mr. Over there. The telepathic and actual voices overlapped. Oh Doke SEO's finger pointed at me. There were only about 10 people left in the Busan station waiting area, and except for me, everyone had huddled together. Mister, come over here. The fairies made a blood fountain, and everyone's bailed. Let's at least stick together. Don't you agree? Fairy number 264 did nothing wrong. The seniors gave the wrong guidelines. In fact, fairy number 264 is a victim. Oh, shut up. The adults are talking. Why are you interrupting? Eek! At the center of the survivors, Seo stood boldly, like a leader with her chest puffed out. Her audacity in challenging the tutorial fairy, who everyone else feared, must have made a strong impression. In reality, the fairy number 264 was just following the guidelines and had no malice toward humans, except the bourgeoisie, so it quickly retreated. So? Are you coming over here or not, mister? Seo mumbled internally. Seo, come on. Please, come over here. Without you, we're all dead. I know you lost your first love and the only guild leader you ever followed, Dang Siorin, died, and I know you hate monsters and the world sucks, but please save us. Honestly, I didn't fully understand half of what this kid was saying, and I had no idea what she had gotten wrong. But one thing was clear. If I follow her around, this run is going to be a blast. There was another reason too, not just for the thrill but also because I might be able to use her to hunt down some sort of bizarre creature. But this is a story for another time. Anyway, I recalled my ancient self from ages past, more than 1,000 years ago. What expressions, glances, and tone had I used back then? I won't follow you. Was it something like this? Should be. I think so. Even in my long regressor life, it was my first time acting as myself. It felt quite different. I'll simply observe you. Ah. Well, do whatever you want. Seo snickered dismissively. After looting a silver bell from the souvenir shop, I read her thoughts again. Seo, wow, his voice is terrifying. Gives me chills. But escaping the Busan station waiting area is nearly impossible without the protagonist. I'll have to butter him up somehow. She was certainly an interesting character. Footnotes. Chapter 25. Prophet 2. Following Seo brought with it a minor problem. No, it wasn't so minor. It caused a significant issue, and it wasn't because of me. Seo, alright. Cleared the tutorial. It wasn't a problem with Seo either. She wasn't a bad novice, despite my modest assistance. Of course, I'm just being humble here, it was hardly modest. Seo broke through the Busan station gate in just 48 hours. For context, I first cleared Busan station in my third run. To put it differently, I had lived and died in Busan during my first and second runs. I could proudly say I was more of a Busan local than most, and if only my hometown weren't Seoul, I could have earned the true Busan man badge. Even on my third run, it took me a whole week to clear it. So for Seo to cut it down to 48 hours proved she had great potential. Seo, even if the protagonist helped, I still finished this in 2 days? Seo, who are you? I can handle fashion, hip-hop, and slaying monsters, so is there anything I can't do? I'm starting to scare myself. Let's just let her youthful bravado slide. By now, the Busan station waiting area was a mysterious place. It wasn't just teeming with talent, it was overflowing. An unknown entity like Go Yuri with the potential to destroy the world, the enigmatic Seogyu with his community managing skills, the trouble-seeking Sim Orion, the MacGuffin Uehara Shino, me, the Undertaker who regresses infinitely, and now even Seo. It was truly fearsome. A treasure trove of talent ripe for the taking. The ancient city of Paisian from the Chuan contention, where Liu Bang recruited farmers and Xiao He was sorting bureaucratic paperwork while Fan Kuai butchered pigs, wasn't worth envying. But I digress. Anyway, Seo's adventure itself went smoothly. But if it wasn't my problem or hers, it meant a third-party intruder had intervened in this light-hearted party. This mysterious entity walked briskly, glancing back at me occasionally. Every time she did, she would tilt her head and smile sweetly. I almost fell for her. If I hadn't learned that this entity would smile just like that even while destroying the world, I might have confessed my love to her like a true man. This entity was Go Yuri. I'm going crazy. The one who wielded the red flash. If you tagged her, she'd fall under hashtag brainwash, hashtag cognition manipulation, hashtag affection control, and hashtag Cthulhu mythos. That's right. Go Yuri had also joined Odokesio's party. All of us were original members who started in the Busan station waiting area, so this was bound to happen eventually. In just one early stage party, we had both a being who would make my life amusing and one who could utterly destroy it. Was this even possible? Of course it was. Busan station waiting area, what a crazy starting point. At that moment, pink hair fluttered right in front of me. Undertaker, right? My heart skipped a beat. For reference, Go Yuri was still actively using perception manipulation, affection control, and impression brainwashing. All kinds of people had already gathered around her, vying for her favor. But she pushed away all those sycophants and approached me directly. A chill ran down my spine. What do you want? One thing that was lucky for me was that I was playing the coolest regressor in the world. Keep up the poker face. I tried to think of all the despair I felt as the world ended, the betrayal I felt when old man Sko ran off alone, and the sadness of losing Dang Xiaoren for the first time, anything that would help me summon negative emotions. Thanks to that, my face was convincingly unpleasant. Unpleasant level 5. Ah, no, it's nothing important. Go Yuri wasn't fazed. I was just curious about what kind of person you are. You were calm when people died and monsters appeared in the waiting area. She had been spying on me. If my heart had sweat glands, I'd have been dripping with cold sweat. Like the martial arts saying to beware the elderly and children, my life motto was always to be wary of pink hair. I decided to up my unpleasantness. Unpleasant level 6. I'm not interested in you. So don't concern yourself with me. Do you like Ceylon tea? It's my favorite drink. This was underhanded. Was this the power of perception manipulation? She naturally tried to raise my affection level like it was nothing. But I, the Undertaker, was no pushover. Honestly, my heart did skip a beat, but I interpreted that as a sign of a heart attack. In other words, I'd die if I let this slide. No choice. Unpleasant level 7. You're annoying. Get lost. Hyung. Hyung? Hyung? Did she just smile at me with her eyes? Do you realize that while talking to me, you've never even looked in my direction? Shut up. Do you not understand the meaning of get lost? Either you're ignorant or you're dismissing me. If it's the former, you're foolish. If it's the latter, you're oblivious. Mr. Undertaker, you're an interesting person. Let's get along well from now on. My name is Go Yuri. Just call me Yuri. After saying this, Go Yuri walked off first. Her shadow, with her hands clasped behind her back, was humming a tune. It seemed like she had taken an interest in me. My intentions had yielded the opposite result. Next time I encounter Go Yuri, instead of being unpleasant, I should act like a drunk gambler. To give a little spoiler, even changing my strategy was useless. Forgetting your sorrows with alcohol and letting go through gambling, you're someone who knows what it means to live life to the fullest. That was the crazy response she would give. There was only one way to handle Go Yuri. From the beginning, don't let her notice you. Someone might wonder why an infinite regressor was so afraid of Go Yuri. But for regressors, death isn't the scariest thing. Ignorance is. Think about it. The opponent is an S-class cognition manipulator, the final boss of mental viruses. Could you trust any knowledge gained from approaching Go Yuri? What if that knowledge was already tainted by brainwashing and manipulation? And what would Go Yuri do if she discovered I was a regressor, for instance? Then let me ask you this. When did you think I wasn't brainwashing you? Oh ho ho. You're simply hypnotized into believing you've regressed when you're actually under my control. From now on, I'll reign supreme. What if something like that happened? Among all the awakeners I knew, the one with the strongest mental power was the Saintess. Even she was defeated by Go Yuri. Until I obtained the shield to resist cognition manipulation, the mental firewall, it would be wise not to associate with Go Yuri.